Good morning, Chatty House.
Morning, everybody.
Rustdog got the belt. He's back.
Dog.
Good morning, everybody. How are we feeling? It's already Thursday. It's crazy.
Best day of the week.
Best day of the
Kyle's
week,
favorite-
huh?
Kyle's
Okay.
favorite day.
He sucks. He doesn't. He's just a rookie who has no idea what he's doing.
Boy, doing your best
A lot
John
of
Tesh
football.
over there.
A lot of football in my life this morning. Morning, everybody. What's up, Curtis? What's up in my Coach Christie era? What's up, Cousin Pete? What's up, JD?
It's a beautiful
you were-
morning
My
for
microwave.
sports talk.
I thought you were doing round ball rock there.
No, that was the that CBS. Dun 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 dun. Or is that NBC?
What's up, cousin Pete?
Is that NBC? Yeah, because CBS is.
I don't know. What's happening, everybody?
Kyle, they're telling you your drip's going crazy today. There it is. I just realized he couldn't hear me say that. He didn't have headphones on.
I watched this funny clip that I think you would have enjoyed, Kyle. It was Will Clark trying to explain how all these internet hitting coaches are idiots. And Will Clark clearly had a few and was just going off profanity laced
15
with
seconds.
My
a
take is that
baseball
I don't
bat.
care what Will Clark has to say.
Okay. Well, just
Good morning, everybody. Best day of the week. It's a Donut Friday on a Thursday. Joe Brazil's here. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham from the home studio. We are brought to you by Jiffy Lube. James, what were you saying? You were talking about Will Clark right before the show started. What were you saying about Will Clark?
I was watching a clip of Will Clark give like baseball instruction because he's sick of all these internet people who give like fake information or give bad advice. And it was like Will Clark had a few and was just spectacular, just going off profanity laced, how all of these idiots don't know what they're doing. And he's sitting there like quoting Tony Gwynn and showing like baseball hitters how to hit. It was fun.
Will Clark is one of those people who is still living in 1986.
Yeah.
And it always seems like he just had a few. And
I think he's always had a few.
I don't think anything he does is I don't think anything he does is super instructive. Like I've never listened to Will Clark talk. I understand he's a legend. He's amazing. But whenever I hear him, my takeaway is, oh, I didn't learn anything. Okay, this guy hates how the game is played now. Got it. Cool. 2 thumbs up. Like, thanks, man. But I do think there's something to that because you'll see people online, and this is baseball, this is football, basketball. There are people who are just like, hey, I'm Coach so-and-so on YouTube. Here's how to do XYZ. And I'm sure there's a big market for that because there's people who can't afford individual coaching. So they go on YouTube and they try and piece together individual coaching that way because in youth sports, like you have to do that now. If you're not getting some level of individual coaching, there's a ceiling on how far you are going to go. And it's expensive. So I get it. I don't hate on the idea. I hate on the fact that there are people who are legitimately out there doing a really, really great job with it. And then there are randos who are like, yeah, I played some high school baseball. I'm going to be a baseball coach influencer now. It's like, no, don't do that.
I think that's what this was aimed at. And, I've been to like some of the big soccer camps with my oldest. Shout out Toby, who turns 22 today.
Oh, nice. Happy birthday, Toby.
Yeah. So I've actually been at a camp where a high-end college coach stops the camp and goes, "Hey man, like, look, I know you've watched a lot of YouTube videos, but that's not soccer." And it's just like jarring. Like, hey, stop, just dribbling, playing around like you think that you know what you're doing, that you're better than everybody. Just make us all a 10-yard pass, please, and let's move on to the next drill.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, yeah.
That's how it goes.
It is.
All right, we've got some real Kings news for you. We have more NBA playoffs coming up, of course. First, though, I'm ashamed of myself this morning. We talked about getting donuts for Acrisure, the company that just went in next to us, where you have to be 6'5" or taller to work there.
That's right.
And it was my donut day today. And so when I stopped to get donuts, I had all the plans of going, okay, I would like 18 donuts because that's how many we get for this office. And then I was going to say, and then I would like an additional 12 in a different box. And I over-explained things, so I was going to explain the whole thing. And I got so intimidated by the donut lady.
Kyle.
I did. She's somewhere between 40 and 70. And I've never seen her like laugh. Like I try and like joke and be like, and she's just not having it. And that's fine. Like that's her. Like that's not a problem. It's not an issue at all, but that's just her. And so, and I go to the same donut shop every day and I love it there. They're great. And I go and I'm in the midst of ordering my donuts and she already feels like kind of rushed and it's just me. And she already feels a little rushed, which makes me uncomfortable. And I'm like, all right, this is fine. Like, I'll get my donuts. Can I get 3 of those? And so my plan, I got all the math out. I get this many of this and this many of this. And I lost count at one point. And I go, is that 10? And she looks down and she goes, yeah, it's 10.
Oh no.
Like in that, not like, yeah, it's 10. Like a forceful, like, and so I'm going, okay, that's fine. Cool. Let's move forward. I want 2 of those and 2 of those. And she takes 2 of them out and she goes, how many do you want? And I go, just 2 of those. She goes, no, donuts. And pointing at the whole box. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I'm so sorry. 18, please, if that's okay. And so she grabs the thing. She goes, what else?
Oh no.
And so by this time, I'm already shook. I'm getting yelled at by the donut lady because I'm trying to give her my money. And so I'm getting shouted at for trying to order donuts. And then like 3 people came in and one of them was like a small child who just immediately runs up and she just fired up for Donut Friday on a Thursday. And so then I didn't want to be like, because it was one person working, which might be why she was mad or more stoic than usual. And I didn't want to be like, actually, if you could stop, I need 12 more actually in a different box, if that's okay. I didn't want to do all that because now there's people behind me. She's already hates me. So the moral of that story is I got intimidated by the donut lady. I got punked. She was the alpha in that situation. And I will never go back to that donut shop again because I can't show my face there anymore.
Oh, no. Oh, that's not good. So my donut shop, I walk in every other Thursday and I go, I need 2 dozen. And they go 1 box or 2. And I say 1 box. And I said, just no coconut. And they ask me every time, is someone allergic to coconut? And I said, nope, just no one eats them. So, oh, okay. And then they get and it's the same people every week.
That's nice.
I'm there all the time. But they're pretty stoic as well. Like there's no humorous, like witty banter going back and forth.
1,000%. And that's again, I understand I'm annoying. Like I get that I can be a lot, especially if you've been at Donut Shop A since God knows what hour, because it's open 24 hours.
I think that's the problem. I think that they get there at like 4:00 in the morning, and by the time we get there, they're like, okay, I only got like 3 hours left. And I'm running out of donuts, and I don't want to deal with you.
Right. And it's probably like they're baking back there and they're there every day. And so when I come ambling through the door, like, hey, how's it going? It's like, thumbs down. But it's never been this way before is the thing. I've had experience, and I understand she's pretty straightforward. Like, how many do you want? Do you want them in 1 or 2 boxes? Oh, just 1 box. What do you want? And we go through. There's not like a lot of interaction. We don't usually chat.
Yeah.
It was just today. I had all the vision of I'm going to get 18. I'm going to go, actually, can I get another dozen? And then I was going to walk into Acrisure today and I was going to go, hello, I'm from Odyssey. I'm part of the donut committee, unofficial. And here are donuts. Welcome to the building. And I was going to make some riffs on the Donut Friday on a Thursday thing. And it was going to be a great time. Alas, and then when I walked by the Acrisure building today or their door, I walked down with like my head down and not looking in the door because I was like ashamed, even though they didn't know I was going to get them donuts. Like they're not missing out on anything. They didn't catch wind that we were doing a Donut Friday for them on a Thursday.
The level to Kyle's neuroses is just spectacular.
Bro, it's like anxiety. It just lives here in my head. Look, those people don't know I exist. If I died right now, if I just was wiped off the face of the earth, if I got Thanos snapped off, 0 people over there are affected. Nobody over there cares.
I don't know. You might be wrong, Kyle, because there are a lot of 6'5" to 6'8" small forwards / power forwards that could help the Sacramento Kings that might be fans of the Insiders. You never know.
Okay. If that's the case, then they knew we were going to bring them donuts.
Now it's even worse.
And now I'm actually ashamed. This is the first time ever I've been like, God, I hope they don't listen to my radio program. This is the first time I've ever said that.
We have no idea what they do over there, but man, they get a lot of free mentions by us.
They do. Shout out to Acrisure. Home of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think it's Acrisure Stadium. So anyways, shout out to them and all their tallness, all their height. A lot of length and athleticism over at Acrisure. And I apologize if you do happen to listen to or watch this program. I apologize for not getting you donuts. I feel like here's how deep this anxiety goes. After the show, I'm considering going over there and alerting them to the fact that they were going to get donuts and then didn't because I wimped out. Because I got dunked on by Donut Lady. Because I got dunked on by some lady who's either 40 or 70. I got punked.
It's a tough world. Kyle.
It's brutal. Speaking of getting punked, I understand. Thank you. I wasn't going to talk about this. It's not on our rundown, and we got to talk about Mike Woodson. But I understand that coaches are going to lobby in the press to officials. That's just a thing every single coach does on some level. Steve Kerr does it, has done it, will do it. Mike Brown did it, has done it, will do it. Doug Christie has done it, will do it. Every coach in basketball is going to do something to try and lobby officials privately and publicly. If I was Rudy Gobert, I would have paid Chris Finch to not go out publicly and let everybody know that I got punked by a bunch of guards. I would have been like, brother, shut that down. Send the clips. Again, it's not crazy that the Timberwolves sent clips to the NBA. Every team does that. Like, that is a thing that happens. I am not dragging the Timberwolves for that. I just would not want Chris Finch out there. If I was Rudy Gobert, like, dude, their guards were just getting after our center. I would not want them to know that. I would not. Just like, send the clips. Like, yeah, this needs to be helped. This needs to be, they're illegally slamming into me under the basket, but don't tell anyone.
Yeah, it's like our
not helping Rudy Gobert.
Our 7'2" center is really, really getting beat up by a bunch of 6'1", 6'2" dudes. We
really
need it
tough.
to stop. We need it to stop.
Right, like you're Rudy Gobert. Yeah, when they run into you, move them and get the basketball. Like what? Yep. What are we doing? But anyways, that's just Rudy Gobert, I guess. I fully expect the Timberwolves to win tonight, but we'll talk about that coming up in a little bit because we got some Kings news. Mike Woodson is joining the staff.
Officially.
He is on the Kings coaching staff. It's a thing that's happening.
It's not official. Like there hasn't been a press release, but it's because he's not in Sacramento signing a contract. But it's confirmed. It's confirmed. Mike Woodson is joining the staff without any question. We've talked about this a couple of times. I don't know what his ties are to Doug Christie. That's something that we still have to figure out. I'd like to have a conversation with Doug and just like why Mike Woodson as your associate head coach, because that's a big position.
Yeah.
But he is a guy who has got a long history in the NBA. We've heard things didn't go great in Indiana, but to be honest with you, it wasn't that bad. He had an 82-53 record at Indiana over the last 4 seasons. They made 2 trips to the tourney. They didn't make it the last 2 years, but again, the records weren't horrible, just not great. As an NBA head coach, he's 315 and 365 over a long stretch. He's got a ton of years as an assistant coach at the NBA level. This is just like, there are coaches like this around the league that are no longer in the category of retreads. They're now in a category of really, really solid guy that can step in and help a newbie head coach kind of cut his teeth and help. I want to say organize and help like the process of, of being a head coach and what all that entails. And it's one thing to watch somebody above you, like sort of, manage their staff and their team and all that, which is what, Doug Christie has done with under Luke Walton, Alvin Gentry, and Mike Brown over the last, 4 years. But it's a lot different when you take that next step and you realize how much there is to sort of take care of. And I think it's a really good thing that Mike Brown asked Doug Christie to be the summer league head coach this last year. That meant a lot because he got a taste for it. And then, now he's got the full-time job. He's got 51 games under his belt. But now let's help somebody sort of like pull back and let you see the world from a different view and let you be the figurehead on top and then he'll help delegate. And I'm hoping that they build, like really, really good chemistry because that's what you need with this position here.
I also think there's value in having somebody who knows where they can help, if that makes sense. Like somebody who's been a head coach who knows like, okay, this is the best way I can assist the head coach. Because even like Steve Kerr has Terry Stotts on his staff. Doc Rivers had Dave Yeager on his staff.
Yeah.
Like you see this all around the league where there are former head coaches in these assistant coach positions, A, because they're just good basketball minds, but B, because, man, Mike Woodson might see something or do something or see Doug doing something and go, hey, here's a little bit easier way you can do that. Or Doug asked me to do this. I'm going to do it in this way because this is the way that can actually best help him. So I think this is a good start, good hire. As long as it's Doug's, as long as this is what Doug wanted to do.
Yeah.
Then it's 2 thumbs up for me. When you start getting into assistant coaches, I'm not going to pull my non-hair out over who's on the coaching staff and who's not.
Yeah, and I think again with Mike Woodson, this is going to be like somebody puts his arm around you and says, "Hey, let me help you get through this segment. Like what's happening right now. Let's come up with some new ideas, or what ideas do you have, and let's figure out how to implement them. And let's just, again, an organizer." And I think the fact that Mike Woodson has been a head coach, an assistant coach, gone back to being a head coach, gone back to being an assistant, those things help.
Yeah.
Because again, he has the point of view of all of these different, sort of structures and positions that you work in as in the NBA. And I think just a wealth of knowledge, and that's good. And a defensive mindset, that's what Mike Woodson's brand is. And the last thing is Mike Woodson was on the 1985-1986 Sacramento Kings when they moved here from Kansas City. And so he's got ties to Sacramento as well.
Great. Shout out to Mike Woodson on the coaching staff. Not officially official, but mostly official as it can be without being officially announced. All right. The Knicks or Celtics did it again. One of the two teams did a thing again, and I can't decide which one. We'll talk about a wild night in the NBA playoffs, another wild night in the NBA playoffs, and then NBA playoff storylines. Which one are you rooting for? It feels like every team has a pretty good storyline. I want to know which one you're pulling for. The 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
We do have a new pope this morning, Kyle.
Great. Shout out. No, see, this is the person at the donut shop did nothing wrong.
And you made that very clear.
This is a story about me. They do a great job at the donut shop I go to. This is not a her problem. This is a me problem. I was caught off guard by her, and because I am socially inept in those situations and can't go, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to keep going with what I was going to do. I go, ooh, okay, I want to not be in the way anymore, so I'm going to get my stuff and I'm going to leave. It's a me problem, not a her problem.
Yeah.
Shout out to that donut shop.
What was that?
That.
Oh, yeah.
I was not. If I'm annoyed with me for not being able to just sack up and order 12 donuts.
Just thrown off kilter. That's all.
Yeah.
My neighbor 2 houses down is doing a ton of, they're having their entire lower floor, gutted and rebuilt. And it's been a process, but, I can see the workers installing a window right now, right down the hill. Should be interesting. Hopefully it's not noisy. Yeah, so we did have a pope. It is the first pope from the United States of America. I am not Catholic, but I have been to the Vatican, St. Peter's Basilica.
I have no pope takes. Sorry, everybody.
It's okay. Kyron, we don't talk politics here.
Yeah, it's a no-go.
Scooter, I'm feeling a lot better today. A little just raspy voice and a little stuffed up, but I'm feeling way better. I actually was on my way to the station today, to the Vibe.
Nope.
No.
Mm-mm.
To the Ridge. No.
Mm-mm.
And I called Kyle, or I text Kyle and told him, and then he's like, and I'm like, okay. I call Kyle. I'm like, yeah.
I have so much travel coming up. I don't want you sitting across from me right now.
Yeah. Disneyland gets you every time.
At the spot.
Oh, the spot. Oh, Kyron, maybe you're onto something.
No, it's a play on, but it's really close to a flag.
Oh, okay. It's also, there is the mystery spot in Santa Cruz.
Is the new pope really from Chicago?
Yeah. Robert Prevost, I think. Provost? Robert Prevost. The first American pope in history.
And he's from Chicago. That means the new pope has definitely had Portillo's, and that makes me so happy.
Pope Leo the 14th.
15 seconds.
I wonder how they decide what their pope name is, like Pope John Paul or Pope Leo, or
you get to pick. That'd be kind of fire.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
So the new pope is actually from Chicago.
That's right.
That's incredible.
I like this. Adam L. calls him Pope Wrigley the First.
Sure. I'm not going to do that because that's a cultural blind spot for me. And I don't want to This is why I don't have a lot of takes on this.
Okay.
But it makes me happy that there's a really strong chance that the new Pope is eating Portillo's.
There you go.
I love that.
He's definitely had what is it? The deep dish pizza. I mean, he's from Chicago.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love this. That's incredible. But like I said, I don't want to overstep and say something wrong here, so I'm just going to move on to the NBA playoffs now. The Knicks won again. They beat the Celtics 91-90. And Jesse Tapia, if you're listening, I'm so sorry. Turn the radio down. So it happened again, where Boston built up a 20-point lead and smoked it. And somehow this one feels worse than the first one. Because the first one was like, all right, they missed a bunch of threes. They need to make an adjustment there. And they will. They still missed a bunch of threes, but they were up 20 with 3:12 to go in the third. Boston was. And there's a question at the end of this. The Knicks finished the third quarter on an 8-0 run to make it 73-61, but Boston pushed it to 16 with 8 minutes and 40 seconds left. It was 84-68. And at that point, you're thinking, okay, they've weathered the run. They got it back to 16. There's 8 minutes and 40 seconds left. This is the Boston freaking Celtics, the defending champions. There's no way they're going to blow this lead after doing it in game one. And then the Knicks finished the game on a 23-6 run. They won the game 91-90. Boston went from the 8-minute and 40-second mark of the fourth quarter until the 18-second mark of the fourth quarter without scoring a basket. All of their points came via free throws.
Kyle, go ahead.
I can't, real quick. I can't decide, James, if this is about the Celtics face planting, or if this is about the Knicks being way better than we thought the Knicks were.
Yeah, so here's my problem with the Boston Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
It's that they've created this monster of an offense that is predicated on making 3-point shots. And I just don't feel like they have another pitch. And I know they do, because I know they have players that can get to the basket. I know Jason Tatum can get to the basket. I know that Jaylen Brown can get to the basket. But the problem is when your offense itself is predicated on getting wide open looks from the perimeter and not on getting a guy free to go to the basket. And when you go cold from outside, I mean, they shoot 10 of 40 from 3. That's not going to cut it. And if you don't have another pitch in the NBA playoffs, you're going to get cooked. And unfortunately for the Celtics, I just don't think that any of us thought like this is something that the Knicks could do. But if the one thing you have to do is take away the 3-point shot, it just makes you super predictable. It makes you super easy to defend. And while it didn't work during the regular season to defend these guys, because it takes, 1 or 2 shots going down and all of a sudden they're on a roll and they busted you up for 15 threes in a half or something. That's how this thing like gets out of control quickly. But look at the length and athleticism at the wings that this team has, that the Knicks have. They've got a bunch of tough-nosed guys that can defend multiple positions. Again, Josh Hart can defend 3 or 4 positions.
It's 6'3" or whatever he is.
Yeah, but I mean, you just go down their lineup and you look at Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges can defend 5 positions. OG Anunoby can defend 5 positions. So when they're switching and they're doing all this stuff, that's usually where Boston, they get you in a switching defense and they start bombing away from 3. The second that you give them just a little bit of leeway. The Knicks aren't giving them that leeway. And if they don't have another way to score and to score consistently and not just rely on, hey, they're going to go down eventually, the shots, then you're going to get cooked. And I'm shocked to see that they're down 0-2 because I think they are a really, really good team. I think that they are the best team probably in basketball and maybe certainly the best team in the Eastern Conference. But that's not what it looks like right now. And it's just a tough look when you get all the way to this deep in the season and someone figures out, what your curveball looks like and they keep putting it in the cheap seats because that's what's happening.
It feels that way. And to me, as badly as and Boston is, let's see, they were 15 of 60 and 10 of 40. So what is that? 25 for 100 from 3 to start the series?
That's 25%, Kyle. Quick math.
Not great. But like their 3-point attempt rate, and this is the thing that's jarring, and this is why I think it's more about actually the Knicks than the Celtics. They shot 43s last night. The Celtics did. Not, it's a lot, but not an insane number. And their 3-point attempt rate, like their number of 3-point shots per field goal attempt. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Their percentage of their field goal attempts that were from 3 was 42.6%. That would have been like 12th in the league this year, 13th in the league this year. So it's not like they made a pretty sizable adjustment from game 1. They just can't score. Even when they get inside. Mm-hmm. You've got Jaylen Brown getting matched up on Jalen Brunson, which is something that, I mean, we talked about this. That's something that Jaylen Brown did against Keon Ellis, as he took Keon Ellis down in the block. He takes it and he goes and scores. They just don't, for whatever reason, they're just not doing that.
Yeah.
And I don't get it, dude. This is more about the Knicks for me, because I did not think the Knicks could play this level of defense. Forget that Boston is missing shots.
Mm-hmm.
They can't even get to the paint. They tried to get to the rack last night. They took way more twos last night.
Yeah.
And it still didn't work. And this is a Knicks team that for a lot of the year was super mid to bad defensively. And come playoff time, Jason Tatum turning into a pumpkin, not great.
No.
Jaylen Brown was finals MVP last year, doesn't look great. And now all of a sudden you start looking around, it's like, man, and maybe they just start hitting shots and it's overwhelming and the Knicks just have nothing and the Celtics win this series in 6 or 7 games. That's on the table for sure. Like, it's not, I'm not saying the Celtics are done, but through the first 2 games, I've been so impressed with the way the Knicks have just taken a haymaker on the chin, gotten back up, and kept fighting. Like, they're just, I know it's a super overused phrase, but they're just some dogs. And it doesn't feel like Boston is ready to play in the mud like that.
No. I guess it's part of it is that they've gone a couple of years without really having to. And then all of a sudden, like, this thing just is gotten ugly.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So the Celtics and Cavs, the 2 teams that most people thought were just on a collision course to the Eastern Conference Finals, are now both down 0-2 after starting their series at home. Which team is more likely to come out of their 0-2 hole? Is it the Cavs or the Celtics?
Oh, man.
Can I give you the case for the Celtics?
Yeah.
Here's their path. They start hitting threes, which I think they will.
Mm-hmm.
And the other issue with the Cavs is that they're super beat up. And Boston is still relatively safe for Kristaps Porzingis being sick or whatever he's got going on. Boston's relatively intact, where if they do have a couple of games where their threes go down, I think they're going to be fine. Like, they could go into Madison Square Garden, tie this thing up, and everything looks a lot different for game 5.
Yeah.
Whereas Cleveland is like, man, it felt like they really threw their best punch in game 2 and just didn't have enough answers.
Well, I mean, I think the Cavs are going to be okay if they can get Mobley and Garland back. But I don't know what the prognosis is on either one of those guys. Like, man, this is playoffs. Like, are you injured or are you hurt? And I don't know the answer to that. Clearly, they think they can't play, but I know we're seeing a lot of national guys come out and just say, hey, man, get on the court. Like, everybody's beat up. This is game 89 or 90 in your season. You need to get out there and actually hoop. Yeah. But I mean, that's the tough thing, man. The playoffs can be decided very easily by a couple of injuries. And I think that's why a 7-game series is always best. And I know a lot of people don't like early 7-game series and all that, but look, this is what's best because the Cavs are a really, really, really good team and probably the better team in that series. But when they're not healthy, they can't keep up, and I think when you're looking at very specifically the players that are missing, if you look at the fact that, like Tyrese Halliburton is not having to play stellar defense on Darius Garland to slow him down. And he's being able to expend all of his effort on the offensive end. The fact that you don't have your main focal point defender, like an all NBA defender, a guy who he did win the defensive player of the year.
Evan Mobley. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. When you don't have him to defend Pascal Siakam, I mean, that's the reason why, Kyle, you keep taking Siakam on underdog. Like when you don't have that guy to defend Siakam, he's a really good player. He's the second best player on that team. And if he's going to go out there and kind of move around freely because your best defensive player is gone, that's a problem. And so I hope that they get healthy and that we get to actually see, what they look like. And again, they've fallen down 0-2 at home, which is a problem. Both these teams are 0-2 at home. So now what they have to make up here is really, really tough. It's not just like trying to win 4 out of the next 5. It's trying to win 4 out of the next 5 with 3 of those on the road. And that's tough.
I really need Boston to get back into this series just selfishly because I want like an iconic Boston Knicks series.
Oh yeah.
I know. It would really suck if the Knicks just took care of him in 5 games. Oh, well, like, that's a thing that happened. Here's my, I don't usually like going down this road when talking about teams and players, but I'm going to in this case. This is a really, really crucial series for Jason Tatum because you can't go from not winning Finals MVP last year, conference finals, and then Finals MVP last year to getting DNPs in the Olympics and having everybody who supports Jason Tatum, even a small amount, like, this is ridiculous. He's going to take over the league. He's the actual face of the league. Just nobody knows it. Jason Tatum is the best player that nobody talks about, blah, 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 blah. You can't have that all year. And then this season, he was incredible. I think he led their team in everything. Like points, rebounds. He was ridiculous. He was awesome. You can't then get to the biggest stage again and crumble like this. That's just like we talked about this with Tyrese Halliburton yesterday, right? Like that superstar ascension comes when you do things like hit game-winning threes on the road in the playoffs and hit a game-winning layup over Giannis to knock out the Bucks. Like those are the things that kind of make a player. And this is not to Jason Tatum could retire today and he'd be a Hall of Famer. He's unbelievable. But if you're trying to shirk the perception of you as a player, you have to go win this series. You cannot be as rough as he's been the first couple of games.
Well, I agree with that, but I also like just watching the final play of the game where he couldn't get a shot off. Like, look, the Knicks specifically built their team to face the Boston Celtics. Like, that's it. They went out and got the best 2 wing defenders outside of Kawhi Leonard when he's healthy in the NBA. Like, their wing defenders are absolutely incredible, and they're switchable, and they can play, you can have them both on the court at the same time. They can just move around and bounce from one guy to the next. Like, those defenders are unbelievable. And, if one night Jason Tatum's going crazy against OG Anunoby, you switch it up and give him Mikal Bridges. And that's where, again, you can take away somebody's best pitch. And I think that's what we're seeing right now so far is that New York is specifically designed to beat this team. Now, what does that mean in the next round and the round after that? I don't know. Because, like what we're watching from the other series, the OKC series, is, game 1, you had no one to defend Jokic. Game 2, okay, you figured it out, right? And that's where the Celtics are. They're in that figure it out phase where they just have to move quicker. They've got to share the ball quicker. They've got to move off the ball. They've got to get set better screens, get guys more open, and let Tatum start to get a little bit of a rhythm. If he can do that, they've got a shot.
No doubt. I don't want to play in the fraud pool because the Celtics are awesome, and their championship last year was extremely well earned. So I don't want to jump into the deep end of the fraud pool here and start throwing that word around. But I would think of Boston differently if they don't have an adjustment for what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, the reason I think so highly of Boston is because they should have an answer for that. Okay, a team is able to throw all these different looks at Jason Tatum. Okay, that's fine. You should be able to make up for that. Like, this is the best roster in the league. Like, you should be okay. Joe Mazzulla, really good young coach, a little bit of a lunatic, but really good coach, should be able to solve this. And so if they don't, like, that's where, like I said, I'm not thinking of their last season championship any differently. Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking of, like, this iteration of the Boston Celtics, like, oh, maybe they're just not who we thought they were.
Yeah.
And they're not this dynastic group that is just going to take over the league for half a decade. That's where this falls for me. But like we just said, maybe they wind up winning the next 4 games because I think they very much have that in their bag. They're that good. But right now the Knicks have figured it out the first couple of nights, and they lead that series 2-0. We'll talk a little bit about the Oklahoma City game. They had an in case you forgot performance from Oklahoma City. And what else do we got? And then Golden State tonight. Only one game tonight. I thought there was a second game tonight. We'll talk a little bit more about the NBA playoffs coming up, and we got the storylines that we're pulling for. What's your best NBA storyline in the postseason? What are you rooting for? We'll talk about that as well. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is on the ones and twos. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Ew.
Yeah, Wheezy, this right here, the crazy thing is one of Mikal or OG would have been perfect in HB spot for the Beam team, and the Knicks have both guys. That's the problem. It's like, this is a perfect example of why, like, best player versus fit. You know, like, the fit of Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby. Like, look, there are better small forward, power forwards in the league than OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges. There are. There's probably, 10 that are better. You can just go down the list of great wings in the NBA. Mm-hmm. The difference is that these guys fit seamlessly. And that's why, we haven't been calling for, go get, superstar to go play the small forward position instead of Harrison Barnes or DeMar DeRozan. It's go get the right piece. The Kings would have looked a lot different if the Cam Johnson deal would have went through on draft night. Just a ton. Would they still be playing? I don't know, but I can tell you that piece in itself probably could have avoided, like, the disaster that has become what the 2024-25 Sacramento Kings were, where coaches get fired and best players get traded and everything else. One thing, and that's where you always have to go back and say, okay, what was the deal on the table? Because I kept hearing, like, the Nets want 2 first-round picks. Look at how many first-round picks they gave up for Mikal Bridges. Like, sometimes it's the cost of doing business. Like, you want to be great, you can't shy away in the moment. You've got to make the deal that makes your team better, and with the potential to give you an opportunity to just be, like, much better than you ended up being. So
the Monty McNair front office spent so much time maintaining flexibility for a move that they could never pull a trigger on.
I totally agree. They also just always held on to the assets like they're just gold. And, sometimes, like, I'll just, like, okay, so if you're going to trade an unprotected pick, that's really hard to do, right? Mm-hmm. But it's not really hard to do if you're going to win 55 games. Because then an unprotected pick is number 25.
That's why it was so frustrating. And that's why I was so on board with, like, F those picks. Because you're going to be good. But you capped your ceiling because you wanted to hang on to these picks, or you wouldn't put these protections on them. For what? Like, you got fired.
They actually, Kyle, they like GM'd this thing like they had another 2 or 3 years.
That's it. They did that for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, they did. They just kept playing it like they were never going to get fired. And that's unfortunate because I do think that they were smart guys, and I do think like the Sabonis deal and like they got the team on the right direction.
Mhm.
But man, you've got to take a swing for the fences because what's the
That's it.
alternative?
That's it.
Like, and we can like hindsight is 2020, but those dudes weren't good at drafting. Just like Davion Mitchell for this team, when you already had Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox on the roster, that's a bad draft pick.
Very odd.
Straight up. And that's not a like a shot at Davion Mitchell. It's a bad draft pick for your team.
Mm-hmm.
The Devin Carter draft pick was a bad draft pick for your team. Like you drafted a 22-year-old dude who was going to miss 6 to 8 months. Like there were other players that could have helped your roster straight up.
If you had 2 playable wings instead of those 2 guys, you'd be in such a different spot.
Yep. Weezy, Keegan was not on the table, I don't believe. Monk is who Toronto asked for. Where that deal fell apart, from what I know,
seconds.
Is that the Kings understood what Siakam wanted in a contract, and they weren't going to give it to him. And so Siakam said, well, then I don't want to go get traded there.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I have a question. It's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. It's the Oak Grove Kia Talk Line. We'll get to Mitch here in a second. The Thunder very much did an in case you forgot performance last night.
Yeah.
They trick off game 1, a game they had no business losing. Denver pulls it out and everybody goes, pause it, and everybody goes, oh my God, the Nuggets are going to beat the Thunder. They look at Jokic and then the Nuggets come out and win 149 to 106. They won a playoff game by 43 points. They scored damn near 150 points.
It wasn't that close.
The type of win, and the reason I call this an in case you forgot win is because after game 1, I too fell into the trap of like, oh man, Denver might, The fact that the Thunder immediately turned around, had answers for Nikola Jokic, and after he was phenomenal in game 1, and boat raced Denver like this. I try not to be overreactionary in series. I always am, but I try hard not to be. That was the kind of win that made me go, oh, Oklahoma City is going to win this series pretty easily. It was like they figured out the one thing that they needed to figure out, and that might just be it.
Yeah, I think Denver might get one more game in that series, but
Sure.
I think that'll be 6. I think that'll be it'll be OKC in 6. And like, look, I still think that it is the Western Conference Finals, but it's because I think that highly of OKC, and I know a lot of people don't. I just do. I mean, like their ability to, again, like what we're talking about with the Knicks, the Thunder have the ability to defend anybody. You know, did they have to make an adjustment on Jokic? Yeah, sure. And is there another game where Jokic could go for 40? Of course. But they have so many different pitches that they can throw at you as far as defensively. And they can keep mixing it up because they just, unlike the Knicks, OKC has 12 players. They're 12 deep. They can just keep throwing different looks and messing with you in totally different ways. And if one guy goes cold or one guy's not playing up to his level, then you go to a different player, where I don't think the Knicks have that. I mean, again, Deuce McBride came in and played really well for them yesterday. And even though he barely scored, his defensive rating was absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
But like, again, if you can drag that Knicks series out to 7 games, man, the Knicks could be in trouble because those dudes are playing 50 minutes a night, 45 minutes a night.
Yeah.
And eventually they're going to get tired playing every other night, even though they are a bunch of dudes in their mid to late 20s. They're going to get tired as well. And that's where I think OKC just has an advantage over everybody. Like they can mix up looks. If Shea gets going, you're toast, because then their secondary guys just become so much more effective.
Yeah, Shea, 34 points last night, 11 of 13 from the field, hit all 11 of his free throws. Lou Dort didn't even shoot it well. He was 4 for 13. Didn't matter. They shot 56.2% from the field as a team. Here's the thing that's crazy about Oklahoma City, and it goes to at the break we were talking about the Kings and some of the mistakes and the missteps of the Monty McNair era that kind of put the Kings where they're at right now. But you just mentioned the depth on OKC, right? Mm-hmm. They had 8 guys scoring double figures last night, but it gets a little wonky because, starters are being pulled. They didn't have anybody play more than 30 minutes, and that was SGA. You have Isaiah Joe, 17 minutes off the bench, 14 points, 4 of 4 from 3, second-round pick. Aaron Wiggins, 15 minutes off the bench, 4 of 8 from the field, 2 of 4 from beyond the arc. He scored 10 points, second-round pick. AJ Mitchell played 13 minutes, 4 of 7 from the field, 2 for 2 from beyond the arc. He scored 10 points. It's a second-round pick. Jalen Williams, the big J-Dub, J Will, is that J Will or J Dub? I always get them confused. That's J Will. The power forward is J Will. J Dub. But I don't know. I think it's J Will. 12 minutes. Only scored 3 points, but did a really nice job against Nikola Jokic. He's the second round pick. And then Kenrich Williams played 12 points. He was undrafted. And then you've got Cason Wallace. Cason Wallace is actually a former top 10 pick in the 2023 draft. But beyond that, it's a bunch of second-round picks and an undrafted guy who could credibly be part of a 7 or 8 man rotation in OKC. And that level of player development is like, and they're all 6'5" or 6'6", and they all shoot the lights out. Like,
it shouldn't be that hard, man.
Why don't teams just do this? Why don't I know it's silly, but it's like, why don't other teams just find these guys? Why do the Kings find none of them? I can't get one. Keon Ellis counts. The Kings got one. That's it.
But that's the problem. Everybody loves Keon Ellis here in Sacramento. OKC has 5 of them.
It's ridiculous.
They have 5 Keon Ellises. And you're just like, what in the world? That's the problem. Like, if like when we were doing the postmortem now because Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox are done, they didn't leave the cupboard bare because you have all your picks moving forward after this year's draft. But the fact that you don't have just like this pipeline built that OKC has, that you don't have a bunch of guys that are waiting in the wings to be really good rotational players, that's a huge problem.
I know that you couldn't have these specific players, but just imagine that I'm going to use these players as avatars for this type of player. I'm going to use can you imagine a Kings lineup of De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis, and we'll even keep Harrison Barnes here. Why not? And somebody else, a 5th guy, with Malik Monk, Isaiah Joe, Aaron Wiggins, AJ Mitchell, Jalen Williams, and Kenrich Williams.
Yeah.
Like, that's a team that's winning 50-plus games every year and making playoff runs every year.
Well, it is, but you have to have the offensive and defensive system in order to support that. And changing coaches every 2 years, that doesn't help.
But I don't think you're changing coaches if your team is that good.
No,
like that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, there are more problems, but when we just talk about just the roster building,
yeah,
it's like, man, they had the starters and they just didn't supplement it the right way. And I know we talk about this all the time, but OKC is just such a glaring example of, you don't even need 1st-round picks. You don't need high picks.
Yeah.
You want just 2nd-round dudes and a couple undrafted guys. It's crazy.
Well, I would say this too, Kyle, wait till next season with this Knicks team, because the Knicks have built out this high end. It's super top heavy, right? Super top heavy. And it's going to be difficult for them to keep all these guys long term, but short term, next season, this summer, there are going to be like 3 or 4 veterans that go, you know what, I'm going to go play for the Knicks because I think we can win a chip.
Yeah.
And then their bench that's horrible this year will not look horrible next year because they will have been able to supplement that bench with really, really high-end support pieces. And it should not have been this difficult for the Sacramento Kings. That's what we keep beating the same, dead horse. It's like,
but it's impossible not to think about when you watch the playoffs. It's just everything that you and me and D'Lo and KC and Joe Brazil and Jesse Tapia and everybody in the chatty house and any Kings fan you talk to, everything we talked about for the last 3 years is just, oh, hey, there's an example of that in the playoffs. Oh, hey, look at that playoff team being awesome. And there's more. I know people are probably tired of it, but it's so difficult watching the postseason and watching what wins in the postseason and looking back at the final 3 years of the Monty McNair era and going, oh my God, they did none of those things. They did nothing to try and build out that type of team.
I think the worst thing is that you're talking about playoffs and how much it shows up in the playoffs. It was that way on paper before the season started. And it was that way on paper before the last season started. And it was that way in functionality at the trade deadline last year, at the trade deadline the year before. You could see the functional flaw to the roster at all times.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you did not address like the easiest thing to address in the league, where every team has 4 or 5 of these guys and you don't, it's on them, man. You're unemployed because of that. You no longer are in an NBA front office because of that, because you couldn't address something that so many other teams have found basic. Even like, look at what Dallas did in the offseason. The Kings could have gone out and got Najee Marshall. They could have. Well, maybe not. Maybe he doesn't want to be in Sacramento. But still, it's even that type of player. We're not even talking about a near all-star level player. We're talking about a basic rotational player in the NBA, and you could not go out and get those players. That's, to me, it's the biggest failure of this franchise, is just having a winning roster and not doing anything to supplement the roster where you knew where the holes were. Like, this was not brain surgery. This was easy peasy, sitting right in front of you. Just go address it.
But maintaining flexibility or whatever. Brutal.
Yeah.
So brutal. Let's get to Mitch on the Elk Grove Kia talk line before we get out of here. Mitch, thank you so much for holding. We appreciate you. It's Mitch in New Jersey. What's up, buddy? Mitch?
Hello?
Hi, Mitch.
Okay, I thought it was my phone. What else is new?
You sound, Mitch, can I tell you something before you go in on what you want to talk about? You sound great today. This is the clearest you've ever sounded on the phone.
And I thought I'd get a new phone, but they don't do it anymore. You're up due for an upgrade, but it's not free anymore. It's not free anymore. I just got the news. I'm a year too late. Anyway, somebody's got to give Michael Porter some salt, wake up salt, because I don't know what's going on with him. But I think you got to say, if the Celtics lose, it'd be a bigger upset than if Cleveland loses, because they have some lineup, some roster Boston has. But I'm loving what the Knicks are doing. All those guys in the starting lineup they were free agents or trade up for. Why can't the Kings do that? And one more thing, I'm glad to see Kings players doing well in the playoffs. I mean, the ex-Kings players. I'm sorry I'm being a little sarcastic, but I can't believe how good Halliburton is. Tyrese Halliburton, he does have a funny shot, doesn't he? He has to go forward to step back.
Yeah.
He's got a very, like a Rick Barry free throw shot. Excuse me. Anyway,
Mitch, you said Michael Porter Jr. needed wake-up salts. Did you mean bath salts?
Oh. No. The smelling salt.
Smelling salt. Oh, smelling salts. Right. Got you. Okay. Hey, Mitch, you're the man. Appreciate you calling. Talk to you soon. Goodbye, Mitch. Love that guy. Michael Porter Jr., apparently his shoulder is so hurt that he can't put his own jersey on.
Oh.
Like,
that's not good.
Lift his arms to put a jersey on, so he has to get help. That's apparently the problem with him. And when he is your one of 2 guys you trust to shoot a 3-pointer on that team, that's tough. I guess 3 guys.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. Just another reason that Denver's in a tough spot against a very good Oklahoma City team. Speaking of being in a tough spot, that's me with Underdog. Underdog, of course, the best place to make your picks during playoff basketball. While they this is great. I'm just going to do the read. While they score buckets, you could score cash on Underdog. That's incredible. Whoever writes these does a really great job. I am not doing a great job with their pick'em game. It's super easy. You just pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats. You can turn $1 into $1,000. I have not been turning my money into any money because I keep on losing. And it's because I just keep misreading how I think the games are going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Like last night, I went Jason Tatum higher than 5.5 assists. And my thought was, okay, he's their main distributor. They're going to make more shots. Nope, they shot 36.2%. Boston did. And Jason Tatum finished with 5 assists. So that's a loser. OG Anunoby, higher than 16.5 points. He scored 5. Just did not look to score last night. And maybe that's because of the defensive onus. I'm not really sure. Jaylen Brown did hit a couple of threes. I had higher than 1.5 made threes. He did hit 2. But still, I lost 2 out of 3 in my lineup. And that is a big loser for me. Can't remember the last time I won. But I'm going to be back on the horse tonight. I haven't gotten to look. I think what happens sometimes, James, is I haphazardly kind of throw a lineup together before the show.
Yep.
And when I really sit down and get time to think about it and think about my takes and how I want to do a lineup and really dig into some of the numbers because they have so many stat projections to choose from, that's where I think I start putting together winners. So I'm gonna think about it. If you want to know what my lineup is, just hit me up on Twitter, Instagram, whatever, Kyle A. Madsen, M-A-D-S-O-N, and I'll do my best to help you out. All right, so download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KyleM, that's KYLEM, to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KyleM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. More NBA playoff talk coming up. You're on the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, everybody?
I tried the grape mango fruit leather buttons today. I think I like them more than the other ones. I think the other ones are strawberry mango. Let's look at tonight's lineup. Ant's definitely having a bounce back game, right?
I would say yes. But what's the number?
27.5. I think he's going for 30 tonight.
Okay.
I can't adjust the number. The lowest number I can adjust it to is 32.5.
Restaurant Dog, are we concerned with blown leads by the A's? You know, a little bit, but I got to be honest. They keep running one kid out there that has no business pitching in Major League Baseball right now, but he's a Rule 5, and he either looks incredible or he's horrible, and his ERA is off the charts bad. And so, not to call out one specific dude, because I do know that Mason Miller and Tyler, on my darn blank, Tyler Ferguson blew saves in the last week, but you can't keep running Noah Murdoch out there who has a 13.24 ERA. That's just I don't understand.
15 seconds.
Yeah.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil, and the ones and twos. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on, good fade, right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, before we get back into the NBA playoffs, I have a question for you guys. This includes you too, Joe. So, and I know you have takes on this. My wife and I are going to see a comedian in San Francisco tomorrow. Comedian named Fern Brady. She's very funny. And the place where the show is, she has a special on Netflix, but she's not a really well-known comedian yet, so she's playing at a smaller venue in San Francisco, and we don't usually go over to that part of the city specifically, so our like go-to restaurants aren't there. So last night we were kind of looking around and trying to find a place to eat in the city that's close to this place. Just because of the timing, I can't go all over heck going to a restaurant. So trying to find a restaurant near this place. Google reviews. No, excuse me. Open Table.
Mhm.
Open Table.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of that.
Open Table reviews, like 700 reviews. This place is like 4.8 stars. But then we went to Yelp. Similar number of reviews. It's like 4.1 stars.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went to Google and it was some other number. I forget exactly what.
Probably higher on Google than it was on Yelp.
What do you trust the most, though?
Well, I trust Yelp.
Yeah,
the most. I'll jump
Joe.
right in.
I know you've got takes on this.
Yeah.
So you go to Yelp first.
Well,
Why?
okay, so it kind of depends. Like if I'm in like real foodie mode, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to Yelp. You can sort it by relevancy or whatever, and I like Yelp because it's definitely more. They're harsher on their reviews, so like you'll see lower scores on Yelp than you would on Google.
Okay,
like Denny's has 4 stars on Google.
that's way too low.
It's
Mighty
not
fine
4
breakfast.
stars on Yelp, so you can kind of get a vibe. But I relate to the Google reviewers more, so it kind of depends. But if I'm looking for a really good spot, foodie mode all the way, it's Yelp, no doubt. Yeah.
Okay, very good, James.
Okay, so I don't love going to any I don't look at a ton of reviews, but I do kind of look at like what you're looking at, like Open Table versus Yelp, as like Metacritic versus Rotten Tomatoes. Like the Rotten Tomatoes score for most movies is just like astronomical.
All right, who out 11:04?
Frozen
11:04 a.m. is our first frozen ham
There it is.
of the day. Here we go. Actually, our first frozen ham of the week.
It's been a long. I don't think I've been around for a frozen ham yet.
Yeah, we'll get. Oh wait, is he back? There he is.
There he is.
Hey, hi James. You froze.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I kind of look at it like the reviews on Metacritic to me are always more honest because they're harsher. And versus Rotten Tomatoes, which I think it factors in like user score more than Metacritic does.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so I've always found it to be more accurate, and like it depends on what kind of movie you're going to go watch, and like you have to have your expectations set for whatever. I look at it the same way when it comes to food. Like Open Table might be a little easier on folks, but I also think Yelp is a little more difficult. You get one bad review and it can tank your score pretty hard.
Yeah.
So I got to be honest, like I prefer, I'm like a creature of habit person. So when I find somewhere that I like, I just keep going back there. And
right, but that's not an option for us here.
No, I totally get you. I totally get you. So, and a lot of times we shout out to our friends that we travel with all the time, Kevin and Kristen. They do a lot of the work to figure out which place we're going to, and a lot of times it ends up we're at like spectacular restaurants, but they also aren't inexpensive restaurants, and so we end up going to a lot of very, very nice places that, at a minimum, you're looking at 4 stars on anywhere that you're going to go, but probably more than that, and probably like going to put a giant dent in your bank account.
I think if I trust if I'm actively seeking like a review, I'll go to Yelp, because I think if you're going to the Yelp app to do a review, it probably means you do this quite often. When I leave a Google review, it's either because somebody asked me to, or I'm just like mad and I'm going to just go to Google real quick. Not that I do that all the time, but I think what I look for the most, though, is just to make sure it's not like 2 stars.
Yeah, and the number of reviews. That's pretty big too.
No doubt. Because if it's like 30 reviews, I'll just go.
Yeah.
I'll be one of the ones. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The other thing I look for too is I'll skim real quick the reviews on any site, and because we always check at Google and Yelp, especially if we're in an area we don't know too well. As I'll go to the 1-star reviews. If the 1-star starts with the service, wipe it out. Couldn't care less.
Yeah.
I don't care about the service at all.
That's an individual experience.
It genuinely could. It's like, is the food dope? Great.
Exactly.
They'll
I'm
get
the same
to me.
way. I'm the same way.
Yeah. Anyways, that's my go-to philosophy is I search the 1-star reviews. And if it's like the food stunk or was this or there was a rat on my table or whatever it is,
I'm going there. They're like, their kids were doing homework I'm like, yeah, I'm absolutely there.
Yeah.
You know what I like to do sometime too is if you are going to go look at some of the reviews, I like to click on the person who's reviewing and giving a negative review and see if that's just their shtick. Because that happens a lot.
Oh, good idea.
Yep,
where people are just total punks and they just go around, they do this all the time and they think that, oh, I'm going to be a foodie critic. And they go out there and make these outlandish claims everywhere they go. And you look at all of their reviews and they're like 2-3 stars. You're like, okay, that's not an honest assessment. Let me go find a more, let me read a couple more of these types of people. And a lot of times people, they only review if they had a great experience or if they had a really bad experience.
Yeah. A lot of 5s and 1s.
Yeah. So I'm guilty of that. I'm not really handing out 3 stars very often.
No doubt. It's just not that serious. So that's how we're going to choose our restaurant. Find what sounds good and we're just going to go unless it has like 3 stars on one of those. But if it's between 4 and 5, 3.8.
If it's
3.8 is fine usually.
3.8 with like 5,000 reviews, you should check it out.
Yeah, no doubt.
I like San Francisco's. I like the little alleyways where they have like 2 or 3 restaurants set up in the alleyway.
Yes.
Like they have a couple of those spots. I like those.
Yeah, and those always usually have like low ratings because that's the kind of spot you're probably not going to get great service.
Exactly.
There's probably 2 people working there. It's going to be crowded. Just go in there and vibe.
Disappoint. Exactly.
Can't wait. It's going to be a great time. What's not a great time right now is the A's bullpen. They fell to the Mariners yesterday afternoon. So after getting to within 1 game of the Seattle Mariners, for first place in the AL West, the A's dropped their next 2, and they are now 3 games back of the Mariners, but still 2 games above 500. Just a disappointing end to that series after a really exciting 11th inning walk-off win to start it. Ugh. Gross.
Jacob Wilson is awesome, though.
Did we lose James again? I guess we lost James.
I was like, it's really quiet.
That was James' thing. So I was trying to tee him up.
I know.
That's fine. All right.
I figured I was like, wow, I guess I'll say it. He is awesome.
Reported this morning by, not reported, but this morning, Matt Mayoko from NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll get back to the NBA playoffs here in a bit, but NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko said that 49ers free agent wide receiver DeMarcus Cousins, nope, not DeMarcus Cousins, DeMarcus Robinson is facing a 3-game suspension. The NFL is determining whether they're going to suspend him for violating their substance abuse policy. He was arrested for a DUI last November. He did not receive any punishment from the Rams or the league last season. So if he is suspended, and the 49ers knew this going in, this was a thing when they signed him, they may be without DeMarcus Robinson for 3 games. So that's an update on that. We'll let you know whenever that becomes official. We got James back.
I'm back.
There he is. What's up, James? Okay, very good. I was teeing you up to talk about the A's, who fell to 20-18. They dropped the final 2 games of their series against the Mariners. They have an off day today, but a little bit disappointing end to a series after a really, really fun start with the extra inning win on Monday. Yeah,
they got to figure out some of their bullpen problems. And to be honest with you, it's, again, Logan Murdoch not Logan Murdoch, Noah Murdoch.
Yeah, shout out to Logan Murdoch.
Yeah, shout out to our guy. Yeah, he's just a hot mess, man. And he's a Rule 5 guy, so they don't want to give him back. But he's given up 26 hits and 25 runs in 17 innings. He's walked 20. I mean, it's just one guy who's walked 20 in 17 innings. Like his whip is like a 2.7.
And that's walks and hits per innings pitched.
Yeah, like you can't keep putting that guy out there at all. And that's tough. But sometimes you've got to do things that don't feel good. And whether that's, again, you can't send him down to the minors because he's a Rule 5. You have to give him back. and that's a problem. So I'm definitely looking for them to start relying on some of the guys who they got a bunch of guys who haven't given up runs at all. And I'm going to start looking at those guys a lot more and start solidifying the bullpen. And then if you got to go out and get somebody, go out and get somebody, but just don't keep putting somebody out there who has no business being at the major league level at all right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, struggling pretty bad. You know who's not struggling? Jacob Wilson. He went 4 for 5 with a couple of doubles. He's now hitting .357 this season. He's actually going to join us tomorrow on this radio program.
Yeah, he's also going to, probably win the Rookie of the Year. This dude is just awesome. Yeah.
The bat to ball skills are just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just a lost, I'm going to sound old, but it's just, I don't want to say a lost art. It's just not a thing that a lot of guys emphasize now in baseball because it's so hard to hit.
Yeah.
So you're just like, all right, I'm going to try and hit the ball to or over the fence and get extra bases. And that's how a manufacturer runs. Jacob Wilson's up there like, nah, we're just going to shoot this one the other way. We're just going to, if he swings, he's putting the ball in play. It's such a refreshing thing. It's so jarring. Like, it's fun to watch. Not a lot of guys do that in the majors.
That's what I love, Kyle. It's the oppo stuff. It's he just has he has the ability to wait on every pitch because he's so aggressive, but he also just has such a great eye that, we've seen him go right down the right field line. We've seen him, just pick and choose his spots like nonstop. And it's because, again, he just has this knack for getting his bat to the ball. And, if you have that confidence in yourself, then it's okay to let a pitch, go an extra like point something of a second and then lace it to right field where everybody, like, it feels like most of the A's are just trying to, pull everything and try to hit everything over the fence.
Yeah. If it's in the zone, they're trying to hit it they're trying to pull it over the fence. That's 100%. That's spot on. Jacob Wilson does a really nice job, though. 4 for 5 again last night. .357 he is batting this season. The best rookie in Major League Baseball. Or certainly one of them. I imagine his AL Rookie of the Year campaign will get chugging soon. We'll at least drive the train. We'll see if the A's are interested at all in helping us out there. But we'll drive that train. Shout out to Jacob Wilson. He'll join us tomorrow at 10:45. Real quick, Golden State at Minnesota tonight, game 2 of that series. No Steph Curry. He has been ruled out for game 2. They said he's going to be reevaluated in a week, which means the absolute earliest, if by some miracle his grade 1 hamstring strain heals in a week, he would be available for game 5. My better, I think a better hope would be game 6, and even that's probably super iffy.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
he's never had this injury before, so that was something Shams Charania reported yesterday, was they don't know exactly how it's going to heal because he's never dealt with this before. He was at shoot-around today, which he wasn't doing anything. He was just rebounding, so it can't glean anything from that. Here's my question for you. I guess it's not really a question. If Golden State's going to win and figure this out, it's going to be on Steve Kerr. Like, can he continue just pushing the right buttons with a 12-man rotation? Like, no, that's what this entire series is going to come down to. I
get you. I mean, realistically, it might come down to just shooting by guys like Buddy Hield. You're going to have to get scoring somewhere. And the fact that they've been able to hold up so far in that series is crazy. Did not expect that. But playing multiple games without Steph is just really, really difficult because you're going to be able to game plan now for Buddy Hield. And you couldn't really game plan before. And I know that sounds crazy that you would game plan for Buddy Hield. But it's true. Yeah, it's a lot easier to game plan when you pull out a guy who draws the attention of the entire team.
Right.
Which is why the Sacramento Kings struggled in the second half of the season when you no longer had De'Aaron Fox that the other team had to game plan all the time for. Like, how do you cut off De'Aaron Fox when he starts getting to the basket? That's like, as soon as a team doesn't have to game plan for that, you just become more predictable and easy to defend. Yeah, no doubt. I have another thought on that game. We got to step aside or Joe's going to jump through the window and murder me on camera. So we're going to step aside briefly. We'll continue talking about this Warriors Timberwolves matchup tonight. And then I want to go through a storyline for every team. What's the best story
for the NBA champion this year? We'll talk about that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's here. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Let's I know we have some rules in the chat. Let's keep racism out of it as well, please.
Wait, what?
I don't want to just.
Oh, okay.
The person should know who they are. It's okay.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Just a very obvious thing that everybody should know. Oh, hopefully soon. He's a tough guy to book, but we'll get him on. Dude, this is one of my favorite videos. He was the best guy around. What about the murder? What murder? It's the best. It's so funny. I don't know. I stopped keeping track of Jim Park closely a while ago.
I don't know who Jim Park is.
Charlie's got jokes today.
Oh.
Jim Park is a Warriors fan who, if given the chance, would put Steve Kerr on a one-way rocket to the sun. It is unbelievable, dude. And he does like Twitter spaces after games and stuff. Like I said, I don't follow the guy super close, but this thing around, would you trade Jaylen Brown for Jado? Another role player. Ooh, that's a good question for Jesse. I don't think I would do that because I'm not totally sure how good J-Dub is, and I know how good Jaylen Brown is. But I also know that they have like financial stuff they're going to run into, and they have a new owner. So I don't know. I think they could get. I think if Jaylen Brown was going to go on the open market, I think he could get more than this.
Yeah. I'm not sure OKC does that. I don't think that they would trade the good Jalen Williams.
We're coming back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. He's over behind the glass. There he is. Say hi, Joe. There he is. Shout out to Joe. Thanks, everybody listening on 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, hello. Hi. We appreciate all of you as well and everybody in the chatty house. Give us a thumbs up while you're there. Subscribe to the channel. Oh, that was cool.
Yep.
Oh, that was how do I do that?
You have to be cool like me.
I gotta get it. I give a thumbs up. What the heck? This is some no. If you're listening on the podcast feed, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, hello. We appreciate you. Hope the future is going well. And of course, everybody on the free Odyssey app. Search ESPN 1320, favorite our station. Well, download the free Odyssey app if you have not. That's just the thing you should have on your phone anyway. But favorite ESPN 1320. That way, when you open the app, we're right there, and you can listen live anywhere around the world. All right. I think tonight for Minnesota, and we can start with our NBA playoff storyline thing. We can start with them, but I think tonight feels existential. I've said that a lot these playoffs because it feels like the Grizzlies exit was existential. The Giannis exit is an existential thing for the Bucks. So I've said this a lot. But they came out flat in game one, played a team that didn't have Steph Curry for most of the game, and still lost by 11 points. They scored 88 points. Chris Finch, their head coach, comes out in his press conference, is like, it starts with Ant. He's the leader of the team. He came out flat. Can't do that because guys are going to follow him. If they can't come out tonight, if the Minnesota Timberwolves can't come out in this game tonight in game 2 at home, down 1-0 against a Warriors team that doesn't have Steph Curry on it, if you cannot be fired up to play in this game and win this game by double digits, I think they're favored by 10.5 points. If you can't win this game going away, I think you have a huge problem in Minnesota that goes beyond just facing the Warriors in this series. Because now you're wondering if these are the right coaches or the right mix of people to accomplish the goals that they're wanting to accomplish.
I've got to be honest, like, I haven't been sold on Minnesota at all, like, over the last couple of years. And I know the ascension of Anthony Edwards, I mean, he's incredible to watch, but there's still something that you're left, like, wanting more almost all the time. There are times where he's just so good, but he also kind of just has a tendency to, like, hit the gas and let off. And, you know, I would even, you know, dare I say, put him in the category sometimes. He's a better version, I think, but De'Aaron Fox, where you're always left going, you probably could have done that for more than just one quarter. You know?
Like you could have been 30% better tonight. It wasn't bad, but just could have been better.
Yeah, or even if it's 18% better, you could have been better. It's just you're always left with like this little bit of, hey man, do you understand how good you are? Do you understand like how you could take over a game and just be the most dominant force in the game and that no one could stop you? And I don't think he totally gets that, and he doesn't totally embrace that. I don't think there's a huge difference between the Timberwolves and the Warriors. I think it's a coin flip series, maybe a little bit towards Minnesota, but you know, we're talking about a 6 and a 7, right? And I just don't think that they scare, either one of them scare anybody, but when they play each other, you're just kind of like, okay, you're both at the same level. And I don't think that there's a game. I guess this is a point. I don't think that there's a moment where they can go out and crush a team like what we saw from OKC yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think Minnesota can beat the Warriors by 15, 20 points.
Sure.
But beating somebody by like 45 or 50, like, or 40.
I got it. I thought you were saying,
going, oh no. And just saying, hey, we're the best team. Like, I don't think that that's who they are. I don't think they've got that in them. And, you know, again, there might be a lopsided score in one or two of these games here in the series, but they just kind of feel like they're the same level of team as the Warriors, but, you know, as the Clippers, as, you know, a lot of these teams that
they're definitely.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I just think like there were so many teams in the West that were in the same category, whether you want to say the Lakers or the Clippers or Minnesota or, you know, Memphis, or, you know, they're just a bunch of teams that are all around the same exact level.
Yeah, I've been pretty in on the Timberwolves just because I've thought Julius Randle, the way he's played since he came back from injury, was just very different.
Yeah,
and he was much more impactful. But I think you're right, and maybe Golden State just doesn't have enough without Steph to win. It's relying a lot on guys like Quentin Post and Moses Moody and Brandon Podziemski, and they may just not have enough, and Minnesota might win this series in 5 games. But I think you're right in that it wouldn't shock me if Golden State gets a game and pushes it to 6, just on the strength of Minnesota face planting in a game where they just come out flat and the beat up Warriors go up 25-5 in the first quarter. Because for nothing other than Minnesota just going, meh.
Yeah.
Like, not tonight. That's a really good point. That was something I hadn't thought about. That wouldn't shock me at all if Golden State gets a game where Minnesota just kind of, meh. They're flat. Wouldn't shock me if it happened tonight.
I don't think the Warriors have the capability of just, beating them by 35 either.
No.
Like, I don't.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
No.
Whether Steph's there or not, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the Warriors have that capability. I think
not
that's
on
what
any kind of consistent basis.
Yeah, that's what separates a team like OKC. Like, they are, like, realistically, they're a better team than Denver. That doesn't mean they're going to win.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean they're going to win the series because they're inexperienced and they're learning how to be better in a moment, better on a nightly basis, better in a 5, 6, 7 game series. That's not easy. You're learning on the fly.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. All right. I think every team has a fun storyline to win the championship this year. We can start with Minnesota since we're here. If the Minnesota Timberwolves win the title, I think you're looking at the full-blown face turn, the full-blown turn of Anthony Edwards turning into the face of the league or becoming the face of the league.
Okay.
That's the Minnesota storyline. I think. Like the Rudy Gobert thing, okay, cool. Rudy Gobert got a title and Julius Randle figuring it out in the playoffs. All right, that's cool. If the Timberwolves win the championship, it's about Ant. And I don't think there would be any question going into next year if we're talking, face of the NBA. I don't think there's any question if Minnesota goes and wins it this year.
I'm with you. Yeah, I think Minnesota, like, their only path forward is with Anthony Edwards becoming a superstar. Right now, like, people can say, oh, he's a superstar already. I disagree.
He has superstar qualities.
Yeah. He's a, all-star and all-NBA player, but whether he's a superstar, he hasn't reached that yet where you just count on him game in and game out. I think the most impressive thing about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was that stat that we had where he had scored 31 points exactly, like 42 times or something.
Ridiculous. The consistency was insane.
The consistency of greatness, not just a consistency. You can say, oh, he scored 20 every game this season. He's so consistent. Okay, he's consistently really good, but being consistent and being great while being consistent, that's a whole nother level, and that's what, like, to be honest, that's what Kobe Bryant was. We remember that stretch where Kobe went for over 30, like, I don't know how many games in a row it was, but it was ridiculous. And that's where Ant needs to get in order for that team to be a truly a title contender. Because right now they're not a title contender.
No, I agree. And let me, I need to make this really clear. Aldrin J in the chat said Wolves ain't winning a championship. F no. I get that. I don't think that they're winning a title either. But this is just kind of the storyline that you're pulling for because what clicked this in my brain was Damian the other day talking about the Nuggets. And he said, I'm rooting for Denver come hell or high water because I want Russell Westbrook to win a title. That's why I am rooting for Denver. Yeah. So it's kind of like, man, you could do this a little bit for every team. And to your point though, with Minnesota specifically and Ant being more consistent, I think your feeling and the people who feel the way you feel about Minnesota would be different if Ant was that player. If you knew on a nightly basis you were getting 30 plus from Anthony Edwards, I think we'd all feel very differently about the Timberwolves right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if he's scoring 30, then all you need is Gobert to score 12 to 15, and all you need is either Julius Randle or McDaniels to go for 20, and you're in it in any game.
Yep. The Oklahoma City Thunder, I think the storyline for them is just the culmination of the last couple of years. Best team all year wins the title. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the storyline. Yeah, it's like Shai becomes the guy. He becomes the face of the league quietly and just kind of steals the show. And it's like, no, it's not Ant-Man. It's not Scotty Barnes. It's not Luka. It's Shai.
Denver, who's playing Oklahoma City. The Timberwolves and OKC don't have enough storylines for me to be like, okay, that's the team I'm going to pull for.
Mm-hmm.
The Nuggets have Jokic and friends getting another one after Michael Malone got fired with 3 games left in the regular season. And you'd get Jokic going through SGA, who's going to win the MVP, and Jokic proving to everybody that he is very much still the best player in the sport.
Yeah.
And David Adelman getting a title.
Yeah, I mean, I think the David Adelman piece, that's the story. It's a David Adelman thing. It's like a guy thrown in to the fire with 3 games left in the season saying, all right, what do you got? And I thought game 1, he made some incredible adjustments. Game 2, again, part of that is just players playing poorly. Part of that is coaching. Part of it, there's a lot to it. So, yeah, I think Adelman is the story there.
I'm going to leave the Warriors out of it because I don't think anybody in this area is pulling for Steph Curry to get a 5th title. And if you are, salute. All right. I'm going to bring in a special guest for this next part.
What the hell do you guys want, bro? Like, seriously, what do you guys want? Like, what?
Never mind.
I'm upset. What do you want?
All right, we're good. Sorry. I should have talked to you before. That's on me. Jesse, top everybody.
I'm not happy. Like, I hate the Celtics. I'm pissed off. I have to come to work and talk about this today. Like, what?
The Celtics storyline is they would repeat as champs.
I guess. Dude, they got to go to Madison Square Garden on Saturday for Game 3. They might not even get out of this series.
Are you out? Like,
I'm not out, but I'm not going to be like, oh, yeah, Celtics can come back, blah, blah, blah. Like they choked, and that's a symptom of something they were before they won the title last season. And they whooped everyone's ass all playoffs long last year. And I don't think like, oh, they're like crunch time, blah, blah, blah. But like, there's just, I don't know. Like, this is like old Celtics right here.
I've never been able to understand the people because I follow some people online who are Celtics fans who are like, damn, it's still Celtics in 6.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, how are you there mentally right now?
I'm like talking I'm the closest I've gotten is just, hey, if they win Game 3, it's a brand new series. Yeah, dude, that's the best I can do right now. That's the best I can do.
I want you to know, as a person, very much like I couldn't care less what happens in the East.
Yeah.
As a person who I consider myself a neutral observer here, because I genuinely I don't have a real rooting interest on the East side of the bracket. I very much don't believe the series is over, and it wouldn't shock me at all. I'm trying to help you out.
No, I get it.
It wouldn't shock me at all if Boston just starts hitting threes and they win the next 4 or 4 of the next 5.
Okay, so there's not much to hold on to. They're like the best road team in the playoffs the last 4 seasons. They're like 22-9. So it's like maybe you can get another one, but the Knicks have stolen 2 games where they haven't even played their best basketball yet. And that concerns me the most.
Yeah.
Like, I think what concerns me too, Jesse, is that you kind of felt like the Celtics never really put on the gas, like hit the gas all season long. And they just kind of coasted to where they got. And, it was really good. And we all you're like, oh, they'll turn it on. And then every once in a while when this happens, that team that does that, they lost the ability to find that other gear.
I think last month of the season, they're starting to play their best basketball. It seemed like, all right, now playoffs again, you're like, they were turning it up. Like, they were playing good ball. Like, defense was finally firing on all cylinders and stuff like that. It's just, they're just choking. That's literally what's happening right here. They're choking. They didn't score for what was it? 6 minutes of the fourth quarter?
7 minutes and 22 seconds.
The Knicks are playing defense and stuff like that, but like you're missing open threes. Tatum had one in the quarter.
Sorry,
where
8 minutes and 22 seconds.
Yeah, 8 minutes, 22 seconds. Like Tatum had one in the corner, wide open, just missed. And at that point, it's like, all right, like we're in trouble.
Yeah, game 1 felt like
game 1 was whatever. I was like, fine.
Right. The Knicks punched back and we're ready for it. You go up 16 with 8:40 left yesterday. You have to know there's another punch coming.
Yep.
Man.
Well, the thing is, too, just get a couple buckets and you would have been fine.
That's it.
Just score a couple times.
There's so many guys who can put the ball in the hoop and just none of them put the ball in the hoop.
Knicks got 13 straight stops, I think.
God.
Yeah.
Jesse, I'm sorry.
No, it's great, bro. I'm glad I got to come on your guys' radio show and relive this. Now I get to do it in what? We got 24 minutes till D'Lo and KC.
It's fine. About 8 minutes till the handoff.
I think they're going to ask a lot of the same questions.
Huh?
Probably.
Yeah,
they're going to ask a lot of it.
Knick supporter Kenny Caraway now.
That's a Knicks fan. Sorry.
Going to the other studio.
All right. Bye, Jesse. Jesse Toppy, everybody. He gets a.
I thought he was just coming in for the handoff.
No, that's not for another few minutes. I wanted to talk about the Celtics and their storyline of back-to-back champs, but I wanted to get Jesse's thoughts. I thought he was gonna. I did not. He came in hot. He came in hotter than I was expecting.
Oh,
I just wasn't prepared.
that's funny.
Speaking of the Celtics, while we're here, we can talk about the Knicks. I think the Knicks have the best story, right?
I think so.
They haven't won a title since 1973, and they haven't been to the finals since 1999.
Yeah, that's a great.
Excuse me. If the Knicks won the championship, the parade would be across the United States. They would parade from Madison Square Garden to freaking Chase Center.
Just one big long parade.
Yes.
Yeah, like look, I think the Knicks have become. I mean, like they're such a punchline because they're the big market team. They're the team that should have been able to land a LeBron James or should have been able to go out there and create a big three that wasn't like not to be rude, but like the our version of big three. You know, like the generic version of Big Three, which they did in the 2000s.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a storied franchise, but like more storied for failure than anything else.
That's it. I've never understood the Knicks. They're a storied franchise who hasn't done anything, at least in my life.
In 52 years, they haven't won a title.
52 years.
That is insane.
The Mecca. Like, I get it now.
The Mecca of mediocrity.
Nice, dude. Got him. Yeah,
there
I just
that got a giggle out of me. Good one.
Madison Square Garden over there. So no, man. It would be really, really cool if the Knicks won.
Yeah.
And finally became the team that everybody believes that they have been for 50 years, even though they've only been to the finals, I think, twice in that span, and they've not won. Real quick, just finishing this up. The Pacers winning out of nowhere would be really, really fun.
Oh,
just
yeah.
The Pacers with Tyrese Halliburton and a bunch of dudes and OG and not OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam and Andrew Nembhard and all those guys. That'd be a lot of fun. And then the Cavs having this massive turnaround behind Donovan Mitchell would be great.
I would love to see Tyrese Halliburton at the championship parade wearing a Mr. Overrated shirt.
That'd be great. That'd be really good. He needs to drop the overrate that line, though. He said that on Twitter after beating the Bucks with the layup. He tweeted overrate that, which is cool. But then after hitting the game winner in game 2 against the Cavs, he said it again in his presser. And it's like, all right, we got it.
He's
also,
bitter.
It was 14% of like 130 people said he was the most overrated player in the league.
That's funny.
So can we... Everyone's like, now he's underrated. I think he's pretty properly rated. Everybody thinks Tyrese Halliburton is pretty good.
Yep.
And making an ascension now. Anyways, we'll have the handoff coming up next. We'll either have Damian Barling or Knicks fan Kenny Caraway joining us in a moment here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Ooh, what insane movie is this? It's got Kyle Chandler. It's got the main character from Silicon Valley. There's another person I recognized in here. Oh, the Asian man from what's the Dream movie? The one about dreams. Inception.
Okay, I just now. I'm a little late to this conversation. Sorry.
Is that Chow Yun-Fat?
Is that his name? I don't know his name.
I don't know.
Let's see. Who else do I recognize in this movie?
Ramsey. You can't just throw it. Pittsburgh Pirates fired Derek Shelton this morning. First of all, no one outside of you knows who Derek Shelton is. I mean, yes, they fired their manager this morning, but come on now. That's not real baseball news.
His name is Ken Watanabe. I actually knew that. I just couldn't think of his name. Is this Pacific Rim? Is that who I think? No way. Is that Anthony Ramos? What movie? What is this collection of people in this movie? What? It's not Manchester by the Sea. That's 100% not what it is. It's not Zero Dark 30 or Argo. Seen both of those. Oh, I think it's The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Kyron said it's Godzilla.
Oh, is it Godzilla?
Now he's yelling at you, Godzilla.
Oh, I'm not in the street. Dog, relax. This doesn't make the chat show up more.
Whoa. No all caps in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Godzilla. Thank you, Kyron. This is an incredible cast, and I can't wait to watch this movie. Godzilla 2014? No, is it?
Oh, he was in Tokyo Vice. Tokyo Vice is awesome.
Never heard of it.
It's a television
We're so
series.
locked into this Godzilla movie. Oh, no, this is Godzilla King of the Monsters, I think. Yeah. No, he definitely doesn't. He already did. He doesn't want to talk anymore. Okay, here we go. All right. We got it. 2019 Godzilla. Millie Bobby Brown is in this, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Thomas Middleditch, that's his name. O'Shea Jackson. It is Anthony Ramos. Anthony Ramos, of course, is the original John Lawrence in the cast of Hamilton. He's also the Lady Gaga's friend in Star is Born. Huh?
$15 seconds.
Godzilla 2019 per Kyron. Yeah, he also plays Philip. Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, hit me up, Newen family. Hit me up on Instagram or something, and we'll do something for sure.
Oh,
salute. Kenny Caraway's here. Is your microphone on? Your microphone on.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's KC, Kenny Caraway.
Are you going to have Damian play Light the Beam for your Knicks?
No, we're not going to do that.
Day?
Well, we're not going to do that, like I said. And I've continued to say I'm a Knicks supporter. There is a difference between a Kings fan and a Knicks supporter. I am a Knicks supporter.
I see you came in rocking Kings gear top to bottom today. I know that was intentional.
I mean, look, man, people get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. This Kings for life out here. This Kings for life. If it's Kings Knicks, there is no doubt about it. It's Kings all day. All right. So I want people to understand that. But hey, those are like my cousins. The Knicks are like my cousins. They're my cousins. You know what I'm saying?
So wait, I got a big question for you here. Are you an A's fan?
I'm an A's supporter.
So you're an Athletic supporter.
Yes. Now, if they become the Sacramento Athletics,
would you drop your Giants fandom?
I'm just saying.
You can't do that. You can't.
I'm too old at this point.
Yeah.
It's like I always reference back. Spike Lee from Brooklyn is a Knicks fan, and when the Nets moved to Brooklyn, he was like, "Oh, I got love for him. Like I got love for him. This is my hometown. We got a team." They talk about there. I'm 6 blocks away, 144th Street. That's where I was raised, right here. Now they got the Barclays and all that other stuff. But he said, look, I'm Knicks. I've been in this too long. I'm Knicks. You know what I mean? And that's how I'd be with the A's. I got love for the A's. I would definitely root for them. Depending on, well, I mean, I've seen 3 Giants championships. So if the A's and the Giants played in the World Series with the A's being the Sacramento A's, I'd probably go for the A's to win. I want to see my city win. I've seen 3 championships. I've seen 3 parades with the Giants. It's okay.
Then I feel like that's the definition of you would be an A's fan then.
I'm definitely,
if you're rooting for them to win the championship over another team, that's your favorite team.
I wouldn't say my favorite team. It's circumstantial. It's circumstantial. So I'll put it to you like this. If the Raiders moved to Sacramento and they played the Niners in the Super Bowl, right? Well, it's been too long. I need Niners to get a championship. I'm sorry, Sacramento. It's been too long. I need the Niners to get a championship. I need number 6.
You say
so
this.
That would be
look,
that.
Here's the thing. You say this right up until, let's say the Niners win 3 of the next 5.
Oh, see, well, now it's changed.
Okay. Raiders move to Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
This is just such a silly hypothetical, but we're going to play it out.
Well, it almost happened.
Raiders move to Sacramento. Raiders-Niners Super Bowl. The amount of trash Raider fans would talk to you in the lead up to it, you would want them to lose so bad.
Yes.
You would not root for the Raiders.
Yes, but once again, it's circumstantial. We up to 8 now. We up to 8. Well, you said we didn't win 3 of the last 5. We up to 8. We got the most all time in the history of the NFL. Sure, it's okay. I want to see my city have a parade. It's all good. It's all good. Now, like I said, if we hadn't won any up to that point, I'm sorry, Sacramento. You're going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait. I need the Niners to get this one right here. But that's what it said. Goes back to Giants A's. Giants A's playing the World Series. Look, man. Hey, come on, man. I got 3 more than I ever thought I'd see. So hey, let my boys get a parade, man.
My favorite part about discussions like this is there's no right or wrong way to be a fan. Like, people feel really strongly in their beliefs. It's like there's no laws. You do whatever you want.
A lot of that will be, except for the Kings. The Kings are the only steadfast one. But like, I would go for the Kings over anybody in life.
Yeah, no, of course.
A lot of Niners, Raiders, Giants. It'd probably be, when I get in the moment, I'll depend on how I feel. Like, when I get in the moment,
when you see it,
I can't imagine saying I want the Giants to lose. I can't imagine that. Maybe I just wouldn't watch the World Series.
What I'm really, really hoping
Giants A's in the World Series, you can't watch it. It's just
this
too much.
all happens.
I didn't see what happened.
I am really pulling for the A's to stay in Sacramento long term, so I can make a T-shirt for Kenny that says, "I'm a Sac athletic supporter." I'm
gonna get a split hat.
I'm done. I'm just leaving it. Sac athletic supporter.
Because that's what it's called, the thing that you wear when you play sports.
Yes.
That you put the cup in. It's called an athletic supporter.
Well, that's a good knowledge. It's good knowledge. Cup check. Around the dugout, cup check. Grab the cup on.
Oh no.
What do you want to talk about today?
I mean,
I don't. So the Knicks beat the Celtics again, but I imagine you guys are going to do a bunch of that with Jesse on your show.
Yeah.
You have the Thunder with the In Case You Forgot game. It feels like the Thunder did the thing last night where they're just going to win the next 4.
Yeah, the Thunder behaved as if we choked away game 1. The Nuggets have no business being in a series with us, and now we're going to beat the brakes off of them. I was really impressed by the Nuggets winning game 1. I didn't believe they had a shot against OKC going into the series. And even after they won game 1, I still think OKC, before we saw what we saw yesterday, I was like, they're still going to win the series. But I was impressed. I had to tip my hat. I've been pretty dismissive of Denver all season long as a championship contender. And that was a championship performance in game 1. So I tipped my hat to them.
Yeah.
But the Thunder said, that's cute. Like, You know what was so bad? You know how bad that game was?
How bad?
I was watching the game at my mom's house. I was doing some running around, Reese had some doctor's appointments or whatever. So I was kind of in and out of the Knicks game, and I saw, like, on TV, I got to my mom's house for the last 2.5 minutes and saw the last 2.5 minutes. Like, oh man, this is great. Everything's good. This is awesome. Then the next game comes on, and with about 3 minutes left in the first quarter, I said, hey, Mom, you want to turn on the fourth quarter of the next game? This one's over. It's like a 25-point game. Well, I don't need to. let's before I go home, let's watch the fourth quarter of the Knicks Celtics game.
Smart.
Because this one's done.
Yeah.
And then I get home and do all this other stuff. And I had to give Ryan a bath. Game's still going on. I checked the score. It's 141 to 90. I said, all right, I made the right decision.
My buddy, shout out to my buddy Sean. He listener of the program, lives out in Virginia.
Okay.
So the later starts out here, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock start is 9, 10 p.m. for him.
Yeah.
And he's been going to bed and missing all these awesome games.
Oh, man.
So he last night hits a group chat and he's like, not tonight, guys. I'm staying up. I'm locked in Knicks, Celtics, and then I'm locked in Denver, Oklahoma City. Let's go. Like halfway through the second quarter, it's like, I got some good news for you, brother. You can head to bed.
Go on to sleep, big dog. This one is over. Put the babies to bed.
It was definitely one of those early blowouts because there's times we know it here in Sacramento. We know it watching the Warriors. They'll be up 20, but it's like, they're up 20, but it's really more like 8.
Yeah.
That game was so one-sided early on. You're like, oh, this is super done. There's no
real easy.
Yeah.
Real easy. Good stuff, though.
Does Minnesota cover the 10.5 tonight?
Yeah, I'm not going to sit up here and say they do what the Thunder did, but I think they handle business convincingly, cover the 10.
Yeah.
17-point win.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Sounds right.
Yeah. Do you have any belief? Either one. Well, I asked James yesterday, but I'll ask you, do you have any belief the Warriors can win this series without Steph?
Not it was at 0 until James and I were talking today, and James made the point that you just said you don't think Minnesota's going to do what Oklahoma City did, and James kind of made the point like they're not capable of doing that. And he was saying that and correct me if I'm wrong here, James, but you were saying that you don't really buy into the Timberwolves because like they don't seem to buy into themselves really.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Timberwolves, but until Anthony Edwards decides to like ascend and become, a like playoff superstar, even like look at what Donovan Mitchell's done. Like, he's been incredible. Even though they've lost, he's been incredible. Ant hasn't had that signature, like at least right now, he's not doing it. And I just don't think that they have the ability to go throttle the Warriors by 40.
Then they had 43 against the Lakers in game 4.
Yeah, no, and he'll do that from time to time. But the like coming out flat in that game, and not when Steph goes out going, "Hey, it's blood in the water, let's go." Like they just kind of. So the thing that I think gives Golden State any kind of hope is A, Steve Kerr's an awesome coach, but B, that happening enough times that Steph comes back into the series and is able to play maybe game 6 and 7. Where
and 3, Shavano, Rainier, healed.
That's it.
They're about to lock him up.
That's right. It's going to be so bad.
Pod's going to have to do something, Moody or something, because they're about to lock Shavano up.
But that's kind of the hope is, hey, maybe they'll just trick off a couple of games by just not really showing up, and Jimmy Butler has a huge game or Pods has a huge game. But I don't.
That's tough. That's tough.
I think it's a 5 or 6 game series. I just don't. Man. What are you going to do? When you're centering your team around a 37-year-old guard.
Never had this type of injury before.
I know, weird.
That sucks.
Yeah. Anyways, what do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and Casey?
Go New York, go New York, go!
The non-Knicks fan, Kenny Caraway, everybody. For Joe Brazil and James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We're back with you tomorrow on this very radio station. It's ESPN 1320 at 10 a.m. Till then, drink water, be nice people. See you! Chatty House, appreciate you guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Chatty House.
See you tomorrow.
I love you. Happy almost Friday. Have a great day.
Also, thank you, Kyron, for letting me know what movie this is because I would have spent all day worrying about it. So
just like in the back of your mind.
1,000%. I would have been Googling. I would have been on IMDb trying to find the common movies between the actors. Yeah. All right. Anyways, see you guys.
All right. See you tomorrow, Kyle.
Bye, James.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. What's good? Hey, one more time for that springtime weather. Hey. Yeah. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, May 8th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Hey, God, peace, King. Peace, King. You know, vibe, you know what I mean?
Nah, what are you so happy for? You're not even a Knicks fan. You don't even know what I'm going through right now, what I'm feeling. You don't even know. You're faking right now. Faking out here. Meanwhile, I'm struggling. Game ends yesterday. I can't even talk right now. I've been sad since, 7 o'clock yesterday? But no, Kenny's all happy, whatever. Fake. I need a second.
Man said, I need a second. All right. Well,
yeah, hey, 125th Street, you know what I'm saying? You know the vibes, baby. Hey, Uptown, Shaolin, Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, you know the vibes, baby. Let's go in playing. Let's go. You know what I mean? Yeah. 117th Street, 34th Ave, you know what it is. You know what I mean? 58 and Turnbuckle, you know the vibes. Yeah. Come on, Fat Joe, we see you, Bill. Hey, Joe Button, we see you, boy. You know what I mean? Ben Stiller, we see you. Loso, case you ain't know so, you know the vibes, baby. Mellow, you know what it is, baby. Stay mellow. You heard? Yeah. Shout out to the young bulls out there. You know the vibes, man. Bobby Schmurda, I see you, boy. You know what I mean? 5-0, you know what it is, Montana. You know what it is. I see you, boy.
Whoa. You really repping Bobby Schmurda after that story that came out
yesterday? Yeah, 10 tickets per city.
Really? Is that the one you want to? Are you sure that's the route you want to go?
Shout out Nicki Minaj. You know the vibes, man. Hey, you know what it is. Young Money, Cash Money. You know what I mean? Tony Yayo, what up, boy? Lloyd Banks, what up, boy?
You done, dude? Are you done? I can't believe they lost. How do you choke? Jason Tatum, where the hell are you at? Oh, yesterday. Oh, yeah. Jason Tatum is better than Paul Pierce. KC, the lights weren't too bright. No, he's fine. I'm an idiot. I'm a dummy. On Monday. Yeah, I think Jason Tatum really gets overlooked. No, he's not as good as Tim Duncan, but he gets overlooked like Tim Duncan. No, what does he do?
Oh.
How do you go scoreless for 8 minutes of the fourth quarter?
I hate it had to be my guy. That's really my boy.
You mean Jesse or Jason Tatum?
Well, Jesse, my boy too, but Tatum, my boy.
You guys called it. I say as soon as he messed up that dribble at the free throw line, I knew it was cooked.
Oh my gosh,
it was cooked.
Oh my gosh! All of a sudden he can't dribble. Luke Walton, you're just trying to get him dribble 2 times. That's what we're trying to do with Mitchell Robinson on him. Oh man!
Didn't even take a shot, by the way, too. Tried passing it out.
Yeah, tried passing it. And got the pass block.
I'm not gonna lie, like that's probably the worst loss in like the last 5 years for them. Top 5 loss, I'll say. Game 1 was whatever. You lose game 1, that's fine. You choke like that in game 2 the same way. Like after you've already won a title, too. You're supposed to be past all of this. And Tatum folded, Jaylen Brown folded, but like I could care less about the rest of the Celtics. Like Tatum is the one supposed to lead this. He folded so bad yesterday. Like he's the head of the snake, blah, blah, blah. He's got to wear that.
Oh man, there's a lot to unpack here. Because damn. Well, we got a super chat. Super chatty house.
I'll read this
Tatum
one
and Brown.
From Taj. Yeah, Tatum and Brown played like ass the last 2 games. LOL. $2. Thank you. It sucks, bro.
My bad. I mean, to put it back up. Oh man. Look, man. Look. All right. I don't even know where to start. Dame, what you think, bro? I don't even know where to start.
I just feel bad because I asked Jesse to do like 5.
Oh, you were
things.
trying to be funny this morning too, by the way.
Who was?
I think you were. Yeah. What? Hey, text Keith Smith. All right, I'll do that.
No.
Hey, Keith's busy. Oh, yeah, Keith's too busy covering the Celtic disaster.
Oh, he did.
Why you do me like that?
No, I didn't. That wasn't it.
Why
You.
me?
No. You know that the Celtics are a disaster. Oh man, I didn't know it was gonna hit you this hard.
We're going through it right now.
Yeah, no, I see
Hey,
it.
I woke up. Hey, legit. I woke up at like 2:30 last night. Damn, Celtics lost. It's bad. It's bad.
Now, see, this is
That wasn't a shot. I was trying. Hey, look, I'm a broadcast journalist. My interest is the people watching and listening. Keith, I thought would be great. He's never been on video before. See if we can get Keith in here. He prominently covers the Celtics.
You call it a disaster.
I did, but what do you call it? What do you call it? What do you call it?
I don't know, bro.
You blow 2 20-point leads in the first 2 games.
I
What do
needed
you call
a
it?
friend. I need you to say it's gonna be all right.
No,
Jess.
you're my man. Well,
No,
then
it was a disaster.
I don't
There's a
know
choke
that it's
job,
going to be
whatever
all
you want to put
right.
it. No, hey, like there's. I'm a Celtics fan, but I don't feel good going into Game 3 at MSG.
Kendrick Lamar said we're going to be all right. I am not.
You're gonna have to show me. I'm not calling Celtics in 6 right now. None of that. They have to win Game 3 for me to have any thoughts about this series.
All right. Inside the NBA, I thought made some great points last night.
Okay.
Because Charles had been on both sides of this equation. And I think they're right.
What, a 0-2-2-0
Yeah,
equation?
with
Okay.
Phoenix, well, in 93, they were the 1 seed. I think they played the Lakers. They lost the first 2 games of the series at home. And they were down 0-2. That was a 5-game series, by the way. And he had that situation. And then I think they went into, I think they said they went into Houston and won the first 2
This
games
was
of that series.
93?
93, yeah, with
Wow.
yeah. Right? That's crazy, right? Like
I don't remember
MVP
that at all.
year.
Yeah.
Lakers come in and win the first 2 games in Phoenix in a 5-game series. That's crazy. And then I think it was the Mario Ellie series. I think Phoenix had gone up 2-0 in that one, and Kenny and them came back. So he's been
It's 95.
Mhm.
4?
95. You're right.
95.
So you're like, yeah, he's been on both sides, and he talked about how Game 3 is such a pivotal game for the Knicks. Such a pivotal, almost a must win. He said it was a must win for the Knicks.
You win, series is over.
You win, the
Yeah.
series might be over. You lose,
Probably over.
Boston's like, we back. We
Oh,
back
yeah.
up. You lose Game 3 if you're the Knicks. Boston's like, we back up. Because now they're going to be stressing in Game 4 to get at least one of these things.
I'm sorry.
We back up.
This is Kenny Caraway or this is Charles Barkley?
Charles Barkley, but I agree.
Yeah, okay. No, I
agree.
got you.
Yeah, I agree 100%. So it's a pivotal Game 3. All jokes aside, I mean, the Celtics are 100% the type of team that could be just fine, losing their first 2 games at home and going on the road, winning 2, winning 1, whatever, and winning the series. They are a team that's talented enough where they're not dead until they're dead. They could be down 3-0. They could be down 3-1. I would be looking at it like it's still the Celtics. I know it's been a rough day for him. It's a rough night. He's still Tatum. They still got Brown. Derek White's still there. Maybe Porzingis, whatever's going on with him, they get his appendix out or whatever, it's happening.
He just doesn't have his wind right now.
And they can get him back on the floor. Still a dangerous team. But yesterday, there's something about the Celtics team when the game gets tight that they and I think it comes from the leader, from the best player. There's a lack of poise, maybe a lack of confidence when the game gets tight that I think bleeds through that entire team. And it's something I think we've seen. Yeah, it's Tatum. And I think we've seen that in the Tatum era.
That is Tatum's biggest. Let me ask you, Jesse. Is that Tatum's biggest shortcoming or deficiency as a star in the league? Like, because no one says that about Ant. I did say that about Tyrese. That's over. And it may have never been right, but it's over now.
That's what's holding him back, I think. Like we were talking about it yesterday. Like I said, oh, game 6, game 7. Kenny was right. You can count those on a hand at this point. Like when he's on, he's on. He's not missing, but he's for a superstar. You can't be as inconsistent as he is. And right now it feels like yesterday happens a lot more come playoff time. Regular season, whatever, bro. You scored 15, 20, like however many points. I could care less in the fourth quarter. Like it's the Celtics. It's playoffs. Playoffs, like it feels like he fumbles more times than not. Elimination games, his stats are really good, but like for the superstar he's supposed to be, you can't do what you did yesterday or game 1. You should be at least 20, 23 points at the bare minimum for the superstar that you're supposed to be.
Can I play something for you guys before we go to commercial, and then we can maybe expand on this a little bit? I saw this on my way in, Dan Le Batard talking about Jason Tatum, and damn, never mind the loser that's on this screen as well as the video goes on, but just listen to Le Batard.
Are you fundamentally obligated to fall in love with Jalen Brunson right now? Because Jalen Brunson already has a moment in the last series to end it I've never seen Jason Tatum have. Give me a play Jason Tatum's made in his life more memorable than how it is that Brunson ended the Pistons. All of American sports fan expectations need to land today on the back of his neck. You are a champion, and I've almost never said this about a champion. Prove to me you deserve to be one. Because last season, do what Brunson does. Brunson's the smallest player on the court. I look at you and just physically, I know you're the best one. But what are you going to do? Oh, fade away again? Brunson got the foul shots. It's end of game time. It is end of game time. You give the ball to Brunson, Knicks fans know what's going to happen there. And when he misses a 1-foot layup, they don't even blame him because they know what he is. He's the best clutch player in the NBA empirically. Does more in the fourth quarter than anybody. Tatum? The only thing left to have on Tatum's resume, it's incredibly bejeweled for his age. Where are the moments?
Well, how many more moments? Like he's had moments. So like, what's the number then?
What's the first one that comes to your mind?
I mean, I'm like not a moment, I guess, but that playoff run his rookie season, like he led the Celtics to Game 7 against LeBron.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of.
That's where it starts, I guess.
This is actually one of the things that made me reach out to Keith this morning, because Keith is a very level-headed guy when it comes to talking about the team he covers. So we'll talk about this. It's really the only game to talk about. Right. I turned the other one off. Like, hey, shout out to OKC. They took care of it. Hey, shout out to OKC. I think they're the only so far team that's responded. We'll see what the Timberwolves do tonight, but we'll dive into all of that. Matt George is with us, probably. I haven't confirmed with him, but I'm pretty sure Matt George is with us here at the end of the show. There's King stuff to talk about with Mike Woodson being official, BJ Armstrong, and all of that. So we're thrilled that you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna be there in Game 3. I thought we would have got him yesterday. I knew why he couldn't be there Monday. It was the Met Gala, but I thought he'd be there yesterday.
Cool thing too. I'm not even able to watch Game 3. That's Mother's Day
Really?
for me on Saturday.
Oh.
I got to get a haircut at 11:30 and then drive to San Jose at like 1.
NBA kind of
a good thing.
Gotta switch it up.
What you're doing isn't working, pal. No, I'm right. When's your flight?
Whose flight?
Yours.
I don't have a flight. I'm not going. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? I didn't even got it like that.
I guess a back and forth to New York twice in the same week is tough.
And I would not fly to New York for the finals as a supporter. I would like to be in New York for the finals. That seems like a hell of an energy. I just want to be around and see what's going on. But no, wouldn't fly to New York.
I never thought Tracy Morgan was funny.
Tracy Morgan, legit one of the strangest interviews I've ever had. That brother is different.
Ben Stiller, that one hurts. I love Night at the Museum.
See, Chris, no, man. You got people thinking stuff like this. Like, no, don't listen to this guy, man.
Chris is absolutely right.
And Dr. David, what are you talking about? No, I was not at no damn Laker parade. What? See the things that you guys say. People believe this stuff.
Dr. David has the picture. He was at the LA one.
No, I wasn't.
No, we heard.
Randy throwing the Yankees and Jets as well.
Wow.
I have no issue with the New York Islanders, Rangers, Giants. The Mets are cool.
I got love for the Yankees, not the Jets, though. Not the Jets.
Oh, man. Edgar, yeah, man. Behind home plate, Kenny. He'll be out there this weekend.
Yeah, I will be, but I gotta be on my P's and Q's. It's a hot ticket. And they got specific instructions, and that's well, I mean, yeah, but that's a
You think it's gonna be sold out? Sold out?
well, those last I just did a random check for this past week, and those are gone by like 10 o'clock. They had a lot of people in the line over this Mariner series. So those tickets, those are like, I guess they send you a link at 9 o'clock.
I don't know how much he actually did, but those Paul Pierce videos this morning were hilarious.
Honestly, I'm hoping that just reverses the vibes because I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Bro, that was so funny.
I saw the Scalabrini clips. Paul Pierce was talking crazy. I may have been talking crazy all season long. Like maybe we got to reverse it a bit. I'm not going anywhere, but maybe the walk had to happen.
They're starting to find him. You know, people are like finding him and linking up with him. And last I checked, about an hour ago, he's still going.
Oh, good. He's really doing it. Good for him.
Get in the car, Paul.
Good for him. That's funny though.
That's 8 hours.
That man got
it's hilarious. 8 hours.
That man got a robe and everything on. Do it for the content. This would be the coolest thing Paul Pierce ever did.
This is hilarious. Though.
Like the fact that he's really doing it is amazing.
Should I go take a walk somewhere right now? Maybe go walk back to Madison.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's not as far. Just that man's walking through LA, and I don't know if it's
might be safer
walking
than
Madison.
Yeah. He ain't got to LA yet. I think he might get an
Uber.
He was talking about last time I saw. He was talking about going through the mountains.
Right.
He got the robe on and everything. I didn't see if he had the flip flops or whatever.
He
on.
left it before the sun came up and everything. That was hilarious. That was hilarious.
This is the best thing. If he follows through with this, and I do not blame him if he doesn't, but if he's able to follow through with this is the coolest thing Paul Pierce ever
He did the show with Kevin Garnett, I think, was all huffing and puffing and all that, say the torn hamstring.
That's hilarious. That man mapped it with the I wonder, is it Fox that he's with?
Yeah.
I wonder if Fox hit him like, hey, you know, if you we'll have someone following you, and there's a little trailer, and we'll make sure you're taken care of. But if you want to do this, be great content.
Man, it is fantastic content. It's been killing it all morning.
This man right outside the Ralphs, just looking around. Paul Pierce is funny. He got the robe on and everything.
He's wild. Like I said, I don't know if he's barefoot or not.
Then the sun comes. One of my favorite parts is he looks around. He doesn't know where he's at. Like, he's not exactly sure. He's just kind of like looking around, like, oh, there's a little Save Mart over there or whatever it is.
Yeah, like, man, can't believe the Celtics got me out here like this. Damn.
Kevin Garnett drove past Paul Pierce.
They starting to
that's hilarious.
They're starting to link up with him.
I'm seeing this video for the first time. The video of Kevin Garnett is hilarious. Oh, this is great. I got to put that on the screen. What do you got pulled up? Is that something good?
Well,
there was one
TNT. They did the they did the inside tracks or whatever of like the players talking, and they had Joe Mazzulla up trying to drop a play late in the game. This was
come on, man. Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it.
I'm not gonna lie, like those make me laugh.
Those are hilarious.
There was one I saw yesterday. I was hoping you weren't gonna find, and you tweeted about it this morning. And the security.
Did you see the Knicks fans wouldn't leave the Garden?
That poor lady was flustered.
Oh no.
I don't know. I got that. Do they have? Is there cursing on it? I don't know.
We could play without the sound. You could see her.
Okay. Yeah. But now they had the hold on. Let me pull it up because that was cold game, man. This poor lady was stressed.
Oh yeah, she was. They've never gone through that in Boston, I'm assuming.
She was stressed. Here I'll play without the sound. And she was going through. Let me turn the sound off. Let me get you up here. Well, yeah, the Knicks fans would not leave the Garden. And look at the lady.
The Knicks fans are going crazy.
Oh no! Oh, help!
Oh, yeah, hey, you see that?
That poor woman said, "Help!"
And look at security.
Get them out of here.
Whatever.
Oh man, that is major Karen energy right there.
Doing the security checks, like,
oh my God, that is major Karen energy. I want to see the video of my man right there in the front. I don't know who that guy is.
Video, yeah.
I want that video. No, hold on. Lead us up. No, security. No. Hey, help!
Help!
Oh no! Down she goes. Help! That woman does not get paid enough for this.
That poor lady.
That woman does not get paid enough for this. Get them out right now.
Said he pushed her. Man, that man was 5 steps away when you.
Oh my God. And but bro's like, man, what is wrong with you? Like,
yeah, whatever, man.
That's an arena. Shout out to boy with the 4 fingers up. That's hilarious. Knicks fans are funny.
They are hilarious.
You can't tell Knicks fans they haven't won a title in 50 years or whatever it is.
They're hilarious. New Yorkers in general are hilarious.
New Yorkers are very funny.
I don't know there's something about them. Like, they all talk a lot. They're not bashful. They're loud. They're hilarious. They crack me up.
Paul Pierce, for those watching, like I don't know what the audio is, so I'm not gonna play it. But on his way to work.
Do we know how long ago this was?
Well, there's KG. There's Kevin Garnett. That's so funny. That is so funny.
No, Paul Pierce did his thing with this.
Paul Pierce
did his thing.
The fact that he's following through with it is a win. That's a big win.
He did his thing with this one. one of the trends.
That woman yelling help is
one of the trends, especially with the NBA. I think they'll probably do it with the NFL. But Jesse, you like pay attention to how I had Joe Mazzulla up there. You see how they do that? They do like Josh Hart. You see the guy on the tiny desk, and they do Jamal Murray all the time. And those things, they're so stupid and disrespectful, but they crack me up. They really do.
What you were happy yesterday.
Oh man, I didn't think it was gonna happen. I didn't, but as a Knicks supporter, as somebody who is rooting for the Knicks.
You know what? Hold on to. Go ahead and say what you got to say.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna pull something up.
Well, okay. Well, look, as a Knicks supporter, I really felt like, hey, because I was checking the score while I was at the doctor's office and stuff, and I was like, man, 15-point game, 12-point. Oh man, 17. Damn, it's not gonna happen today. Then they got it to 8. And well, hold on. Well, all right. Yeah,
man.
I mean,
when did you start? Jesse, hold on. You were a Jordan fan in the 90s.
Yeah.
You were a Knicks supporter. I'm assuming this was 2000s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2000.
Definitely 2000.
You were at the Lakers parade in 2010.
Now, see, that's where we got to stop this. I wasn't at no damn Lakers parade.
Let him finish. When did you start being a Kings fan?
Oh, good question.
I started being a Kings fan. In all honesty, I started being a Kings fan in 95.
Wow.
You know what? Where's the jersey to prove that one?
1995.
Yeah. Jordan left.
You wasn't even around for Lionel Simmons and Walt Williams, and you wasn't around for Wayman Tisdale and Dwayne. Oh,
I was cool with it. So
no. Say Say this with me. I'm not Kings.
That's not true.
No, I'm not. No, you're not Kings.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Don't listen to
this. I'm not Kings.
That's not true. Now, I'll tell you the dynamics.
As much Kings as Farhan was Giants.
Well, that guy was never Giants. You see what happened when he's out.
Some people would say, look at what's on the screen.
Look, back from let's just say 88. That's when I was 5 years old. Maybe I start remembering then. 88 to 94. I was Jordan and the Bulls.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan left. And I was like, man, let me rock with my hometown team. When got that Kings starter jacket, stop playing with me. I asked my mom for Christmas. I said, yo, moms, I need that Kings starter jacket. I'm Kings out here. All right. Talked to Gary St. Jean when he came to Kevin Johnson's basketball camp at Sac High. I was talking to Gary St. Jean.
You get name dropping.
You know what I mean? I was like, yo, Saint, what's good, baby? Like, we going to turn this around? He said, yeah, we got the new logo. Everything's good. He lied to me. I was like, yo, so they got to change everything in the arena. He said, all the seats and everything is now going to be purple, then black. And they weren't. They were blue and red the entire time. But I said, Saint, I'm Kings, bro. I'm here. Jordan's gone. I'm grown up now. I'm Kings. And ever since then, I've been Kings. Now, New York, hey. I'm a Knicks supporter.
What does that
been
even
that
mean?
way for a minute. I want to see them do well. I'm not, like I mentioned, I'm not out there, in front of the garden, with all the people doing that's not me. I'm not there doing that.
Sacramento.
I'm not there doing that. I'm not leading a Knicks watch party here in Sacramento. I'm not doing that. It's just me and Sherlyn Elk Grove. We got love for the Knicks. We want to see them win. She's actually a Knicks fan. She likes the Knicks. I think push come to shove, she liked the Knicks more than the Warriors. She been rocking with the Knicks for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a Knicks supporter. I want to see him do well. Shout out to my man Brandon Bush, man. Shout out to Irv, man. CKM all day.
Who's that? Is that the person in the picture?
Yeah, that's my man Brandon. That's my brother. He was in my wedding. He was one of my groomsmen, man. Shout out to my man Brandon.
You
Bush.
wasn't at McClatchy when this picture was taken?
No.
You look like a grown-ass man.
I was like 22.
I was gonna say, like, ain't no way that man at McClatchy. If he is, he needs to be investigated.
He had a goatee at McClatchy though.
No, but that man got grown man features.
We was both like
22-year-old senior.
The man who pays his taxes right there.
Man,
yeah, we was about 22 at the time, man.
Boy, look at that outfit. Yeah, got the rock sign up and everything. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You see? Never meet your heroes, kids.
This man ain't Kings. This man ain't Kings.
Hey,
we already know he ain't.
I was thinking about it.
We already know he ain't 1320.
No, yeah,
I'm definitely 1320. I'm definitely Kings.
Hey, he's got a picture with Dave.
Internet says otherwise.
He's got a picture with Next Sleeves. You don't got a picture with us.
Y'all don't never take no picture with me. You guys took a picture with
so let me ask you
with my wife before you took a picture with me.
Let me ask you a question. Did Dave ask you for a picture, or did you ask Dave for a picture?
I asked Dave for a picture. You know, I was just a random guy at that time.
Alleged Kings supporter, but internet says otherwise.
Bro, it's Kings all
We
day.
need to put Kenny. How do we get something on? What's that website? Snoop's. The one that like debunks urban legends.
Oh, yeah.
We need to get somehow. Is Kenny Caraway a Kings fan?
What?
False with all of the evidence that shows he's in fact not.
Look. Who in this building was at the game when the roof was leaking? Your boy, I confirmed it with
you
Auntie
were like
Wanda.
a month old.
No, I confirmed it. I remember it. I confirmed it with Auntie Wanda. I was there. I was at the building. I was probably second, third row. She had a nice little connect. I was there. I remember that.
You don't remember.
I was there. I remember it. That's why I checked. I said, hey, were we at that game when the roof was leaking? She says, yeah, we were. I said, yeah, we're talking about it right now on the radio.
Not all of us. Not all of us have been
womb.
rich enough to go to games when we were 3 months old.
Yeah.
Some of us grew up poor, Kenny.
I was 3 years
You know what
old.
nosebleeds are?
Yeah, I was there. I was
Not
in
like
the
the ones you get at school where you gotta go to the nurse, but where you sit.
I was in the nosebleeds watching the Sixers versus the Kings on a Sunday afternoon, NBC. I was there. I was there. Come on, I've been King. Stop playing with me.
What's the medallion?
A basketball.
A Knicks basketball?
No, just a basketball.
I think you're lying.
No, it's just a basketball.
Okay.
Blinged out basketball. Yes. Flooring to be exact.
The little, what do they call kiosk? Yeah, I got
flooring to be exact.
I got plenty of jewelry from there too.
Is this one of those champion replicas too?
No, it was just it was actually pretty fire to be in the middle of the mall. It was like
I had a black Michael Jordan one.
It was like a full basketball. Had a little weight to it. It was like
I'm talking about the jersey.
Oh no, that's Marbury. That's Marbury.
No, he's asking. He's asking. Is it like screen print? Is it authentic?
No, it was authentic-ish. No, it was authentic because back then they had the sleeves on there. That was a bad era.
His whole life.
Oh wow.
Nah, I knew where to go. It was one of those things.
Whole life.
It was one of those things. I knew where to go. All right. The only time at that time I spent full price for an authentic was a TO authentic. I spent $299 at Sports Fever in Florin Mall on that
crazy.
white Terrell Owens authentic. I had to have it. And unfortunately, I gave it away.
What's the worst jersey you ever bought? I got a Ryan Tannehill. It sits in my dad's closet.
Oh man.
I don't want to say this is the worst one I ever
Paul
bought.
Pierce is live.
Oh,
I got to see what he's doing.
Be careful, we might cuss.
Yeah. I don't know how to turn it down. Okay, there we go. I just have to turn my phone down. I'm just looking. I'm trying to figure out where my man is at. I had no idea. There is no way he's even close to like all you see is the trees up there. There ain't no way he's even close.
It's only been what 5 hours. He said
I
he
don't
had
know
8 hours.
when did he leave? If he left when it was dark, it couldn't have been 5 hours
for a
ago.
while.
I mean, he's got to be. If he left when it was dark, he got to be at least at hour 6 or 7. Because when I went to the gym this morning, it wasn't. The sun wasn't up, but you know, the darkness had broke.
How is this battery still charged?
Well, I don't think he's traveling alone.
Call in the chat out says he got a white Lakers Gary Payton jersey. That's disgusting.
I had a green Gary Payton jersey. The glove was my dude.
Well, that's a Sonics jersey.
Yeah.
Not a Lakers jersey.
Yeah,
he said Lakers
He
jersey?
said he got a white Lakers jersey.
Young Sav says the worst jersey he's got is a Buddy Hield.
Well, that's vintage right now.
Might be worth something now.
That's vintage right now.
Hey,
he just walked past the street sign and I missed it, man. Sorry.
Hey, look, hey, shout out to my
I can't believe I'm watching Paul Pierce on this.
Shout out to my brother, man.
What?
Shout out to my brother, man. He was looking out, man.
Who?
Is the worst jersey I have?
Oh no, I didn't even mean that's the worst jersey he's bought.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can you two hoes stop talking about me like I'm not here? No, get your laughs off about that stupid ass Trey Lance jersey I bought you.
No, that's why I asked Kenny the worst one he bought. I know that one.
No. That's why no one gets anything anymore. That stupid Trey Lance jersey is why no one gets any gifts anymore. It's like I'm gonna buy some gifts for my guys here, and then this stupid ass jersey. It's like, you know what? Forget it. No one gets anything.
Why did Kyle Shanahan have to get him hurt on purpose?
Hey,
Damn.
Run
TC
him up the
about to
middle.
call in and light Kyle Shanahan up for that.
Kyle Shanahan did the rock throat slit right before.
Trey Lance
You know, that's the,
jersey.
the worst. Well,
What a joke. Was that 2021?
yeah.
2020?
2020.
It had to be 2021, right?
Yeah.
Because I didn't get you nothing for Christmas that first year.
I'm
sure I did. I don't know
Well,
what it was.
look,
Gift card.
this is a safe place. You know what I mean? It's a safe place. I can say this.
Don't think it is.
I did have a 52 Ravens jersey.
Yeah, that's kind of fire though.
That's
The
a killer
purple,
jersey to have.
I
yeah.
had a white one.
Hey,
Oh, hey, bro,
Hey!
relax.
What?
relax.
Why would you say something like that?
What'd I do?
No, Jesse's feisty today. Jesse ain't having it.
I had a Peyton Manning jersey.
Really?
Yeah, Colts Peyton Manning.
Why? The color?
Blue, the blue. I had the blue joint. I had a Reggie Bush Saints jersey. I had Chad
Man, you was
Johnson.
just jersey.
Chad Johnson
Damn.
Bengals joint. I had a Lawrence Taylor blue Giants.
You
jersey.
really are rich. Like, it's not a funny gimmick. Like, you've been rich your whole life.
No, those jerseys weren't even that expensive.
The hell they weren't. You
everyone had a
just
jersey
named
phase, I
like
feel
7
like.
jerseys.
I wore jerseys from 2nd grade to 5th grade damn near every day of school.
Yeah, I love me some jerseys.
I had a Mellow Nuggets one, Iverson Sixers, Pierce, Ricky Williams, shout out.
Oh, shout out.
I had the old school Nets Jason Kidd one too. The blue one with the cursive letters, I think.
Yeah.
Or it might have been red actually. It wore like
Do you have a
once,
Paul
though.
Pierce jersey?
Not since I was a kid. I just got Larry Bird and Rondo.
I'm gonna go get a Carmelo jersey though. I'm adding that to the list. Carmelo Knicks jersey. Get one. Mitchell and Ness got him.
Okay.
Yeah, gotta get that. I'm
Well,
thinking
you are a
about
big
getting a
Knicks
Starks
fan.
joint too. And I think I want to get
I
a
think you'd
Peja.
have more Knicks jerseys than a Kings
Well,
jersey.
then let me finish. I want to get a Peja.
You're not getting a Peja jersey.
The Peja one, they got the Sacramento
You're not
joint,
getting
the
a
purple
Peja
one.
jersey.
No, I don't do that. Peja
You
one,
are
what?
absolutely not walking around with Stojakovic on your back.
I might.
No, you're not.
I got to get the Mitch Richmond joint though first. Even though Mitch always, but it's fire. It's fire. The split with the black and the white and the checker on the side.
Those
That one's fire. I
no,
gotta get it. That's the only one that has one like that.
They don't have like the all black Kings one, Mitch Richmond. The ones like the ones that used to people.
They got the royal blue.
I was gonna
joint.
say, don't they have a blue one?
Yeah, they got the royal blue joint. I feel like I gotta get a Chris Webber. And that's the old school.
You'll
the
get
original
one.
Chris
You're not getting any of these.
I am.
2, you're absolutely not buying a Stojakovic jersey.
Not first.
No, not last. You are not walking out to concerts in the park in 2 years
get
with
a Peja.
Stojakovic on your back. No, you're
Yeah,
not.
man, I get a page.
No, you're not.
Come on, man. Page my boy.
I don't think people rock.
I don't
Peja
question
jerseys
that.
around here.
I just think you're gonna grab that jersey or look at it and go, "Am I gonna walk around with Stojakovic on my back?" And I think the answer is emphatically no. You're not.
It's summertime, man. I need the tank top joint, man. Got my Monk jersey.
That took 3 years.
Well, I had to make sure he resigned.
That was a good call.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Glad I
we're
didn't
going the
get
way of Trey Lance.
Fox one. I thought that was locked in. Apparently not.
Literally brought someone a De'Aaron Fox jersey for Christmas.
Oh,
Like,
You got to
in
stop buying
December.
jerseys, pal. Like you just
No,
cut it out.
okay.
Nah, seriously.
All right.
Stop. You buy me a Tatum jersey, I'm gonna quit this show.
It was a request. It was like, hey, what's Sam want for, Chris? Oh, he really like a De'Aaron Fox jersey. Cool. I'm at the arena tonight. I'll grab it. That was it.
At this point, hand your money to the next closest person. Like, I need you to buy this jersey for me or something.
some people. Well, look, some people say go buy a Levine jersey. I don't say that, but
As a matter of fact, hey, throw it in the chat. Who do you want? Which jersey you want D'Lo to buy?
Go buy a
We'll
Levine
get
jersey.
DeRozan, throw
Maybe
in Domas
Domas.
for me.
oh man, they definitely. James wants you to buy a DeRozan jersey.
Oh, he wants me to buy 10 of them. Just give them out to people. Just take them to concerts in the park and just throw them out.
Matter of fact, buy a jersey, the DeRozan jersey, buy a custom jersey that says first round pick, and then buy a Hornets jersey that says LaMelo Ball.
There you go. All right.
Man, I know we've joked around a lot. That game was crazy, and for them,
We're just trying to keep Jesse laughing. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, it's helping a little bit.
but look. So I'll say this to Jesse though. Look, man, you just had a championship last year. It's not like you're me
But this
in
is
the 49ers
no,
Super Bowl.
but this is rivalry right here. I don't want to lose. I hate the Knicks. like I can talk about the Knicks on the show, blah blah blah. Like I don't want the Celtics to lose to the Knicks. Same with the 76ers. Like there's just teams you don't ever want to lose to. And of course, like I talked all that trash this year. It's like I kind of need them to help me out
You
here.
talk crazy about the Knicks,
and I won't stop. Like you see all the videos, like the security, the bing bong. How did those videos all end? And like how did they all end? They all ended with the Knicks losing. So maybe I got that.
The Knicks are not out of the woods, man.
Well,
hit play on that video again, man. This video is hilarious. This is the best thing. Just let it ride. Okay, I'm gonna see how I want to try to. Security. Oh no, down and then down. Help!
Look at she's blaming. She
says
pushed me.
I need some help. This man, and then the camera leaves her. This man, brother says, I didn't touch her. I didn't touch her.
Sure.
Get him out right now. Get him out right now.
And the Blue Jackets.
Oh, I think she just said a bad word too.
And he's like, "What you want me to do?"
And the Blue Jackets like, lady, we're here for 18 an hour. Like, just relax.
I don't. If anybody knows who that brother is, and you come across this video, I need this from him. Oh, because he's got the
four is hilarious.
Oh, and down she goes. Okay, this poor woman. Okay, again, this woman got.
She did the Bret Hart thing. Yeah. That's where I saw that from.
Get him out. And I love my man just doesn't do anything. He's like,
bro,
man, what's wrong with you? Like,
look at this. Look,
so
at
I
this
feel,
dude
okay.
with the bucket hat come in there too. Now the dance is crazy.
Now hold on. To be clear, this is probably someone's mother. This is certainly someone's daughter. Like this one. Look, they just try to get her out of there. Karen, go relax. But this is also major.
Yo, it is crazy. She said he pushed me.
Look
That's
right there.
Crazy.
It's major Karen energy. Get him out right now. Get him out right
These
now.
people are menaces. Knicks fans are menaces.
Oh yeah, she read him the wire. She said, "This is BS."
Look at this dance.
This is BS, Jerome. Oh, these fans is funny. These fans are hilarious.
Time of their life yesterday.
Scooter says she in HR filing for workman's comp today. That ain't no lie. She gonna start a GoFundMe. Facts.
Hey.
But if anyone is on the internet and they stumble across bro's video,
I need to see that video.
Please tag us in it.
Look,
I need to see it.
The Garden is going to be a movie on Saturday.
That's fine. I know you've.
Wow.
There's
only one arena in the country that can match what the Garden's going to be, and that's the Golden One Center.
That's damn near.
The Golden One Center.
Don't do that.
No, the Golden One Center. No, the Golden One Center different.
Don't do that.
No, the Golden One Center different. Golden One Center. Cheryl No Grove been to the Garden while they were playing the Kings on a regular. She said it's not Golden One Center. So the Golden One Center different, but the Garden is going to be movie status on Saturday.
This guy. We'll come back. Oh, okay.
Oh, real tears with that lady. Real tears.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Get him out.
Did you see they
This is bullshit.
Did you see they were fighting in the streets of Boston? Did you see that, Jesse?
Yeah.
Them chowder heads. They said, we're not having that here.
No, Mr. Rancho, just a Knicks supporter. Whatever that means.
That's it. That's all I am. Got love for the Knicks. It ain't Kings though.
You see how much ticket prices are for Game 3 in New York?
That is crazy. Mr. Rancho, that is crazy terminology too. KC's side piece team. Wow.
Wow. Let's try something else.
Wow.
We're workshopping here. Let's not not go with that one.
It was 3-0 rest. It was 3-0 on short changes.
Young Sav. Well, you don't throw it away. Maybe give it away. Maybe somebody wants it. If you don't want it no more, maybe somebody wants it. Give it to Secure in the Bagley. Give it to him. Well, David Jackson, I'm an American.
We meet all night. And 96. Happy birthday, Grandma Scooter. Good stuff right there. 96. Wow.
Shout out to all the grandmas of the world.
Mm-hmm. All right, there's a lot to talk about as it pertains mainly to last night's Knicks Celtics game that we're going to have some fun with. Let's see what Leezy talking about here. 916-909-1320. Leezy, you get my email? I sent you some stuff this morning.
Yo. Yeah, I just confirmed with Jesse. I got it.
My man.
Locked in.
My man.
Yes, sir. Hey, yo, what's up, guys? Hey, I just want to call with a quick question. I'm probably jumping the gun. This is probably more of like a summertime conversation. But question, do you guys think this might be one of like the best playoffs we've seen in a long time? From the storylines, from the game winners, like even the MVP battle with SGA and Jokic, the legacy teams like the Knicks and Celtics. Do you guys think this might be one of the best ones, the most, competition we've seen in a long time?
To answer your question, yes. I think it happens a little bit more than we kind of give it credit for. Like the playoffs are usually pretty dope. You know what I mean? I think last year there was a lot of injuries and maybe some blowouts, and that kind of made it like, oh, what's wrong with the NBA playoffs? It's kind of an anomaly.
Mm-hmm.
Usually the playoffs are fantastic. I can't remember specific years, but we talk all the time about, man, that doubleheader last night. More times than not, we talk about how the NBA put on a show last night. So I think it's more the norm that people give it credit for. These have been fantastic. The one thing I will say, and I thought about, I think Sunday when Indiana was winning, and I guess after the Thunder lost as well, I really do believe anybody can win the NBA Finals, except for maybe the Warriors now without Steph. Like that's the one, and that's due to injury, right? If the Warriors were healthy or get healthy or whatever, same with the Cavs.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me there's a world where they go on a run and they win the NBA Finals, I'll be like, yeah. Mm-hmm. And that is, I think that's a little unique to the NBA. That doesn't always happen. There's 8 teams left? I think all 8 teams, I can see a scenario where they win an NBA championship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We don't usually get that.
Mm-hmm.
I think we got in the rundown for later or whatever, but the NBA is kind of in a weird, good place, maybe where like it's not anyone's league right now. I feel like it's kind of up for grabs. Like whether like it's the young guys coming up like Tyrese, Ant-Man, those guys like Tatum and Giannis are here now. LeBron lost in the first round, but like now those guys are kind of on their way out. Harden, Kawhi, and stuff like that. Like it's kind of a shift happening. I feel.
I think that's the good way of putting it. A lot of what we're witnessing right now feels new, right? The Warriors aren't. Denver's not new, but they're also, it's not like they're in the conference finals every single year, the finals they're not the Patriots. They're really good. They're just
established.
Yeah, they got
years.
arguably the best player in the league, but they also have this interesting footnote to their story where they fired their coach like a couple weeks ago. So it's kind of an interesting thing to follow. Of course, you got Oklahoma City, the ultimate young team in here. You got Golden State, the veterans trying to hang on that have been remade over a little bit. The Timberwolves, who you're perpetually waiting to take that next step. The Celtics, who I guess no one believes in. So let's get back to the Celtics.
Real quick before you go, I got to give a shout out to my man Kenny. He's tapped in. He got us on the TV screen over at Phenom. Big ups to my man Kenny. Shout out to him. He told you to come through, man.
Me?
Yeah, he said, pull up, man. Last time I seen him, he's like, where D-Lo at?
Oh, you
see how surprised he gets when someone asks for D-Lo?
Yeah,
it happened.
Last
time. One of the last times I was in there, he's like, where D-Lo, man? I was like, oh, no, he's busy, man.
No one does that.
Shout out to my man Kenny, though. He tapped in with us right now.
Right on, Kenny. Yeah, well, you don't know this, but I've been working with the ball. We might have something that we need to do with Phenom, and in maybe a certain Sac State men's basketball coach. We have a few ideas that we're kicking around, so we'll get to all of that later.
I interrupt you though. Celtics though, man.
I think something's happening right now, and you brought this up with Jesse a second ago. It's like, well, you guys won a title last year. And I feel like what's happening, and this is a little silly. I feel like it's really unique to basketball because I don't feel like this happens in football. Despite the fact you've got to win 4 games to move on. Like, you don't have to win 1. Like, everyone just acknowledges, man, Giants got lucky twice. Steelers wild card team got hot at the right time, got to the Super Bowl. Like, no one really blinks at that. It's just like, they got hot, won 5 games in a row, whatever, and won a Super Bowl. Crazy. You got to win 4 games to move on a series. And now the haters are putting together TikToks and reels and video packages saying, last season's title wasn't really much of anything. Everyone they faced was injured. They dealt that this person was injured. Jimmy was injured. Chris Middleton got hurt. Ty got hurt. Like, all of these different people got hurt. It's like, that really diminishes what Boston does, what Boston did. No, it didn't. It's like the Lakers bubble title for me. You can disregard the bubble if you want to. The Lakers were the betting favorite going into that season to win the NBA championship. They did. There's no anomaly to it. Now, there's an interesting subplot with COVID and bubble and Disney and empty arenas, all of that. Like, I get that. This is part of the story. But in the end, it's not like the Sacramento Kings went on a run in Orlando and won the championship. The team that was the betting favorite to win the title did. And that's always looked at as like, whatever. What's next? The Celtics were the betting favorite to win the championship last year. And they did. So to try to diminish their route to it because of what they're doing this year is crazy. They're down 2-0. This series is not over. I get it. They're down 2-0. Tatum made just a awful, Tatum was awful yesterday. There's no other way around it. He was terrible. But to act like they didn't win the NBA championship last year as the best team in the league is kind of crazy to me.
I believe they were the best team in the league. I believe they were the like you said, they were the favorites, and if I had to put money on anybody last year winning the title, I would have said the Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I'm not diminishing their title. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to tell the story of what happened. Like, it is noteworthy that I won't even use the Celtics. I'll just say if a team makes a playoff run and a title run and every other team's best player goes down, that's not their fault. They play the games. They play who's in front of them. That's not their fault. But all right, I wonder what this would look like if every team's best player didn't go down.
So then what do we say about the Celtics not having Porzingis for most of it then?
That's a
to
factor.
me, it's
that's
all
a factor right now.
It's all just Twitter conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's all it's for.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's hurt. Like yeah, the same way Halliburton missed a couple games. Like, yeah, Porzingis was out. It was a massive help to the Celtics last year. So it was like, which way do you want to argue it then?
Feels like Porzingis is still out, if we're being honest.
He can't get his wind up. He's been dealing with the upper
whatever
illness, they're calling it, but they don't know how to solve it. It's been all season long.
Do you think he had a bad bout of COVID or something?
He's had it before, I think, but I don't know if it's a lingering thing. Just they haven't.
Remember, that was the thing. I mean, I know it was 5 years ago, but like people were really struggling. Like people, us humans, but like athletes would have COVID and they'd come back and they'd have a hard time catching there. It's just weird that if this has gone on for so long with Kristaps Porzingis.
I mean, it's not COVID, I don't think, because they're calling it non-COVID illness every time he's on the report. So, yeah.
To that point, though, like, I want to be clear. I'm not diminishing anything, but it's still like if Porzingis and Tatum and Brown were out and Brunson and Cat and OG were out and the Knicks won, like, yeah, the Knicks got people out too, but you're not playing the Celtics either. Like, that is part of the story, like, that these people are out of here. You don't apologize for that as a fan, as a player, or anything. Even the ring and the bubble, you don't apologize for that. That's a ring. That's a full ring, right? But we're here as the public and as the storytellers, and we know they didn't play everybody at full strength.
Does it matter?
That's why we're talking. That's why we're telling the story. It could have.
But that's what I'm saying. Like the Celtics, like everyone was hurt. Like everyone had guys that, like, it doesn't matter in the sense because everyone was dealing with the same things.
Yeah, but
sports,
at the very, so I would even say to that, we didn't see the best of both teams.
You can say that every postseason though. There's every team injured. Like every team is injured. Every team is playing someone hurt. Like we could say that every playoffs is my point.
But every round?
I'm sure not every round maybe, but I'm sure more often times than not.
Maybe so. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, we are around to tell the story. And
is that the story?
It's part of the story. We're also around to say, like, we watched Boston all year long. And if they were healthy and everybody else was healthy, they probably wouldn't have lost. You know what I mean? Like, there's like, somebody can bring up a good point. Yeah, they every series they had somebody hurt on the other team. That's part of the story. But I was there. I watched Boston and how they dominated all year long. It probably didn't matter.
It's like the Lakers won the title in 2010 without Kendrick Perkins playing. It's like, no, Lakers just won the title in reality.
Well, to be fair.
Well, I'm just saying, like, that's the injury excuse
it was
there.
Doc Rivers that started that.
Yeah, there's just an injury excuse everywhere. It's like, no, Lakers just won the title. So team won the title.
Right, but we also can't act like it doesn't matter. Like, it does matter that Kyrie and Kevin Love didn't play in 2015. That doesn't take away from the Warriors, and I guess maybe so. How you guys want it is like just, don't even mention that.
No, but it's like, okay.
Well, I see it more.
So how big of this part of the story is that?
When I see it happen too, it's more on Twitter when people try to diminish the teams winning it. It's not people trying to tell a story. Like, this comes from people, I think, trying to diminish titles.
Yeah, and I don't subscribe.
It's what Draymond Green does. It's what those Warriors apologists do. It's what the Draymond Green hype team does. The Cavs only won in 2016 because Draymond got suspended. We're going to ignore the fact that Draymond had what is it? It's not 15. What is it? 11? What's the number of technicals in the postseason?
16.
We're going to. Is it that many in the playoffs?
He was somewhere. He was at the limit, whatever it was.
Whatever it is. The fact that he had reached the limit in the NBA final. No one's talking about that. We're going to tell the story that Draymond wasn't there. And no, he was there for the next game and the game after. No, but he wasn't there for that one. And that's why people like to tell that as it's almost like the but that's what the Celtics won the title, but the Indiana Pacers went to the conference finals, but the Pacers are playing well, but
so once again, I would ask, just never mention that stuff.
No, it's so what Jesse's saying, are you telling a story or are you having a conversation? If the conversation is about who's the best team in basketball, it's the Boston Celtics. But if you bring up the fact that we'll go back to last year instead of trying to figure out what happens this year. If you're having the Celtics, they went on a run, man. They finally got it together. Yeah, but they didn't play anyone. So that just brings hypotheticals back. Like all the Middleton was hurt, Jimmy was hurt, Tyrese was hurt. All of these people were hurt. You're not adding to the conversation. You're just trying to diminish the Boston Celtics. Because I think you just said this a second ago. If Tyrese and Jimmy and all these Chris Middleton, all these guys had played, the results could have been exactly the same. But we choose to go with this hypothetical instead because we wanted to grade what Boston did last year. They did it with the Kings. Kings were the 3rd seed. Why? Well, they stayed healthy. No one else could. Sorry, that's our fault? Was we supposed to sit De'Aaron down to even things out?
No,
It's the same
It's not
thing.
their fault. But like I said,
And
if the Celtics lose this series, it's just I don't even know how to explain it really. It's just kind of because now it makes you wonder. All right, if OG doesn't rip his hamstring up in Game 7 against the Pacers, and they win that game, they play Boston. Are they able to beat them last year? I don't know. I don't think so because I think Boston would have won, and Mikal Bridges wasn't on that team as well. But yeah, it just brings up questions sometimes.
So the Knicks, if the Knicks beat the Celtics this year, that takes away from the title the Celtics won last year.
You asking me?
Yeah.
There's nothing that
Does it do something for you?
There's nothing that takes away from the title regardless. I don't care what happens with the conclusion of this series.
The way I say, like, you could talk about injuries and all that, but it's like, fine, let's just do that every year. Then every team that's gone to the title or whatever is had some type of luck along the way. Like, we could bring it up, but it's just like, to me, it's like, yeah, that's every year with every team.
Who had? I'll help look this up too.
The Warriors won it when Delhi. They won against Delhi.
When was the last few teams that
KD tore his knee up against the Raptors or whatever, there's Achilles.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, I think if KD was healthy, they would have won that series. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I guess there's not. I guess there's not.
There's just something to talk about then, I guess. But like I said, you could just do that every year. It's just,
and I guess I could just
guess.
respond like
Yeah.
if I think if KD Achilles had stayed intact, I still think the Raptors would have won.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess
believe
it's just a
that.
conversation.
Yeah, I believe that too. But it did matter that Kevin Durant wasn't in that series.
Sure. Yeah, of course. It's,
you know what I mean?
Kevin Durant.
So, like I said, I picked the Raptors to win the series going into it. I thought they were going to win. But I understand somebody saying, well, yeah, we didn't have KD there. And, you know, the Raptors started breaking down, or Kawhi specifically started to break down towards the end of it. Like, there's people that believe if Clay didn't get hurt, they would have won that game and they would have won Game 7. And
oh yeah, absolutely.
Not,
yeah, for sure.
Like, I understand it. I get it.
And
that's why
did they lose both? They lost both in the same series.
They lost
lose
KD in 5 and Clay in 6.
In 6, yeah.
Like, I think it's just creating storylines for the sake of creating one.
I see, but you guys like.
But that's a lot of what sports is.
But also just to I feel like when people bring it up, like KC is different or whatever. Like when people bring it up, it's to diminish the team that won. Always, I feel.
Yeah, and I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair at all.
Like in the context you're bringing up, fine, but like 99%, like 90% of the time, I feel like people are doing that to discredit whoever won it, whatever year, whether it be the Raptors, Cavs, Celtics, Lakers, insert team.
Well, where I see it sometimes is, and maybe this is where the argument comes from, but if I'm talking about this year, right, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man, I think the Knicks might be able to get the Celtics or something like that. And then the retort is, the Celtics just ran through the league last year in the playoffs too. And I'm like, all right, they did, but look who they played here. That's when they try to correlate maybe what they think will happen this year based on what happened last year. That's when you open up the doors to, all right, well, let's really see what happened last year. Well, damn, this person ain't going to be hurt this time. This person might not be hurt this time. I don't know if you can just blindly say it's going to be the same thing this year because you're facing guys at full strength. And
I guess it's no different than when we bring up 2002. Right? If Game 6 officiating had been normal, we just assumed the Kings would have won.
Well, that happened.
We don't know that.
Well, yeah, I guess, but like
we don't know that. We don't know that they would have beat the Nets.
I mean, it happened in the sense where
we're pretty confident they would have.
I mean, it happened in the sense where like the refs actually did like go to work that day game and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's all hypotheticals. That's what all of this stuff is, and it's done like it's just weird that it's done.
Well, because if the Knicks go to the championship this year and win it, like, oh yeah, but they got past the Celtics with the 50% Kristaps Porzingis. It's like, no, the Knicks won.
See, I don't even know that happens though. that's a third paragraph story, a fourth paragraph story. Like it has to be to get to be a thing. It's got to be Tatum or Brown. It has to be one of those two guys.
You know where it comes into play though?
Yeah, but they used Middleton for like last year. Like Middleton's knee has been torn to shreds for 5 seasons.
You know where it comes into play though. And once again, I'm not saying that this is right or this should happen.
What team is Chris Middleton on?
The Wizards now.
Yeah.
I was dead serious. It's like I cannot remember what team that man is.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, is he on Miami?
I could not remember what team he was on.
Jesse. But where this comes into play most, I think
Kuzma. That's what it was. It was the Kuzma trade. I was like, how did that happen, Kuzma? I'm literally thinking out loud. Go ahead, sorry.
Where it comes into play the most is if we've seen Boston fail for 4 straight seasons, and then they get the win, and then they come back and fail again, that's where people would say, yeah, you kind of got lucky that one time. Because more times than not, we didn't see you guys, and I'm not taking shots. I really do like him. But we didn't see Tatum not come through in big moments.
Well, I guess, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got lucky that one time. That's really what that was. But if you would have faced all these healthy teams, it probably would have been the same thing we would have seen all the other 5 years.
I guess it's just a matter if you give it life or not.
That's what it really comes down to.
Yeah.
And there, like me personally, I would not care at all. That parade still happened.
Mm-hmm.
that banner's still up.
Mm-hmm.
You can try and diminish it, talk great. People say that about the Giants, how lucky the Giants were, the San Francisco Giants, for all 3 of their champions. They weren't the best team in baseball in none of those. And they got some breaks. People got hot, all this other stuff. I can acknowledge it. They got some 14. They really got some fortunate breaks. So I still went to the parade. I don't care. I had a good time. And that's how I go about those.
I guess it's just it's the game now where you have 24/7 platforms to share your opinion, be it sports talk radio, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. Like you have an ability to reach an audience of people who are talking about the same exact thing. And if you hate the Boston Celtics or you hate Jason Tatum, you probably have a lot of people on your feed that also hate the Boston Celtics and Jason Tatum, because that's how social media works. You get fed stuff based on what you're interested. I can't imagine what sort of anti-Steve Kerr stuff Jim Parks gets on his timeline.
Well, this is the thing. So I think we're in an era with sports stuff where people who are saying stuff they don't even necessarily believe, but like it's a take that's going to get people to listen and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's podcasts and radios, and that's like, how can television? How can we get someone to? How can we get the buzzword in marketing is impressions. It's not views. It's not listeners. It's impressions. How many impressions can we get on this take that Jason Tatum is the 27th best player in the league?
And there's people like that. Then I think I hope there's more people like myself where I don't hate Jason Tatum. I don't like the Celtics, but there's a bunch of guys.
I don't know. You jumped in the group chat pretty fast yesterday, calling him a choker and all that.
We talking. That's what we doing. We talking. In all seriousness, like I always say, though, I like everybody on that team. I just don't like the Boston Celtics franchise, but I love Jaylen Brown, Tatum, Mazzulla's cool, Holiday. How could you not like any of these guys? And when I'm talking about Jason Tatum not coming through, I like that. I got like 6 Tatums in my closet and hopefully getting a couple more. I love Jason Tatum, but it looks funny late in games when games are close with him. I'll put it to you this way. I'm not confident in him coming through and making a big shot or being clutch. I'm not confident at all. The same way I am like you guys tell me, and Chatty House tell me, the feeling late in a game, is it the same with Tatum and Brunson?
Oh no.
Yeah, no.
And
I'm not going to fight you on that Tatum take.
No,
that's all I'm saying.
Like there's some people just have something at the end of games that others don't have. Like whether it's a characteristic trait, whether it's a psychology thing, whether it's something that's actually physical. Some guys have it and some guys don't, and it really feels like Tatum doesn't have it. That might be a bit overreactionary, just like saying, Tyrese looks like a killer right now could be overreactionary, but it doesn't feel like Jason Tatum is what Jalen Brunson is. That's 2 games straight. Jalen's team, we reframe this discussion a little bit. We have the same exact conversation, use the same exact bullet points, but reframe the conversation. The Celtics didn't blow a 20-point lead twice in 2 games. The New York Knicks came back down 20 twice. Jalen Brunson had monster fourth quarters in consecutive playoff games on the road against the Boston Celtics. You're telling the same story, you're just telling it a different way. Scored 9 in the fourth, scored the Knicks' final 6. Jalen is taking that Clutch Player of the Year award and highlighting it on the big stage. And that's the thing about Jalen that is really Jalen's game, I think, elevates in the playoffs. Jalen has been extraordinary this entire postseason, but it feels like when he gets to the playoffs, he goes, zero dark Jalen or whatever, and he manages to find, already on a very, very high level, he manages to find another one.
Yeah, he's
a 23-6 run at the end of that game for the New York Knicks. A lot of that was Jalen Brunson. A 23-6 run. And again, framing conversations in one note, that is phenomenal work by the New York Knicks. On the other hand, you're the Boston Celtics. That cannot happen. On your home floor, that cannot happen. You got 2 superstars on your team. That cannot happen.
And here's the other thing about that too. I 100% give the credits to the Knicks for continuing to play and do all this stuff. And it's one of those things that I talk about sometimes when people are like, the Kings locked up in that fourth quarter. Celtics had, Jesse, you saw it, they had wide open shots left and right.
Yep.
They just bricked them.
They were missing layups.
Yeah, they just bricked the shots. So the credit gives to the Knicks for continuing to keep playing. And when something was, when there was an opening, they took advantage of it. But this is where it goes to the other side, where the Celtics gave up the lead because they were getting great look after great look. You couldn't ask for better looks. And
well, I think a lot of that too. I mean, there's probably multiple ways you could look at this. The Celtics got comfortable and were just trying to get to the end of the game, or the Knicks hit a couple of shots. That 20 turned to 13, and their asses got tight.
Facts.
And they couldn't. They didn't know what to do.
Facts.
They froze up. And to go, what was it, like 7-8 minutes?
8 minutes and 22 seconds, I believe.
What? Not that anyone's counting.
Shit.
Without a field goal, man.
What was that? Sorry, Jesse. A 21-3 run at one point. I think they finished
21-3. It was 23-6 to close out the game. I know that.
Wow.
Can't on your home floor. Can't happen.
I can't believe that happened.
Some of those points at the end for the Celtics too were free throws, I'm pretty sure. Like they were not hitting shots at all in the fourth.
We'll come back, man. We'll take a
here
look
on
ahead.
The Fan.
No.
On the Sports Hub here.
Put Karen back on the screen. Help! Get them out of here. Stilo and KC on Sacramento
Put the
Sports.
sign in front of his phone.
Sir, you're not allowed up here. Oh, no. Oh, I hate that she fell. Help! No. Okay, hold on. We got to just do this one more time. He pushed me down.
I didn't touch her.
He pushed me down.
I didn't touch her.
Now, this is my favorite part. He pushed me down. Get him out of here right now. This is, but you saw it. You saw it. Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
Those menaces. You know, beggars definitely can't be choosers. And shout out to Kyle.
Oh, I already know what you're about to say.
He told the story earlier though that he went in there pretty late. They were running out of donuts. Did you hear that story? I meant to ask him about it. But did you hear that story? Something happened. He was going to get donuts, I think, for the new neighbors, and something happened.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, they
what? They don't like us, or
I don't know what happened.
We got to pull up.
Hmm?
We got to pull up. We got a problem. We
I
got a
already
problem
looked,
here.
We got an issue with them.
We got a
because of our
problem
parking
here?
spots.
Yeah, y'all need to.
I
Y'all-
parked on the other side of the parking lot.
Y'all little noobs need to be aware. We've been parking in the same place for 4 years.
Facts.
No.
Get your stupid ass truck out of my parking space, Bob. How many goddamn people working there?
I get to the back of the bus.
Do we have a problem?
Oh, I guess the donut shop lady gave Kyle attitude, so he didn't buy back extra.
Okay. So no beef with the people next door. That's good.
I wouldn't say that. I still want my parking spot back.
God said the hell with you.
The lady at the donut shop punked Kyle and scared him into not getting donuts. That's what HP said.
Man, I wish I was like Kenny growing up. You see, by the way, we didn't miss out. He got 6 pairs of Jason Tatum shoes in his closet.
You do? Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Why he didn't mean jerseys?
That's
He
good.
meant shoes.
I was confused for a
Yeah,
second.
six pairs of Jason Tatum shoes.
That's my boy, man.
Nah, I mean,
That's
look,
my man.
hey,
Shout out Jordan Brand as well. Yeah,
no
man.
doubt. Yeah, get your stuff off.
Shout out Jordan.
Man, been rich forever, walking
Well,
around with a
hold on, though.
diamond basketball with the authentic Knicks
I got
jersey
that from the middle of the mall.
and a hat that appears to be a little bit too big for his head because I could see the.
That's how we used to
Well,
wear.
I know it is.
That's how we used to
I know
wear.
that thing used to fall down and cover your eyes. That's why you
how-
looking
that
up.
was the move.
That's why you looking up. Yeah, I
That
remember.
was the move, man. Shout out. I gotta holler at my boy B. I think that was about 04.
It's funny,
Marbury
like,
at the garden in those $10 Starberries.
It drives me nuts, man. That's the 2005 big T-shirt look is back.
I like it a little bit though. I like it.
It's uncomfortable. I got one on today. It's just it's not comfortable for me. I have 3 of them. These 2 and then the essentials joints, and they're just not comfortable.
I kind of like it. I wasn't feeling it as much as first, and I'm still not like on the big jeans. Like I don't like that. I like the cargo pants and stuff like that, but the big jeans, I'm not necessarily there. They wearing the shorts. I saw my homeboy. He one of the young bulls out there.
The big shorts.
LA. Yeah, the shorts that go to like mid shin.
I didn't know we were doing that.
Yeah, man.
I didn't know we were doing that. Any thoughts on the Thunder last night?
No.
Yeah, me either.
Any thoughts on the Nuggets though?
No.
Like, do we still like after?
No,
game
they got their
one,
ass
we were like,
kicked.
oh, like maybe they could do something. Blah blah blah. Like, do we still feel like maybe they
Nah,
can do something?
like hey, Thunder got to win 3. The Thunder got to win.
Say
3
your
more
thoughts,
times.
Kenny.
They can't beat
They did.
They can't beat them in a series.
Okay, maybe not, but
That was good. They might be able to push it to 6, maybe, but they might not win another game.
That's a reach.
You know, SGA. I wish I had that exact quote because honestly, I heard it sparingly. I think it was like on a preview, like TNT, like you know how they intro the game and for the broadcast, and they show the guys talking on the podium like, we just got to go back to Boston now, something like that. I wish I would have seen the whole thing because they had SGA after They lost game 1.
Mm-hmm.
And he was about as calm and poised as you would want a leader to sound like.
Mm-hmm.
He said something to the effect of, nobody said it was going to be easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of the journey. It was, I just remember hearing it like, oh, they got a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, if I heard that as a Thunder fan or a teammate or something like that, we're good. Like our guys, he's not soft-spoken. He's not, he's not despondent by it. He's just like, no, we know the road is going to be difficult from time to time. You're going to have moments like this. We're almost to the effect of like, we're built for this. We're built for these type of moments where you face adversity and we're going to bounce right back. And he killed it last night. What do you have? 13 on 11 of 13 from the, or excuse me, 34 on 11 of 13 from the field.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, my bad for not having the exact quote, but I just saw that and I was like, damn, okay, so he's going to be all right because
11 from the line. Man, was for those that celebrate, plus 51 in 30 minutes.
Come on, man.
Again, for those that celebrate.
Come on, man. That was ridiculous.
Plus 51.
Denver, come on, man. You can't get beat up like that.
Yeah, that went south quick. Like OKC booed Russell Westbrook when he walked into the game this time.
Man, and look, hey, it's playoff time. I understand he did a lot for you, but we just lost. There ain't no more cheering going on.
Well, I thought it was weird that they did it game 1, but hey, salute. It's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, that game was over in the first quarter.
They were down by so much. I had trouble doing math.
Trying to figure out how many they were down by.
I said, let me stop.
Well, good for you for trying. I stopped. I was like, I'm out. I am out. And I waited too. As that Celtics Knicks game was happening, I'm standing and my phone is 2 feet. It's just off, but it's on the table. So it's it's on vibrate, but it's audible because it's on the counter, I should say. Zzz. Look over. Kenny. Oh man.
I think Kenny's text came in damn near the same time.
It's like, yeah, right. And then it goes off again. Like, oh.
I was pissed.
It's like, you know what?
He was hot.
The
whole household was hot.
Oh, dude, yeah. My dad's calling me after the game. Yeah, son, I told you about Jason Tatum. I'm not trying to hear. I'm like, yeah, Dad, fine, whatever. They lost. Like, I hang up. After that, we only talked for about a minute and a half. Celtics got me cutting off phone conversations with my dad early now.
Man, sorry, Mr. Tapia.
You guys won a championship last year. It's fine.
It's not fine. No, it's not just you win a championship and it's over with.
Yeah, that's probably the other thing with them is the Celtics weren't built for one championship.
And you might be breaking up something this offseason.
And then that's the other thing. Knowing, based on nothing other than rumors, what might be ahead in a slightly less dramatic sense, this is the last dance. Again, if you believe those rumors, which those rumors can't possibly be helping anything, by the way. It can't, like, I get it. You focus, you tune the noise out and all of that. It can't possibly be helping hearing stuff like this. So they weren't built to win one. And that's what's adding to this. Like, you got Tatum Brown, you got all of this group. They've gone the extra mile. Boston has gone the extra mile with, Drew Holiday, Kristaps Porzingis, all of that. You're going to walk away with one? What you got?
No, I was gonna just about the trade stuff, like about it not being an issue, but it's like I think they know what the offseason could look like, but I don't think that is like, oh, they're good with it though. I basically answered my own point. Like they know the situation, but like you said, yeah, that can't help.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make excuses for them. I just like I've never believed. Yeah, I've never believed. Oh, you got to tune out the noise, guy. That's like manager speak. That's coach speak. Like that's not. Hey guys, I know we just fired 20 of our 30 employees, but yeah, guys, tune that out. Everybody go do your job. Yeah, that's really nice to say. I'm thinking about the 20 people that just got fired, and there's rumors of 5 more being fired. Great, is that me? Because you're cutting salary. I don't like we act like there's no human element to professional sports. Again, I'm not trying to make excuses for the Boston Celtics. All I'm saying, 23-6 is why you lost. That's why you lost. But I'm also not going to pretend like all of this noise around this organization might be playing some sort of factor.
And it's there's so many people talking about it that it's got to be a lot of validity to it, right? I think Shams and Windhorst have been saying the same thing for about a month now, and they're not just throwing that out there. It's not like, well, if you look at their contract situation, maybe they might have to make some decisions. Like they're talking like, no, this is what's been told to us. Decisions have been made to a certain degree. Like money will be cut this offseason.
Yeah.
This will not be the same team next year. And I don't know if those guys on that roster know who the people are or taking a good guess, or maybe they have no clue. Like, am I going to be gone? Am I going to be one of the people, out of here and not going to be able to stay? So, yeah, that can't help anything.
Celtics got to shed some money, want to have players, blah, blah. Let's go ahead and throw Keon Ellis this way. We got something for you guys.
Well, that's one that I've heard a couple of times, right? Keon for Drew, right?
Yeah,
or like some
like
package
third
centered
team in
around.
there. Yeah, money works, blah, blah, blah.
I'd like Drew Holiday on this team, on this Kings team. They
Drew Holiday's a winner.
Yeah, he's not great offensively anymore, but he just has an impact defensively, playmaking, whatever it is. Like he's still really good.
Yeah. He would do really well in that locker room, I think. So if there was a way that you could snag Drew Holiday, that'd be really beneficial, I think. Although he's got to show up in this series, like as of right now.
Then what's the thing? He's not. Yeah, he's not scoring for the Celtics. Do you need him to show up defensively and hope he makes some plays?
What do you expect of him offensively?
I'm happy if he gets 10 points.
Okay.
It's just more so run the offense, get to the brim, dish it out, stuff like that. Play defense, like the way he's been playing on Brunson. I mean, fourth quarter was tough, but Brunson had like 9 points, I think, going into the fourth quarter yesterday, where he wasn't doing that well. So he's been playing defense fine. Drew, I have no issues with Drew Holiday in this series.
You want to do bump it or dump it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hit the music.
Hit the music.
Guys, the joke is we don't have any music.
Let's see. Where do we want to start? Okay. Pro refs get offered free LASIK for better calls. Some took it.
Okay, bump that.
The highlight clip from the loss made its way. Well, I took it from in the middle of the conversation. But LASIK.com, better vision, better calls, begin a post from the company's account, still offering all MLB umps free LASIK. Our Philly locations will be ready after the game. The official account for LASIK.com, a network of providers of corrective eye surgery, LASIK, has constantly posted about arguably trolled professional referees, officials, and umpires retweeting clips of controversial calls. The account sometimes gets personal, poking fun at Angel Hernandez for his retirement and celebrating individual umpires for calling an accurate game. They offered free consultations. There are umpires that took them up on it and had a good job. I
ain't mad at it.
Yeah.
I got LASIK almost 10 years ago. Not almost. I got it 10 years ago and I can see better than I ever could. I'm wearing blue blockers, not prescription glasses. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I know you've been a big believer and a big proponent of it. I'm not there yet, though. Not there yet. I don't.
You just started wearing glasses. You just got your eyes checked the day before last.
Well, I'll just stay with the glasses. I don't need.
What worries you about LASIK?
I want the laser on the eyeball.
It goes by fast. Just deal with the smell real quick. And
Jesus, that's not.
Hey, what's that burning? That's your eyeball, sir.
It's not a.
Don't worry though, you'll be able to see. Just keep up on the eye drops, and you'll be just fine. Shout out Big John Poles. Big John Poles going to Newman LASIK to get his done.
Big ups to him. Big ups, man. Maybe one day.
Now John Bowles can see you while he's beating your ass. It's crazy.
Kentucky Derby sets ratings, betting records despite attendance dip.
Dump it. I don't care.
Okay. Mets, Dodgers, pitch clock help MLB to best April attendance since 2017.
Bump it, because that smells fishy.
Major League Baseball is off to a historically strong start at the gates, giving initial support to preseason expectations of a third straight attendance increase for 2025. The league ended April with an average per game attendance of 27,261, MLB's best mark at the end of that month since 2017. Heading into the season, MLB executives had high hopes for another increase, which would create the first 3-year streak of gains since 05 to 07.
No, where's the pitch clock?
Well, they're attributing the pitch clock.
Okay.
Okay. They're attributing the Mets attendance. The headline might have been a little deceiving. The Mets attendance is up. Dodgers attendance is up. They've been on the road.
Okay.
And the pitch clock making games faster. They're saying maybe those are factors as to why attendance has gone up.
That feels like a big maybe. What's the weather been like across the country?
I don't know. It's a good question.
I would think it not raining or snowing would probably play a bigger factor than your pitch clock.
That would.
Pitch clock, I feel like, is great for television.
Well,
man, you want to go to the
great.
baseball game? No.
No, don't do that. It's good for a game. Like, if I'm not going to be outside at the game for 3.5 hours,
You can leave whenever you want.
Yeah, but I might not even want to go if I'm going to be there for 3.5 hours as opposed to 2:27. Like, oh yeah, we'll go out there real quick. So weather might be a factor as well, though. I'm with that. Let's see.
That was a little sneaky.
What else we got? Roger Goodell won 16 international games per year.
Bruh, stop it. You said 16 won 6?
16 international games per year.
All right, bump this one too.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell said this week, and he's been talking a lot over there.
He really has.
Said this week that he eventually won 16 international games per year on continents around the world, including Asia for the first time. The league will play 7 international games in 2025 in London, Dublin, Berlin, Madrid, and Sao Paulo. I don't know where this is. Is this Brazil?
Sao Paulo, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I ain't seen it. Yeah.
Okay.
They got 7 this year. That's damn near half the season.
16.
They didn't mention Mexico City. I think they're going back to Mexico City as well.
8 of them would be Jacksonville, so I guess that's not that bad. We're just going to send Jacksonville all over the world as the representative of American football.
Poor Jacksonville. Oh.
Real quick, who's the Jaguars head coach?
Maroney.
Oh, man.
I have no idea. No idea.
I don't remember either.
Jesse's gone.
Jesse,
I guess we'll never know.
So the funny thing is Jesse is the one who would absolutely know. And I feel like it's actually somebody. Jacksonville Jaguars coach is no, it's not. Liam Cohn.
Liam Cohn. He when there's some shenanigans, isn't he from the Bucks? Wasn't that a situation where he said he was going to go back to the Bucks and then change his mind and went to the Jags?
He did. That's right. That's right. Yep.
I'll never forget him now.
Well, there you go.
Until next week. Until next week when we try to figure out who it is. Okay. I don't know if Jesse's gonna come back. I think he might. If you decided to dump this, he would say, no, I'm overriding that. We're bumping it. Should I wait? I'll wait and see if I'll read something else and wait and see if he comes back because he'll like this one. NBA All-Star Game revised. ... Again.
All right. We got time.
Commissioner Adam Silver said the league is exploring an international format for next year's event. After February's edition was the second least watched game on record. Quote, we're discussing concepts with the Players Association that focus on NBA players representing their countries or regions instead of the more traditional formats that we've used in the past. End quote.
Does any of this matter?
No, if they're not going to play.
And like the idea that like do they expect everyone to play harder because the format is different, or like I get the NBA's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
USA versus the world. I get it. I get it.
Vince is promoting for the NBA.
Right. Well, we saw him courtside with the Knicks game.
No, that's facts. He might be there on Saturday.
He might. But if we've seen this group of individuals, they don't care about the world championship. You make sure they gonna care about beating a team made up of their peers from other countries.
Counterpoint.
Unless there's an Olympic gold medal on the line, they ain't gonna care.
They cared in the Olympics, and there was a gold medal on the line. That's different.
But that's it. Game. It's the Olympics. It's not the World Championships is competing against other countries.
I thought, well, America didn't seem to care about the world champions.
I know that's what I'm talking about.
The other countries did in the world. And maybe the thought
Wemby cared about that stupid thing they did last year.
Wemby built a little different than these guys out here right now. But maybe the thought is if they get beat up enough, America gets beat up enough, maybe some pride will kick in. I don't know. All right, Jesse's back. He'll like this one.
Okay. Bump it or dump it.
Bump it or dump it. Major League Baseball launching a new stat called True Home Run.
What? Bump it?
MLB is launching a new stat called True Home Run, which will track baseballs that clear at least half of all.
You were going to say balls. Like I could absolutely hear it.
Oh, that means the Yankees are going to have no true home runs then. All for this. Yeah, hell yeah. Tell the truth finally.
Starting in 2026, players will have a separate home run total based on a league-wide ballpark eligibility tracked by StatCast.
Wait, is this a shoot? This is for real?
I love this. Wow, Aaron Judge had 73 home runs this season. Yeah, 15 of them were true home runs.
Oh, that's crazy. Where does this rank with like Vazorp and all that other stuff?
I mean,
man, these baseball cards in 2025 about to be crazy.
This is a hater stat, by the way. This is a hater stat.
Out of pocket, bro. They can't be doing this.
True home run stat.
Yankees going to lead the league in home runs and also be last in true home runs.
They need to stop this. This is foul. This is out of pocket, man. StatCast, you're doing too much, man. Let the Yankees breathe. Let the rest.
So this is
the same way about the Green Monster. Left field. What's that like?
Green Monster. No, Green Monster's tough. That's a monster. You got to hit over.
Well, it's 5 feet away.
But you ever hit it over a monster?
If it's 5 feet away, yeah, I can.
It's a 50-foot monster.
There's nothing Kenny Caraway, the athlete, can't do.
It's true.
If it's hit a home run over the Green Monster, he could do it.
Yeah.
Now, hold on.
If it's a softball, I ain't going to hit a fastball like a MLB fastball. But
you're going to hit a softball over the Monster?
A juiced
okay. Well, one of those new special bats?
Yeah, torpedo.
Okay.
We really need to do like Casey Takes Sports this summer or something.
Oh,
where like he's playing soccer, he's playing football, running routes, all that.
I'm out here, man.
Give Vivek out there. Give Vivek out there to run routes with you. Who was the quarterback? Was Jeremy Lamb the quarterback or was Nani?
That's gonna go, yeah.
Jeremy Lamb.
Okay,
need a new QB.
Yeah, we need a new QB.
Wait, how's he been able to work on his routes lately? He ain't got the QB.
Maybe we can get Mike Woodson out there to throw you some passes. Get Alvin Gentry. He around. Get Alvin Gentry to throw you some passes.
Too cool to be quarterback, man. He's like, man, I'm cool, man. I'm chilling. I'll be slow as hell.
So I'm sorry. I think I asked you this twice. So this is real? They're doing this?
Yeah, and I don't believe I got chatty because the MLB
like they'll talk about this on like the broadcast. Well, Aaron Judge. I mean,
it's a home run.
I will. 12 true home runs.
It's a home run. It counts, but it's not a true home run.
I can't wait till someone like sets the record or like, new record of 22 true home runs this year. Now the hitters go back to juicing, so the true home run stat goes higher.
I have to report
someone gets to 61 and it's a really big deal.
I have to report something.
Uh-oh. It's Chatty House?
Kenny Caraway has been Chatty House.
It was from MLB.
Stop.
Did you see it from the Talking Baseball account?
Stop.
I did.
Okay, hold on.
But they
Hold
said
on.
via
Stop.
MLB, right?
Hold on.
Stop.
Just hold on, everyone. Hold on.
Stop. If this dude got again, I'm leaving.
Hold on.
If he got again, I'm leaving.
Kenny, you're my boy.
No.
That says Talking BASABELL. That's Basabell.
This whole show is a fraud.
What am I supposed to do now?
Well, sorry, Jesse. Sorry. I guess you can't diminish Aaron Judge's home runs anymore.
I still got my jokes off. Whatever.
Oh,
You gotta read the
damn.
fine print, man. You can let those accounts get you.
Yeah, they got me. Damn. There's nothing I can say.
Bro, you really almost let us go to break believing that.
There's nothing else I can say. Damn. Well, got me. Look at on the graphic too. It's like backwards.
Oh, I didn't even realize it's backwards. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, right here. It's all backwards right here.
Oh man, I apologize to the public.
But these accounts get you though because they do tag like the MLB and stuff like that. So it's
Yeah,
like,
man.
whatever. Like, yeah.
But that's me. That's me. I should have looked a little more intently on this one. But it does sound like something that's like you can do.
Yeah, I believed it at first.
Yeah. But no, it's not an official stat. Sorry, guys.
That's not an official
Sorry.
stat. And you getting
Just
Chatty
don't-
House is not an official stat.
Never mind that. And I'm glad they're not doing it because my man Aaron Judge, the best player in baseball right now, he deserves every home run that he hits.
He could be the best player in baseball this season through May 8th.
He might have been the best player in baseball for the last 3 years.
No, I can't do that. Dude, he dropped a fly ball in like what, game 5? Like, come on now. Like, he lost the show.
He dropped a fly ball like yesterday. Did you see that?
No, I did not see that.
It's the Padres.
How many times are you going to do this?
Hey, this
Till
one,
I get it right.
This one was pretty bad.
Look, well, you can't see. They got the because Talking Baseballs are real, like legit. It's like NBA Central or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't flip the logo on Talking Baseball. Oh man. Damn.
Oh man.
And then they got me too because they put Shohei in there. Because I was like, oh, well, they wouldn't do that to Shohei. If it was just Aaron Judge, I'd have been like, yeah, they wouldn't do that to Shohei. Oh man. Sorry, guys. Me. I lead the league in errors.
Boy, ain't that the truth? Hold on. Let's see. Where is now Woj is? I don't know. Searching for Jimmy Hoffa's body. Like, I don't know where Woj is. Well, we got some. Hold on. What do we got? I didn't get it yet. What do we got?
Shams reports, of course, Shams does. Free agent forward DeMar DeRozan has agreed to a 2-year, $60 million deal with Kenny Damas, the Los Angeles Clippers.
Thomas. God damn it.
I remember the time we were like, wait, they gave him that much money?
It was like, wait, they had like $7 to spend. How did they
That's
get
not possible.
$30 million to DeMar DeRozan?
I just knew I was breaking news, too.
Kenny Damas.
Just knew I was breaking news.
I hope you never
Damn.
learned, by the way. I hope you never learned.
The hard-hitting program.
As long as I have the fact checkers around me, it's good because we'll never let it go all the way like it's real. It's good.
Well, there's nothing real about this show. Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320. That's
Damn it.
Amazing. That is amazing.
Them bastards got me. I'm usually looking out for basketball and football, but baseball I just took for granted. Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Shalom Madrid, he was never proven. He was on some little bogus report. Big Poppy's clan.
I wasn't sure that he said fat, but now that I'm looking at the chat, I guess he did. Oh, man. Oh, Alan, ain't that the truth? That is the truth, Alan. KC just breaks the news. He lets others fact check. Man. Paul Pierce made it. Fox Studios.
That walk was real, because that took a long ass time.
That man really walked 20 miles. Good for him.
It's the vibe shift we needed.
That's hilarious. Kendrick Lamar, 10 nominations for the upcoming BET Awards, including Album of the Year, Video of the Year. That's cool.
Aldrin, yeah, favorite basketball player of all time. Ricky Williams, my favorite football player. Just a serious, straightforward guy. Like I don't think he's ever doing. He's doing a bit sometimes, but I think for the most part, that's just him. We should play like a joke on Kenny one day. We'll be like really fool him.
Just really lean into something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paul Pierce made it. He made it to the Fox Studios. Shout out Paul Pierce, man. I don't think he is often the most likable individual, but this is one of the coolest things that I think he's done. He for those that I'm sure everybody has seen it by now, where he's doing the show on Fox Sports and says, if the Celtics lose, I'll walk to work tomorrow in a bathrobe and flip-flops. Now it looked like he had on regular shoes, and good for him. Don't walk 20 miles in flip-flops. But unless there were some shenanigans, and social media is a tough thing to shake, bro walked 20 miles to work today. Now he missed his show and missed, I'm sure, pretty much everything he had to do today. But content, COE, Lizzie knows what time it is. Content over everything. Paul Pierce completed his walk to the Fox Studios in Los Angeles, man. So good for Paul Pierce for poking fun at himself a little bit and doing something funny and likable.
Ricardo in the chat says if the Celtics come back, I gotta do the same as Paul Pierce. I don't think that'd be possible, but I mean, if the Celtics come back, I'll walk 20 miles. I don't care.
Well, okay. Hold on a second.
What do we got? I'll do whatever.
Well, no one. Okay.
So
let's start here. Do you think they can come back?
They can. Like
you've lost all confidence.
Not all confidence, but MSG Game 3, like it's a little intimidating. Knicks haven't played their best ball, neither of the Celtics, so we'll see. Everything just depends on that one game. If they win, I'm all back in.
Do you remember our old address?
I don't.
Yeah,
it was something. Yeah,
5345 Madison Avenue.
53.
Still empty, by the way.
Okay, it says it's 7 miles, but of course that's on 80. So is there a way that I can avoid? Okay, here we go. Walking. Well, it's 9 miles walking, 4 hours. You could do it down and back.
Wait, what?
You can do it down and back. You can walk to Madison and back.
Oh, it's 4 hours down and back?
That would be no. It's 4 hours one way,
Oh.
but it's 9.4 miles. So if you just did it down and
Hey, if
back
I'm walking
to
4 hours, that's good enough.
Oh, that's terrific. You don't have to walk unless you think it'll motivate your team. If you think it'll motivate your team,
do it.
Well, why
everybody all in?
Why don't we see how they respond to Paul Pierce's 20-mile
Yeah,
walk
let's see if
first
that shifted the vibes
before
first.
we have Jesse Tapia out here walking 20 miles for the sake of the Boston Celtics.
I'll eat the tuna as a cracker in the snack shack if they come back. Do we even have that anymore?
No, you know damn well we got rid of the tuna and crackers.
Oh my goodness!
What's the worst thing we have in the
that
snack
was
shack?
crazy.
Hey, and that was there for like years too.
It wasn't the snack shack, it was the vending machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vending machine. I don't know. I don't think there's really anything bad in there, but you guys are the
How about the
snack
Celtics come
shack
back? I'll be
connoisseurs.
happy the next day at work. How about
There
that?
you go. There you go.
Look, I'm with Jesse. I'm with Charles and Shaq. Game 3 is very important for both teams.
Yeah.
Game 3 is a big time game. I'm a little I don't know why this happened or what happened. It's more F1 ridiculousness. I don't know why that game isn't at 5 o'clock our time. It's a 12:30.
Yeah, Warriors Timberwolves at 5:30. I low key like it. Get the New York people out there a little early.
You know they're gonna be out there all Friday night.
Steven says we need you could put salt on your eggs if the Celtics win. We get a little viral video.
First time ever.
Jesse making some Jesse making some eggs.
That might be it.
Sprinkle some salt on it. Be the best eggs you ever have, like chasing Jesse's whole life.
Disagree, I'll probably hate it.
Put salt on anything?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't say it like
See,
that.
that's the thing. That's the thing. You guys disrespect me as if I don't season my food. I season my food. Nah, you do the whole. You put salt on, and yes, I put salt.
That's just a question. I'm a broadcast journalist. Man,
I'm on edge today.
I noticed. So I'll ask you this then: who's more likely to come back in their respective series, your Boston Celtics or the Cleveland Cavaliers?
The Celtics. That would be my guess.
I think that's the right answer too, just because I guess my thing for the Celtics, just don't choke next time when you're up 20. Like they've gotten ahead and like the blueprint's all been there. It's just they cheese up every time, and I don't know how healthy the Cavs are going to be.
Yeah,
and I'm not sure that they're taking both games. I'm like, yeah, I really believe in what the Pacers are. I think more than don't want to disrespect the Knicks, but I really think like the Pacers could be a team that could get to the finals this year.
Okay.
Pacers in the finals.
I can see it.
They score and they're playing good enough defense.
The Pacers, quiet as kept. Once again, not trying to diminish anybody, but they were playing, I would say, surprisingly well against Boston last year.
Yeah, Andrew Nembhard was going off.
Yeah, and Tyrese get hurt in game 1 or 2.
I think 2.
Yeah.
Sometime during
Man,
2.
was it? Wow. Yeah. Wow. I don't know what my answer is. I think it's this. Truth be told, I think it's both. I think both can come back. But I'll say this. I think highly of the Pacers. Mm-hmm. I think differently of the Knicks than I thought 2 weeks ago or a week ago or whatever it was. I didn't think the Knicks. I don't know that I thought the Knicks would win 2 games in the series. I just didn't think that they were good enough. I didn't think they were made to beat the Boston Celtics. But the fact that they're forcing Boston into their game, not the other way around. And they've got it down.
How about the fact, I shouldn't say the fact, the thought, even though they went 0-4 in the regular season, that they were made for this moment. They were put together for this moment. The 0-4, because just the way the team is built.
Well, no, because so then they're just turning it up come 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter each game. That's where that kind of falls apart for me.
You're down 20 in both.
To me, it's more of the Knicks are obviously taking advantage of the opportunity and stuff, but to me, it's more Boston. Like if the Knicks were hanging toe to toe from the first minute, sure, but it's like around 7 minutes of the fourth is when like this all starts to happen.
Jesse walks in yesterday as he's leaving and goes, Celtics are taking it to the rack. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, I was all happy. I was texting Kyle Madsen. I think the end of the third quarter, Tatum, instead of pulling up for a three, passes to Cornette.
Jesse
dunk. I thought we were good.
Jesse left here at like 4, whatever, just as happy as could possibly be. And then the fourth quarter happened.
I mean, they were down 20 in both games, clearly.
At least they
but I
weren't down
don't know.
49.
Just maybe it doesn't match up with what I'm saying. But if you just look at the build of the Knicks, it looks like it's built to play the Celtics.
When they take advantage, you can see it because like OG's been locking up. Bridges like 2 defensive stops. They just haven't done it for 48 minutes, I guess.
Bridges and OG matching up with Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Josh Hart matching up with Derek White. Cat with Porzingis, getting Mitchell Robinson back, having him like. I'm just thinking maybe of the roster, like the way you would think to put a roster together to try and beat the Celtics is what the Knicks did. I don't think they thought about anybody else, the Cavs, the Pacers, the Bucks. They didn't think about nobody else. They're like, how can we match up with Boston? And you guys are right. They've been down 20 twice, but I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things when it does work, it's perfect for what they want to do against that Celtics roster.
I don't think either team has even really played good basketball yet, too, in this series.
No, and I don't know if we're going to see this game. This series is so intense. They're starting to know each other more and more with every game. At this point, they played 6 games against each other. It's one of those things, kind of like Rockets, Warriors, where at the end of the day, they had played 10 times this year. They know what everybody's going to do. It's what they say, a war of attrition. It's just who's going to execute their stuff a little better towards the end of the game, or who's not going to make the mistakes, who's going to make the open shots. I think we're getting to that point with the Celtics. I say that to say Celtics Knicks. I say that to say I don't know if we're going to see like masterful games from either team the rest of the series. It's just going to be some grinded out stuff.
Mikal Bridges has been incredible in these 2 games.
He was big time in that fourth quarter.
Offensively.
Yeah.
I mean, he was incredible offensively and defensively. He was really, really good on the defensive end in game 1. Yes. And really, really good defensively in game 2, but to have 14 points in the fourth quarter like that, he has been just amazing in this series to me. But I'm a Mikal Bridges fan. I have been for a while. You do have a point. The way this team is made up, with these guys having roles and excelling in them regardless of what they're doing on the offensive end, OG Anunoby being one, like I can't sing Josh Hart's praises enough. Like he is he's a 42, 43 minute a night guy every single night.
I think Mitchell Robinson's the only New York Knick with a positive plus minus in this series too.
Mitchell Robinson
was getting a lot of love because I guess the discussion on that play last night was that wasn't a call. They switched on the fly, and it wound up like if you look back, Mitchell Robinson falls back a little bit, and I don't remember who it was. Was it OG? It was OG and Mikal then go and essentially double Tatum, and that wasn't the play call. Right. It's just what they did. And Mitchell Robinson was getting a lot of praise, both I think at the podium, and then from the analysts this morning for recognizing force Tatum to that side. Saw OG and Mikal over there, fell back a little bit, didn't leave any open man because there was still time on the clock, and forced Tatum into that unfortunate pass, and that was it.
That play before that. Where it was just a great call and a great execution by the Celtics, having Tatum go downhill full court, that high, super high screen and roll, and was able to just blow by Mitchell Robinson. That was a great play call. Great recognition by the Knicks on the floor. And Barry Horowitz, great recognition by myself.
Kenny Domus, as some would say.
I'm sitting there in the in my mom's living room when they didn't call a timeout. I said, hey, they about to do the same thing. Be ready, Mitchell. Be ready. They about to do the same thing. Sure enough, same play call. And they made the adjustments. Number one, being ready for that. Number two, like you just mentioned, making the adjustments on the fly in that situation as well. So, yeah, that was. We keep on talking. It was stunning. It was stunning to see that. I didn't think at any point. I didn't think they were going to win. When Tatum got the dunk, I thought that would have been it. Even when Tatum had the ball towards the end, I thought they'd find a way to make a shot or something like that, and they just didn't do it. Shout out to I was listening to had my ear to the streets of New York City because that's just what
of course.
You know what I mean? Those are my people over there. You know what I mean? Those are my cousins over there, like I said earlier.
A lot of energy.
They were talking about one of the game turning moments, or maybe in a psychological type of way, was Missoula kind of giving in to the Mitchell Robinson component of the game, fouling him, trying to say, like, we got to get this guy off the court.
Yeah.
We have no answer for him. And even though he wasn't like dominating or points wise or anything else like that, he was a disruptor out there. And I thought it was I thought I had found something earlier, but I didn't. Like, it didn't really matter. But I thought it was pretty heads up by Tibbs to make the Celtics go into the bonus when they wanted to do the foul with Mitch Robinson in the fourth quarter. So they were doing a Hacker Robinson, and they were like 3 fouls away. And once he did it the first time, they were like, all right, you got to get him out of there. We're going to get OG in there. And OG goes to the scorer's table and said, no, come back, and made them foul him 2 more times. So they're in the bonus. He didn't put OG in there until they were in the bonus. So I think it was about 2.5, maybe 3 minutes left. They were like, all right, if you want to do that, I'm going to make it where a touch foul is going to get us to the line, and Mitch Robinson is going to be out of the game. I say it doesn't matter because they got into the bonus with the last Mitchell Robinson foul, but they had a foul before they went into the final 2 minutes, so they would have been in there. I was thinking about it with the Brunson foul, because if they would have just played it a certain way, the Drew Holiday foul on Brunson could have been a side out. It could have been the first and the last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But there was when Cat got the and one, Horford fouled him, and that would have put him in the bonus anyway. So that's why I said I thought I had something, but no. But I just like that. I like that call. I like Tibbs and his bench thinking ahead. Like, oh, you want to foul him? Like, go ahead, foul him until you get into the bonus. Then we'll take him out.
Yeah, and Joe gonna have to respond.
Well, we saw Joe. We saw what he was looking like.
Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
We saw what Joe was looking like when they had to drop a play.
It's not okay.
Gasolina.
Derek White, please save us.
Oh, Derek White. Well, hey, how my boy Tatum? They showing it right now. He had a wide open look in the corner.
That was the one that kind of, all right, we got, like, it's not going to look good.
That was just a catch and shoot.
He's got to hit these shots finally, or just be consistent, or just don't be just horrible where you're just not making anything. He's got to find some balance.
So the problem now is kind of like I talked about yesterday. You're down 2 games. Like, you can be the better team. You can do all this other stuff. But now you literally got to win 4 of the next 5, right?
You're the Celtics. You might as well treat this like you're down 3-0 right now.
Yeah. 4 of the next 5 against anybody it's a tall task. Where 3 of those 5 games are on the road.
Yeah. 2 and then game 6.
That is not easy.
Only the Celtics got going for them right now is they're the best team on the road in the playoffs the last 4 seasons, I think. 22-9.
I'm taking a deep dive into Knicks Twitter, trying to find the alternate view video.
Oh, there ain't nobody got it. Where is that guy?
I'm telling. I don't know. Call your people. These are your people.
These are my people. Shout out to him, man. Big ups. Next tape.
The last time Boston was this upset, that tea went in the harbor. Is them
come on?
Is them fight videos? I can't get over. I'll say this whether it's about New York or Boston or whoever, or if it's just sport fans in general, just consider this a PSA. No human being on the planet looks dumber than the two individuals in opposing jerseys fighting each other.
We fighting for it.
Like, y'all look level 10 stupid. And there's a couple of y'all out here in this fight video.
What are we fighting for? Fighting? For real? That's what we doing? Come on, guys. Don't do that.
Man, Jalen is so special in the fourth quarter, though.
That guy. Wow. Wow. I mean, he is. And the thing that I like about Jalen Brunson is he's not this unbelievable athlete. Fundamentally, and the bag that he has is just elite. Because you got to have that at that size, not being unbelievably athletic. The bag that you have has to be elite, and it is. They can't. I want to say they can't stop him because sometimes they do a good job on him, but he gets his shots, he gets to his spots, and it's not just the Celtics. We've seen this 3 straight playoffs now with Jalen. Like
he's different.
Yeah,
he Jalen Brunson in the regular season is really good. Jalen Brunson in the postseason is like one of the top players in the league. And it's special to watch. And the only thing better than Jalen Brunson in the playoffs is this security lady. I cannot stop watching this video. And every time I watch it, because now I'm on Knicks Twitter, and every time I watch it, it gets funnier. And she won't put the sign down. She keeps trying to hold up the sign as if that is going to, like, my sign, sir. It's not working.
That poor lady. They need to the Celtics need to do something, for her, for causing her all that angst.
He pushed me.
Man,
100 gorillas versus 1 Knicks fan. My money might be on the Knicks fan.
This series has been.
They smoking. Okay, this account's funny, and I'm following it.
Oh, who is it?
It's Knicks memes.
Oh, I'm gonna find Knicks memes.
They smoking that Celtics pack in the Vatican.
Oh, because did you see the new Pope is a Villanova grad?
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. The funniest thing was, for some reason, I guess it's not my bag. I don't understand. There's people gathered outside. They were like, people were waiting for this with their camera phones fixed, just hoping for the moment that the smoke would come out. And obviously it does this morning. And there's this big pop, like the Pope just made his Royal Rumble return after 10 years. And I don't know if that's just people excited that they were there for a historic moment or what it was, but I was like, this is one of the strangest things I've ever seen.
I said, okay. I said the same thing. I was like, all right. Some people think that it's crazy that we wait outside and watch sports in the street.
No,
when you can watch at all.
Well, when you can wait for smoke to come out of a. How do they control the color of the smoke too?
Oh man, yeah, I have no clue. I'm lost on that.
I guess God.
Pretty much.
And it's the Vatican.
My mom went there.
That's Vatican.
That's
where has your mom not gone?
Australia. Other than that, everywhere else. She's lived a good life.
That's gonna be her next ask. D-Lo, can you send me to Australia?
Yeah, but me and her go back and forth because she is a Warriors fan. So there was a lot of talk on Tuesday. I was like, all right, man, whatever. But then we're united for the next game. We're back together. So
okay.
Good times.
I need to get off of this site. I'm trying so hard to find the other video. Knicks memes is funny, and I'm following Knicks memes. I'm rocking with Knicks memes. It's funny. Yeah. Maybe Daily Knicks has got the video. Oh no, that's an official website.
Celtics Knicks fans fighting.
Yeah, there they are.
this is not necessarily Knicks related, but your NYC on Instagram is hilarious. Your NYC. And it's just a random like life of living in New York City. Why are there so many bizarre things that happen in that city? Why?
Volume of people.
Why are they like that? Why are so many crazy things happening in New York City on a daily basis? It's a crazy place.
A lot of people. That's what it boils down to. I mean, you spend a day in New York City, you're going to have a week's worth of stories. Whether you're going to a sports game or not, you're going to have a week's worth of stories.
That's facts. That's what I love in West.
And now we got 2 days to talk about whether the Boston. Hey, Jamil Hill on Around the Horn. Okay. Oh, they getting ready. We like a couple weeks away from the
goodbye.
And Kate Fagan's up there.
Oh, it's the stars are coming back for the goodbye.
Oh, this is definitely the goodbye version of Around the Horn. I didn't think they'd ever let Jamil on ESPN TV again.
What they gonna do? Cancel us?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Now you got 2 days to talk about whether the Boston Celtics can come back from this, whether the New York Knicks can close this out, whether the Knicks can win a title. You know, the first thing I thought of, sorry, Jesse, when the game went final. Don't give me that Tyrese, Jalen Brunson.
Well, that was going around.
We're gonna pay off that storyline before the Rock
that clip was going around.
Man,
what was it? SmackDown?
Yeah, SmackDown at the Garden.
Yeah, I think so. Camera pans to
brought Tyrese out.
Right
Jalen was better than Tyrese was. Now Tyrese played a good heel that night.
Yeah.
He did. He was kind of the.
He knew the assignment.
Yeah, he was kind of like the snarky heel, and you know Jalen was the hero babyface, even though he overslid the chair a little bit and almost made it really bad. Who was the guy he was in there with? Was it LA Knight?
I think it was, and because Tyrese was with Logan, right? Was he with Logan?
Think so.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, that's tough. That's your boy.
Well, Logan should be getting a little bit of
horrible
a push
take,
here.
by the way. Horrible.
Yeah, that was definitely
Logan might be
your biggest Kenny
Logan
Russo
might
moment.
be the best heel in the company.
No, he's not better than Dominic Mysterio.
Oh, you're right. Dom, that's my boy. Logan might
Is
be the best
Logan
heel in
a
the company.
heel or do people just not like him?
Whatever it is, he leans
like
into
Logan's
it.
like the only heel. Like John Cena, that's I don't even know what's going on with that guy, but
John Cena was on TNT.
Can we stop this?
That was
wrestling?
Peacemaker, by the
Stop.
way, not John Cena.
Yeah, why we? Can we just? Oh man, I wish they go back to kayfabe, bro. This is whack. This is whack, bro.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that.
This is whack. This guy just ruined every little kid's dreams and then gonna hop on Inside the NBA. Hey, Chuck, what? Still real to me.
Damn it. It's still real to me. We'll come back. A couple of notes regarding a player some Kings fans have talked about, but he's going to be the centerpiece he could be the centerpiece of one of the biggest moves of the offseason. We'll talk about that. And Jesse brought something up about the new stars emerging in the NBA. We'll dive into that as well. We got some Kings talk on the way. Matt George in about an hour. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah, you all good.
Thank you, man. All right, man. Let's get up in here, man. Kicking it with KC. You know the vibes. Let me get here. Hold on. Let me set y'all up, man. Let me set y'all up because we got some heat today. Yes, sir. What's good, baby? You already know the vibes. You know what it is, man. Kicking it with KC. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to Cola Seamoss. You already know the vibes. And today we got a treat. We got them Asia Wilson A1. This one is the Indigo Girl, the Blue Fury joints. These, oh man, these joints are fire right here. Fire. Woo. My girl Asia did her thing. The Blue Fury colorway highlights Wilson's flair and personality through its gradient design, dark navy fades into lighter blue tones across the upper, creating a layer pearl-inspired aesthetic. A metallic swoosh and matching accents add shine to the bold look. Details like Asia's signature on the toe cap and heel tap make the sneaker feel personal. Embroidered tattoos honoring her parents are stitched inside the tongue, further deepening its emotional connections. These elements blend storytelling without standout design. Now, when you talk about the A1s, there was a lot of controversy when they came out with the Sabrina joints, the Sabrina ones, and Asia didn't have her signature shoe. A lot of people were upset about that. I was upset about that. I understood why people were, but I got to hand it to Nike. I got to hand it to them in a major way because with the shoe itself, with the rollout, with the promotion, they killed it. They absolutely killed it. These are fire. I wanted the pink Aura joints, the original joints. Those sold out in like 5 minutes or whatever the case may be. But then I saw these indigo ones, and these joints might get the same treatment. They really do. These are sick. These are sick. Every colorway I've seen of these shoes are sick, and this is no different, man. So yeah, shout out to Nike and the A1 for the indigo girls. They drop on May 15th. It'll be available with my people over at Phenom. Go check them out, man. Downtown, down in Doco. Steps from the Golden One Center. Shout out to my man Hung. Shout out to my man Kenny and the whole crew over there. You can also go check them out in Elk Grove. Tell them KC sent you. Oh, man. They did it. Shout out to my girl Asia Wilson. And this is Kicking It with KC. Yes, sir. They did that. They did that. My goodness. My goodness. The A1s. I love those shoes. I absolutely love those shoes, man. And then I seen, hopefully, maybe I'll be able to do a little deep dive on the pink and black ones that are coming out at the end of the month. They got some pearl joints coming out, I think, in between the blue and the pink and black ones. I think they got 3 straight weeks of A1s coming out, man. So they killing it. They are absolutely killing it right now. Big ups Asia Wilson. Big ups Nike. And once again, shout out to my people over at Phenom, man. My man Hong, my man Kenny, the whole crew over there. Big ups to him, man. For those that don't know, the Elk Grove location is back open with Phenom. So they got the Doco joint and they back in Elk Grove, man. That's when I first heard about them when they was in Elk Grove. They be killing it over there, man.
Since we got some things going on behind it, you want to run your game here real quick?
Yeah, man. You know, it was a tough night last night.
Yeah, because you keep betting these Knicks players. The players, I mean, your squad is playing out, but these picks you putting out there ain't doing well. It's like the 4th game in a row.
Well, look.
The Knicks got you chatty house.
Well, no. The Knicks handled business last night. There was one guy who didn't. I had Tatum 20.5. Came up with 13. And then I had 2 Nuggets too. Aaron Gordon didn't get it done. Didn't get it done. Nikola Jokic also did not get it done. But that's okay. That was yesterday. Today is a new day. And it's going to be all Warriors, Timberwolves, game 2. I'm going to tell you right now, they got Ant Edwards at 27.5 points. I'm going more. They got Naz Reid at 12.5 points. I'm going more. All right, I'm on that. Pods, I looked at Pods at 13 points because I think he's going to get more opportunities to shoot the rock. I still think I'm going less, though.
The Buddy Demon is 18.5.
Ooh. I'm going to tell you right now. Here's the thing. I didn't want to go less on 2 of them, right? I thought about Pods less, thought about Buddy less. I'm going to go Buddy less. Buddy less.
Buddy's number was
15.5.
15.5. Okay.
I'm going Buddy less. They're going to lock in on Buddy. He's going less. So I think that's going to happen. Jimmy Butler, 24 points. I got more on that. So I went points a lot today, man, because I think that's where I'm locked in at. So
you see Ant-Man's Demon?
No.
It's 34.5.
Ant-Man going to go crazy tonight.
34.5.
The regular is 27.5. So you think you're going to put him in the lineup with the demon? You can say, yeah, he's gonna score another.
They got
7 points.
Draymond at 9.5, and I'm desperate to hit less. Let's see what this lineup. Buddy with the demon at 18.5, Ant-Man with the demon at 34.5, and then less on Draymond's 9.5. The power play brings you $300 on a $20 bet. The flex play brings you $180 on a $20 bet.
Here's a sneaky one. Rudy Gobert, 9.5 points. I say it's sneaky because Finch was out there politicking. He was politicking.
Yeah.
So that's a sneaky one. I haven't put that one in the lineup yet.
What'd you say that one was? Where's Rudy?
9.5. Matter of fact, I'm putting it in right now. He's going more. Rudy Gobert, he's going to get like 14 tonight.
See, Rudy 9.5 puts me up to 29.5 times my money. If I
you said you got the Ant Demon too? That's what
I took, the Ant Demon. Yeah. Hold on. They got what is Rudy? Bruh. Rudy's demon. He's got one demon at 11.5 and another demon at 14.5.
Wow. 11.5 might be the play.
Bro, he has not.
No, I see the stats. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that is actually pathetic.
Rudy had 9 last game, 27 the game before,
man.
5-1.
Come on, man.
In 6.
You're 7-6.
I don't think that's true.
That's pathetic. But he'll get 14 tonight. I got him at 14.
You got him at 14?
I got him at he's gonna score 14 tonight. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the demon.
You're gonna take the 11.5 demon.
Yes. Take the demon. They all of a sudden they got a Nas Reed demon at 14.5 now.
Hold on. That took me up to 43 times my money.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Is this an all demon lineup?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, the Draymond's not a demon because I took Draymond less than 9.5.
I think I'm gonna go with you on that one too. I'm taking the less too.
A $20 play plays out $540 if you hit 4. Yeah, I'll play it. It's tough.
I got
all right, submit. I'm in. Come on.
There you go. So I went Rudy Demon, 11.5. Anthony Edwards, regular, 27.5. More on both of those. Nas Reed, Demon, 14.5. I went more. Draymond, 9.5. I went less. Jimmy Butler, 24 points. I went more. Go download the Prize Pick app. Put in the promo code KIFM. You get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You don't have to win or lose or nothing like that. Just put the promo code KIFM in there and you get $50 instantly. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna keep
what a heel move. What a heel move. Shout out Norm, but what a heel move on the screen.
I got Zabo first on YouTube.
Wow.
Oh, here we go.
More controversy.
Is he getting a point again?
More controversy.
Norm on StreamYard is first.
It's your league, man.
Which is kind of a joke.
Well, you guys said Zay won the other day when I wasn't here. I counted that one. I can't just be counting everything. So we'll go Norm. I think this is Norm's first win. Congratulations, Norm Will. He is on the board.
I'm sure Norm is just ecstatic over this.
Who won yesterday? Was it Collins?
No, Collins. I think Collins is shadow banned from the league. It wasn't Collins. I can't remember who won yesterday.
Was it John? Oh, it might have been Maxwell.
No, I ain't seen Maxwell in 3 weeks.
Yeah, he kind of just pops around like, "Hey guys, I'm real," and then leaves for a bit.
No, Maxwell's a normal human being with an actual job. I'm sure that's what Maxwell's doing.
That's what I just said. Pops around, says I'm real, and then leaves for a few weeks to his job.
Zabo said Collins did win. I thought we banned Collins from winning anymore. Maybe that was just for a day.
That's Collins' first win as well yesterday. So, a lot of people getting in there with their first win. Zabo still dominating the league. He's got 9 total wins. Big ups to Zay. Johnny is second with 5.
Like literally his.
Kyle's got 3. Maxwell, Soren, Norman, Hoffa, Collins, and Filthy.
Hoffa won?
Yeah, Hoffa got 1. Then Filthy McNasty, they all have 1.
Filthy McNasty's on the board. Man, imagine explaining that one to people.
Hey, yeah, what's up, boss? No, we had this listener, Filthy McNasty, today.
No, yeah, we're out at the next Sky River event. No, hey, boss, this is our guy, Filthy McNasty, right?
Oh, great. I don't even know.
No, this for real. This our man. This Filthy McNasty.
It's a P1. He's been here since day one.
That's our guy. Yeah, it's a day one right there.
Filthy
I mean, that's how we introduce people. Like Hoffa come to, hey, I'm Hoffa. I'm Zabo. I'm
Zay,
Filthy McNasty.
Zay taking shots at Jesse.
I see it.
Come on, man. He says, I'm no Tatum. I don't fall apart in the clutch.
5 minutes ago, a couple minutes ago, says, yeah, Zabo won in YouTube, but you're going to take that shot, huh? All right, man.
Oh, it's just a testy day.
All right, man. I see all of you, by the way.
Well, wait a minute. That's not even a shot at Jesse. That's a shot at Tatum.
It's a shot. It's association right there.
No, a shot at Jesse would have been, I'm no Jesse. I don't fall apart in the clutch.
Yeah, hey, maybe Jesse is behaving like the Celtics. Got up big and just.
I see you too. Yeah, I didn't take shots. I see you. You know what? Fine. This is me. It's me. Scooter said he was a Celtics fan. Norm said he was a Celtics fan. They're with me.
Scooter's a Celtics fan?
They're with me for right now. Now, they're with me.
Hold on.
For right now, they're Celtics supporters. Norm said as well his daughters are in. So, yeah, I got a little crew right here. I don't need you guys.
Oh, but you have us.
You don't have me. Go New York, go. I'm just saying. Jesse, my man's.
No, you're not my man's, Casey. You're not my man's.
Separate ways. I'm like OKC crowd. I'm booing them today.
Oh,
we got Curtis too. Shout out Curtis. Celtics supporter as well. Drew down. Rooting for the Celtics. My people right here. Add them to the list.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Celtic supporter out here.
Shout out Jose.
Team Jesse. You started.
Shout out Jose.
I'm a Celtic supporter.
My guy Norm. We got the fam involved as well. I'm a Jesse supporter.
Where Hoffa ain't said nothing in weeks. Where he come from?
Hoffa been talking all day.
Hey, that's what we needed too. We needed the vibes up.
My bad, Hoffa. Well, like I said, you guys got to go into the garden, the real garden, the Mecca.
Sorry, I got a team behind me.
I was watching one of those post game shows. They said it. Yeah, be at the Mecca on Saturday. Yeah, damn it. True story. My mom did go to the garden. It was Kings, Knicks.
She was so annoyed that she was going there when the Knicks were playing, or when the Kings were playing. She went back a week later. Like, I want to go see a different game at Madison Square Garden.
She went to see Kings, Knicks at the Garden Saturday night. It looked electric. She was showing me videos and pictures. It looked electric, but she did say she came back because it was with my cousin Ricky. And Ricky was like, yo, the Garden, they got to jump it in here. They got to jump it in here, huh? And she's like, yeah, it's cool. It ain't like Golden One, though. That's what she said. She ain't even a Kings fan.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying.
No one was courtside calling Tom Thibodeau an idiot.
No. Okay. They were already, I was, once again, listening to the streets. They're already talking about, to be fair to them, they weren't talking about this today. I'm sure this was a discussion maybe when you lost to the Pistons in game 5 or something, or 2. But they were rehashing a conversation of like, yeah, if Thibodeau don't get it done, let's go get Jay Wright. He with the Villanova boys, man. Let's go get him. And then the guy goes, I'm not sold on Jay Wright. Now, if you said Michael Malone, now I'd be Knicks are up 2-0.
They was talking about that today?
Now, to be fair, I don't think they were like calling for Thibodeau, but they were like, yeah, I remember having those discussions. And
they were okay. Yeah. I got you.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, this one kind of hurt yesterday on Twitter. They said they're pronouncing Tatum like Batum out there in New York. Jason Tatum. Jason, please, if you're out there, please step up on Saturday.
That is brutal.
Hey, tomorrow at about 2:15, Eddie that's his man.
I need Eddie to talk to Tatum. Whatever. Man. Like, we need game 3 bad.
Oh,
man.
Tatum
is tough.
Hey, why? I'm telling these New Yorkers are crazy.
Such a good joke, too.
Why are they like that?
Oh, yeah. What did I just see in the chatty house? Yeah, Steve Kerr was right yesterday. A lot of that going on in the Olympics and all that.
Oh, that's tough.
He was not
Steve
right
Kerr
for
saved
having him on the
America.
bench. Wow. Where's Jim Park at?
Steve Kerr saved America. Who was the original host of Around the Horn? Was it Kellerman? Or what?
Yeah, I think
no,
it
or
was
was it
Brian Kinney?
No, Jeannie's man.
Oh, Jay
the
Moore?
comedian.
It might have been Jay
Was it Jay?
Moore.
Was it him?
I thought it was Kellerman though, but it might have been Jay Moore.
Now I need to look because I like you. I mean,
wait a oh
bring
no,
him back. What
wait, no,
happened?
hold on, no, they didn't.
Max Kellerman.
It was Kellerman.
Yeah,
Okay.
November 4th, 2002. Then Tony Rowley took the reins in February 2004.
Okay.
Well, this is why I'm gonna miss the NBA on.
Oh no, you can't. This was disrespectful.
I'm gonna miss the NBA on TNT because they got the inside tracks and like they give you insight that you don't always know that you need or that you're looking for. Here's last night they had Jason Tatum in the clutch, and here's what he had going on.
Come on, man.
This is wrong. Nah, Tatum's going for 30 on Saturday. I don't care.
Stop. What music is playing? What's the music that's playing?
I'm gonna have Eddie clip this and send it to Tatum.
Okay. All right, man. Come on. Come on. Internet's out of control. Just uncalled for. Internet is a horrible, horrible place.
Why did they start doing this though? I think one of the first ones I saw was they always get Jamal Murray. I don't know where they find this Jamal Murray guy at, but that's funny. I'm surprised they didn't have him
the
last
Jamal
night.
Murray one I saw the other day was comedy. Absolute comedy.
I'm surprised they didn't get him last night. I don't think anybody watched that game long enough.
Yeah, I think everyone tuned out of that game around the Russell Westbrook technical. Like, I'm out.
I didn't even see that.
See, it's like 3 minutes left in the first quarter.
Oh yeah, I was going.
It was already a 20-point game at that point.
I was up to 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of Knicks Celtics at that point. Damn, that was a beatdown.
Figurative must win for the Timberwolves tonight.
Yes, especially. I mean, it would be anyway, just because you talk about how the story of a series goes. Yeah. But now there's no Steph, and you got to. I don't know if they got to like beat them down the way the Thunder did. Obviously, that would be great for them, for the Timberwolves. But I'm not saying you have to do that, but you have to find a way to put doubt into Golden State without Steph Curry.
It's a must-win in what sense? Like, you think they're losing the series if they lose?
The Timberwolves?
Yeah.
Like, so I here's what it boils down to for me with Minnesota in that this was more that question was more a catalyst to this point. Can that team play with a sense of urgency? The Timberwolves. Can the Minnesota Timberwolves play with a sense of urgency? Maybe they don't even need to play with a sense of urgency tonight. I feel like I was watching them at the post game, the press conferences. They didn't look shaken, and maybe that's just their mentality. Maybe they don't get shook. But is this team capable of playing with a sense of urgency?
It depends on what you consider a sense of urgency, right? Now I ask that because they probably I would think if I was a Timberwolves fan or somebody in that organization, you went and got one in LA, game one in LA in that first round series. You come back home to Minnesota, and you got to win both of these. You don't want to give home court back up. And they answered. They were down a couple times in game 4 by 10. They answered and got that done. Even if like you want to consider, hey, you're up 3-1. Don't give away this game 5. They had sense of urgency to close out that series when they did. Because with them not having the home court, that's if I'm the Lakers, I'm always thinking, all right, we're going to win game 5. All we got to do is get game 7, put some heat on them, and we'll take care of game 6, put some heat on them, and then we'll take care of them in game 7. There was a level of pressure and sense of urgency that they had to have to make sure they didn't get to that point. So if you consider those moments having a sense of urgency, they showed that they can.
Okay.
I think they are. I've said it before. I say it, I guess, affectionately. They're the craziest team in the NBA.
That's a perfectly fine way of putting it.
Those boys is wild. You just never know what you're gonna get. Now, I will say this about the Timberwolves, because we talk about like they've been up and down, and they have been. But would you say for the last 2 months they've played like just really good basketball straight through? Maybe even longer, because remember remember there was a time when I think it was the Clippers, Warriors, and Timberwolves just kept winning and nobody could create separation.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Timberwolves had won like 10 of 11 or something like that. And the first game against the Warriors the other day was so bad, it probably brings here go the Timberwolves again. They play pretty good for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see what they do tonight. But they play pretty good basketball for a while.
Something about them just leaves me a little anxious.
I understand. I get it. They're crazy. That's why.
Well, I think that's 100. I think that's exactly what it is. They are a little.
Them boys, they can't be trusted.
They a little nuts. They a little nuts.
They can't be. They finished.
But that's probably one of their pluses too, right? That's probably one of their, maybe wrong term, but strong character traits. They're crazy.
Yeah. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
We count here on D-Lo and KC.
Before that Warriors loss, they had a record of 21-5 in their last 26 games.
Say that again?
21-5 in their last 26.
Counting the playoffs?
Yeah, before that Warriors loss.
Okay. I don't think I realized they were playing that well.
Since
but when
March
you said
2nd is the date. Since March 2nd, they're 21-5, including the playoff. Well, now 21-6.
When you said they went on that run and couldn't make any separation because everyone else was running game, that I remember that, like everything just remaining jumbled as the season came to a conclusion. But it's because the Golden State Warriors were winning games. It's because the Clippers were winning games. It's because all of those teams. Crazy. Yeah, all of those teams had, maybe for lack of streaks, like lengthy streaks. And I guess I forgot they were one of them.
Yeah. So, I understand your thought process with them, though. You just, I bet you like this: if D-Lo and JC in Minnesota and A-Rod, they're never comfortable with this team.
Mm-hmm.
You can never be comfortable because you just don't know. I mean, that performance,
Shane McMahon in Charlotte too. They're big Timberwolves fans.
Yeah, that's true.
We don't know why. We don't know why they were there with Alex Rodriguez.
Are they going to be there tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to be there tonight? Is the question. I just wouldn't be comfortable if I was a Timberwolves fan, supporter, or anything.
Are you a Timberwolves supporter?
No. I want them to win, though.
Just an Ant-Man fan.
Yeah, I like Ant-Man. I like McDaniels. You know what I mean? My boy Reese, he's a big Rob Dillingham guy. So
yeah, he's been telling us that.
Yeah, so they got guys I like on there. But no, I'm only a Knicks. There's nobody else in sports. I want to make sure there's nobody else in sports that has that moniker of me being a supporter of them.
Ravens are the closest.
Ravens. Yeah, you could call. Good call. I would even say I'm a Ravens supporter. I want to see them win. Other than that, everybody else can go to hell.
Who are you rooting for in the Super Bowls?
Oh, bro.
Ravens.
I didn't.
You
I
weren't.
didn't care. You mean the ones in the past?
Yeah.
Oh, Niners. Don't do that.
You weren't that sad, huh? When?
Oh no, I was sad.
I'm sure you were.
I was crushed. So they had this scenario.
Watching sports with your heart is tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Let me tell you.
Oh, Jesse's down so bad. The insiders had a scenario they're like, well, what are you? Are you an A's fan or an A's supporter? I said, right now, I'm an A's supporter.
Mhm.
If they moved to Sacramento permanently, I'd be an A's fan.
Mhm.
They're like, well, what did you do if they played the Giants in the World Series? I said, right now, thinking about it right now, I'd probably root for the Sacramento A's because I've seen 3 championships with the Giants, 3 more than I probably ever thought I would. And those are my guys, but I want to see my city celebrate. You know what I mean? So I'd probably go with that. Now, I gave him another scenario. I said, say the Raiders moved to Sacramento and they played the 49ers in the Super Bowl. Oh no, the city just gonna have to wait. I need that Niners Super Bowl. What you talking about? City just gonna have to wait. But that's because the Niners haven't won in a long time. So
I see.
So the Giants were back in the World Series. You would root against them.
If the Sacramento A's,
yeah.
And if they were not like this year, like if it was this is
permanent.
your
Okay,
team.
I got you.
If it was that, yeah. This year, no.
No.
They wouldn't even play the damn games here.
I don't even know if I agree with that.
No, hold on a
by the
second.
way.
Just we got to run the football scenario past us one more time.
The Niners are
Yep.
where they're at right now.
Yeah.
Stuck at 5 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
The Raiders moved to Sacramento and are the Sacramento Raiders. They play in the Super Bowl. Oh no, I'm going for the Niners. Niners got to win. Period. Niners have to win. Period. Now, Kyle laid out another scenario.
No. We're not moving past that.
Well,
who's going to bury the city for your little 49ers win?
No, yeah, Niners going to win.
Where you live?
I live in Sacramento.
Where you make money?
I'll make money in Sacramento. Jed York told you a lot of the season ticket holders are in Sacramento.
Well, I would guess if the Sacramento Raiders were here, that might be true too. I don't know. Going out on a limb. Don't know for sure. Just venturing a guess.
I need that Niners Super Bowl. Stop playing.
Wow.
I need that.
You ain't,
now
you
Kyle,
ain't Sacramento.
Kyle
bro.
laid out the scenario.
If there is one thing today's show has taught us, you're not Sacramento.
What are you talking about? I'm not Sacramento.
You're not Sacramento.
I told you I was there when the roof was leaking.
Yeah, well, we got pictures of you wherever
At
year it
TGI
was
Fridays.
holding up the rock with the decked out like you won a quarter of 35th and Broadway.
How the turntables.
I remember that was.
Nah, you can't
don't.
say
Nah.
after points. You can't do that.
Hey man, Niners stuck at 5. I need that Niners Super Bowl. I need that.
Instead of Sacramento having a Super Bowl.
Yes.
Yeah, because you ain't Sacramento.
Raiders have been here 2 minutes. I need that Niners Super Bowl.
You ain't Sacramento.
Now, if the Niners had won 2 others and then they had 7 total, and then the Sacramento Raiders were playing the Niners, come on, man, I need my city to win. It's cool.
There's caveats on Sacramento doing well in your mind, huh?
There's never any caveats in basketball, though. It's always Kings first. It's always Kings first.
Some of us question that.
Don't question me.
Some of us question.
Always Kings first. Always going to be
Speaking of Kings,
I'm
let's
Kings.
talk
I'm
about
always
them.
going to be Kings.
Bleacher Report had a video about 3 perfect moves for the Kings this offseason. I didn't see it. Kenny did. He'll relay it to us here next. Plus, Matt George coming up in about 30 minutes on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I got that right? You go for one more? Okay.
Zabo, what does that say?
He's pretty upset.
Is that enough time? Like, if you need to go now, you can. Shout out Vibe Health Bar in Folsom. They back.
Hey.
Yeah, what do you want, Zay?
Yeah, Zay.
It's a flag.
Zay's
Matter of
wild.
fact, yeah, just run. Go run. Just run now. Start sprinting.
Man, you about to be on that Paul Pierce. No, look at Zabo. No, that's not what I meant.
That's what you said.
Wow. Yeah, yeah, Zabo. Yeah, Zabo. If there's one thing that's ever worked on this show, it's no. What I meant was, yeah, that works great over here.
That one is crazy. Wow, reading that sentence. All right, enough with the jokes.
Well,
that's
a.
Who asked you?
Well. Oh, David Jackson, come on.
Whoa.
It's cooked. Show's cooked.
Whoa. Goodness gracious. Jesus.
They were, no, there are people, there's nothing they hate more than when our show gets brought up in comparison to theirs. And there was an email sent out yesterday because they were asking the wake up call if hey, do you guys have like something you call your audio? You know how D'Lo and Casey have the chatty house?
The walls.
Yeah. Yeah. They're like, you know how D'Lo and Casey, they have the chatty house. Do you guys have, something? They don't. And that did not go over great.
Come on, man. Hey, what movie was that? Oh, that was He Got Game. Somebody need to tell him, get that hate out your heart, boy.
Oh, man.
I think I might watch that movie. It's time. He's old enough. He could watch He Got Game. I went to see He Got Game with my mom. I think I was 14.
Oh, man. That is not a movie I'm watching with my mom.
Said, oh, man.
I saw The Hangover Part 2 with my grandpa.
What happened in our Part 2?
This is a weird movie to be watching with your grandparent. My dad, my brother, and my grandpa were there.
One time, as an adult, like obviously like 5 years ago, we all got together like as a family to watch Power, like the original Power.
Mm-hmm.
And my grandmother was there, and it was one of them episodes
man,
where they had like 5 of them.
Yeah, them original like early season Power episodes was just sex every 6.5 minutes. Y'all just gonna have to be brought into this conversation. We were talking about the early seasons of Power and how there was so much sex in that episode. And Kenny watched it one day with like his grandma and mom and all of that.
And they were just getting it in. Julio had gotten one of the dancers.
I remember that there's one episode where Jamie goes home to Tasha and Angela is with her man.
Oh, they were having
and it just goes back and forth.
They were having the competing energies.
They
man.
weren't
That
sleeping with each other,
crazy.
but they were sleeping with. Oh man, so funny,
man. Oh man, yeah,
that's crazy.
Shout out. I said because I was talking about He Got Game, and I remember I was 14, a little older. I was 14 and saw that. My mom was like, "Yeah, come on, take you go see He Got Game." And yeah, it was going down. I saw Boys in the Hood in the theater with my mom.
Mm.
When Trey was when the grandma came home early.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? 89? Was it even 90?
90? I think it was 90.
Yeah, 7, 8-year-old kid.
Yeah, I think it was 90. I remember I think I wanted to go see that. I wanted to go see that in the theater, and didn't something happen?
Yeah, I think there was a shooting. Well, yeah, I think it was the one behind Florham Road.
Okay.
Florham Mall. They had a shooting.
And then that's when it was like, nope. Yeah. Man, can't go.
Yeah. That one behind Florham Mall was rough.
Yeah.
That was rough. Boy, oh boy.
Saw a few things in that. Oh man. Hey, shout out to my people over at Vibe Health Bar, man. Their Folsom location is finally open. They had been moving and remodeling and doing all that stuff, and I'm so happy I can order my favorite juices again. So this ain't no paid anything. This is just I love that place. I love those people.
What they have over there?
Vibe?
Yeah.
Oh, it's they have sandwiches you might like, but it's smoothies, juices, like it's health food. They got one out in Oak Park. Yeah, it's down this. They got one down the street from like Fixins and all of that stuff in Oak Park.
I'll forward a smoothie.
Yeah, it's good.
Is it like fruit smoothies, or would it be like?
It's not Jamba Juice. Like it's real like food. It's
I
the
ain't had Jamba Juice in a minute.
That's good. That's why you're still alive and well. Like you're not drowning yourself in sugar.
I'm going to Vibe though.
There you go. Yeah, good spot. Good spot for sure. You found allegedly it was on Bleacher Report, but the Chatty House has a lot of questions as to where you might have found this.
What they say, Bleacher Report.
Earlier we were on talking basketball.
Damn, man.
If you're just
I gotta
tuning
step
in,
my game up.
it's
man.
been a
I
rough
gotta
day.
Step my game
It's
up.
been a rough day for everybody but me. I'm fine. Jesse's going through it. Casey just delivered this real home run story with such passion before Jesse was like, yeah, pal, this is not real. You got again.
Yeah, man. I'm that's me still, man.
I guess the only
still.
bad thing that's going for me is I shot Complex a note when the show started. I was like, hey, what's the confidence level for Saturday night? We feeling good? He was like, let me find out. Haven't heard back from him.
Well, guess just stick the plain stuff in the car.
Yes, LL Essentials on Saturday night.
Be outside of the venue in my car.
Hey, LL's in there.
Oh man. So yeah, Bleacher Report, they had 3 perfect moves this offseason for the Kings. I was like, all right, let me see what it is. Bleacher Report, sometimes they just be kind of wilding, but they gonna give me something here. I like this. Let me see what they talking about.
Mm-hmm.
They said, number 1,
okay,
trade DeMar DeRozan.
Okay, so this was written by the Kings fan base. Okay, got it. James Ham wrote this column for Bleacher Report.
Bleacher Report in conjunction with the Kings Beats.
Trade DeMar DeRozan. Okay.
Number 1, trade DeMar DeRozan.
Yep.
Number 2, entertain Domantas Sabonis offers.
Okay.
Number 3,
okay,
sign Keegan to an extension. So that's
the article was 3 perfect
wait, that
moves?
was that wait, hold on. What was the title of this article?
That's
again?
3 perfect moves for the Kings this offseason.
What are the moves?
That's two like halfway moves, and then the other one just pick up your phone.
Entertain. So the move is entertaining Domantas Sabonis.
I guess.
Can you imagine being a Kings fan going, man, we had a great season. We had a great offseason. Everything went well. We entertained training Domantas Sabonis.
Oh, that's Monty. That is Monty written all over it.
Oh, 100%. They don't have the Scott Perry version of this video put up yet. Entertain
Sabonis
trading Domas. Okay.
And 3, sign Keegan to an extension.
And it's just trade DeMar. It's not to a team.
No, they don't have a destination. Just trade him.
Just trade him.
Just
perfect move, Jesse. Just trade him.
Shout out to
and I assume they didn't attach a contract to Keegan's signature. To Keegan's
just sign him.
Just sign him.
You sure this wasn't Bleacher Report?
Yeah, I think you got again, bro.
Yeah.
I think you got again.
Damn it, Kenny.
This is like a what is it, Chat GPT or whatever it's called? Like I think you got.
Well, there was a video and a guy speaking.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, bro, are you not familiar with how the internet works?
Hey, well, the first tweet had MLB tag, so that was good too.
Damn it, man.
Did you see all those? This is so funny that this keeps happening to you.
I can't believe it keeps happening.
I just read a story yesterday about, I guess, and I don't think he was the only one, but Gilbert Arenas went in on Charles Barkley.
No.
For a quote about LeBron James can't be a top 5 player because he lost to the Minnesota Timberwolves or something like that. It's not a real quote. He didn't say that. And like Gilbert went in on him and was like, what was you doing at 40? Nothing. And it's like, bro, he never, it was a fake graphic on a fake Twitter account. And I don't think Gilbert was the only one who did it. I think some other pretty big sites
See
did
what
it.
happens, man. See,
Charles
y'all don't know,
never
man.
said
This content game crazy, bro. You just be trying to get content and it happens, man.
All you got to do is find, if it's a quote, find the original source of the quote.
Cite it 2 times. Not cite your source, but get it
source twice.
Yeah.
Well, no, if it's a quote, I'm finding where he said it. That's the number one thing. I'm finding where he said it. I don't know how I would have sourced your little debacle earlier.
Man, they had everything.
I don't know
up.
how I
said,
would have done that.
Man, damn. MLB, I probably
You had it broken down so well. I was like, I can't believe they're doing this. This is crazy.
Can you imagine we sent Casey out to the A's game? Yeah, what's up, Jacob Wilson? What do you think about the true home run stat that's going to be coming? This is this guy's deal.
it'd be even better if he does it this weekend when Aaron Judge is at the ballpark.
Aaron, your thoughts on the true home run?
Casey in the shed.
What's that? Well, yeah, you know the true home run. Like, yeah.
Yeah, Casey in the shed next to the lawnmower asking that question.
Poor Kyle Madsen tries to go to the game the next day. Credential gets revoked. What happened? Yeah, we've decided we're not going to let anyone else from ESPN 1320 in here.
Are they still doing the shed? Did they upgrade that yet?
Upgrade to what?
I don't imagine.
I don't think so.
I doubt they're going to build a shed.
What are they going to upgrade it to?
Build a little building.
Well, I don't think they built. If they did, I don't think they built it in the last month.
You know what they need to do is they need to get the little golf cart for these people. I finally paid attention and saw what was going on. A's pitcher got knocked out of the game the other day, and I think he actually pitched well. It wasn't even a bad thing, but he got knocked out of the game, and he had to walk to the clubhouse. Just walking.
Nah, walk of shame is fire in MLB.
Hey, come on, man. Get this dude a golf cart, man.
No, can you?
He didn't pitch this little heart out, man. Just give him a golf cart.
Just play slow, sad music.
That needs to be a thing everywhere for maybe just opposing teams.
Just play hella sad music as he's walking to the back.
That man didn't pitch this little heart out. He got to walk all the way back there behind the wall.
I don't know why, but pitched his little heart out is wild.
Brother gave up 8 runs. Now he's gonna make his little walk of shame to left field or wherever it is.
I wonder, maybe it's contingent on that. If we're ahead, we'll drive you back there. If we're losing, you got to walk.
Remember that viral video of the little kid walking across home plate in super slow motion? Yeah. That would be me if I had to make that walk out to the clubhouse.
Couldn't start the game until you got off the field.
That hella slow walk. I'd be like that little kid crossing home plate.
Imagine fans are yelling, "Hurry up!" We're already pissed off because you suck that day.
Oh man! Or just to be a jerk, I'd be like Buddy Hield, come out with the wrong hat on. Some part of my uniform being wrong, and I have to go all the way back.
Buddy plays for the A's, comes out with a Yankees hat on. Oh, my bad.
And laughs about it. Jimmy told me to do it. I don't know.
That's a pretty good Buddy, I think.
No, I don't know how you do a Buddy Hield impression.
Let's talk for a few seconds and see.
You look perpetually confused.
What'd he say?
Huh?
That's not a good Buddy.
No, Buddy. Because I don't want to make fun of him. I don't know. Because he has the weird.
He's got an accent.
He has an accent.
So the accent's a little different.
So you don't make fun. What has Casey been doing the last?
Well, I mean, I'll make fun of Buddy.
No. I have not been making fun of anybody. All right, I've been telling you guys for 6 weeks.
Yep, I knew it.
6 weeks. The final boss has been here, and I've been telling you, Buddy Hield, he's gonna be the guy. He's gonna be the one. And when Steph Curry goes down, Jimmy Butler's still there. Draymond Green's still there, and I know Ant-Man is my guy. Alex Rodriguez, that's my guy too. That's my guy as well. But I'm telling you,
creepy.
6 weeks.
The laugh. There's always a point in the impression where no matter how bad the impression is, there's a funny point. Like the Shaq thing, the Shaq impression. I'll tell you no. Like that's funny. That's funny.
What did Shaq say? What did he say?
I'm with Will. You sound like an angry President Obama when you do that.
I think there was less Obama on this one.
I don't think so.
I don't even have an Obama. I don't have one.
It's The Rock.
No, The Rock is a little bit more like this.
Talk a little more intellectual, but in the same exact cadence, and it's Barack Obama.
Well, when you talk about Barack, there's no raspiness. There's no inflection in the voice or anything like that.
It's funny. I feel like The Rock sounds more like Barack Obama than Barack Obama sounds.
So you mean to tell me that this isn't The Rock? This isn't the final boss.
The Rock. No.
This isn't the guy that had to come to WrestleMania.
It's not.
And make sure everything was good. But I didn't want to come to WrestleMania. I didn't want to. Triple H, he had a bad lineup at Elimination Chamber. He had a bad booking at Elimination Chamber. He needed me.
The more you talk, the worse it gets.
My job was done. I told Cena, Cody, you don't need me. You've got 6 weeks. 6 weeks to figure this out by yourself.
I think you really got the 6 weeks part down, though. I'll say that. I think you really You really took that Pat McAfee interview to heart.
I think we got to get your Stone Cold out this year more too, because I feel like that's a low key underrated one.
Yeah, your Stone Cold one is actually funny when you get up and pretend to throw somebody out. That's pretty funny.
Who was he talking about? I think he did it one time in particular. That's what always stands in my head when he's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I don't even remember what it was for.
Maybe was it with The Rock when he threw his belt over?
Maybe. Oh no, they threw stuff off bridges so often.
I think I vaguely remember you doing Mike Brown once too.
Oh, did you do a Mike Brown impression?
You did it like once.
It was like one. Or like, yeah.
I did. I can't even remember how I did it, but I did.
Well,
I just kept messing with the class.
We haven't heard Mike Brown talking so long.
Yeah,
that's true. Well, James.
Oh no, that's what I did. I said, well, when it came to my guys,
Too fast.
I had my guys out there, and I know
Too fast.
that it's one of those things that if we play together, my guys. I was at the Grant High School football game the other day, and when I was at Grant, they were playing cohesively as a group. You remember James?
Okay,
James, you were there, right? So as my guys, they were there.
It's not. I think it's too fast. It's a little too fast, and it's a little too loud. Like Mike will be.
Low key, if you slow down and quiet it down a little bit, you might.
Yeah, you might. No. I think you're onto something.
That might be one of your better
You
ones.
just gotta, Well, James, on defense. James, let me show you. Come here, James. James, come here. Let me show you, James. When you box out this way, Deuce, come here. Guard James. Guard James, Deuce.
You got to do it like you're at the podium. You got to kind of like creep in, like you're talking close to the reporters and stuff, even though you're at the table 10 feet away.
And then you just randomly, and then you just look over and you smile.
Yeah, little head nod maybe.
Well,
smile.
That's when you lose. You go, well, my guys, when we're out there, we have to find a way to make sure that we keep the intensity up at a playoff level. If you want to win a championship, Shannon, I got time, right? Okay. If you want to win a championship, you have to make sure that
a little bit. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit better.
Possession after possession.
Okay, no, thank you.
After possession.
I thought Mike was playing a joke on us at that point. I thought my TV was broken.
How many times did he say it again?
26, I think.
26.
That was ridiculous. Vivek said, that's enough.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Vivek was like,
that was the nail in the coffin.
I don't blame him if that was enough for him.
Oh, so for this, just tuning in, the perfect Kings offseason consists of trading to DeMar DeRozan. Where you ask, we don't know.
Shanghai or Charlotte as of right now, I guess.
Entertain trading Domantas Sabonis and sign Keegan Murray. That perfect offseason for the Sacramento Kings, according allegedly to Bleacher Report.
I like the last one.
Are we all in?
Well,
on signing Keegan?
So these all okay. Trade DeMar DeRozan. Great. Where? For who? Entertain trading Domantas Sabonis. I don't know in what world, in whose brain you go, that's a perfect offseason right there. That's a perfect move.
You guys know we picked up the phone.
You entertained trading Domantas Sabonis.
And
then Keegan.
He responds so well to that.
I'm sure he'd respond great. And Keegan, what's the I don't think anyone doesn't want to sign Keegan Murray. I think the question is, what's Keegan Murray's next contract? That's what I think the question is. And that's going to be, unless it's like, whoa, I can't believe he signed for that. Like cheap. That contract is going to be scrutinized a lot. And I'm just talking about within the fan base.
Yeah. Does it matter what you're signing him for? I guess if I'm talking about like on a grander, like to a bigger contract. What I mean by that is there a point where if he's saying, hey, I want that Jalen Green contract, I think it was 3 years, 120 or something like that, the extension. Is that a point where it's like, it's too rich for me for Keegan? Or because of the situation, because
I hope it was 4 years, 120.
Maybe so.
Okay.
But like, Like I don't want to go 120 for Keegan.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. Is there a point like that, or are you just like? See, I feel like you just sign him and figure it out.
Jalen Green was 3 years, 105. He's got a player option in the third year.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 35 per basically.
And that's not a max.
I thought it was a max
extension.
Is
it? Okay. Is it? Okay. Yeah. All right. I
feel like
maybe. I mean, maybe you have, because that wouldn't go into effect this year. It would go into effect the following year. Levine would have 1 year left, assuming he's still here. I assume that he is. And, well, you're entertaining trading Domas, so it's okay.
It's all good.
So we're setting the number for Keegan at 35 per year? Well, hold on, because, like, Jalen Green's there. Michael Porter Jr. is right there.
Anybody think Michael Porter Jr. is a good contract?
He was at one he was when he was winning the title with them, and then I guess his back just didn't hold up, or his injuries, excuse me.
I mean, he was 18 per. I'm looking at the regular season. He's dealing with something right now. I think he was. I can't remember if it was 18. It was either 16 or 18.
Yeah. Aaron Gordon is 34 per.
Aaron Gordon's
DeAndre Ayton is 33.
Does anyone? Man, okay. Aaron Gordon's a difference maker. Is Keegan Murray a difference maker at the level that Aaron Gordon is? I'm asking with no judgment. I'm legitimately asking.
Not yet.
But here's what I would say if I was on Keegan's side. Like, hey, the market's been set. It's been set. Like, don't try and shortchange me, because if Jalen Green is making that, if Michael Porter Jr. is making that,
is Jalen a good contract?
Probably not.
Can you give me a $35 million deal? That's a good deal. I mean, Aaron Gordon. I think Aaron Gordon's a good. But that's a veteran.
So how does that?
Sengun's at 36.
How does that work out, though?
Well, Houston might not feel like that's a good contract today, but I think that's fine.
So how does that work out, though? Say the Keegan's like, I want 35. I don't think you were 35, and we're not going to sign. We're going to let you play out your rookie deal. He becomes an unrestricted free agent, correct?
No, I think he's restricted. Or wait, no, because he's coming off his rookie deal, right? Or did he already sign something?
No, he hasn't signed anything. No.
So he'd be restricted.
So he's restricted.
Yeah. If he's asking for too much, maybe you just let him play out the year and then see what the market says he's worth.
I think that's what I would do right now. That's what
I don't hate that either.
But like at what point?
If he's asking for like Casey said, like maybe if you're not comfortable paying 40, 35, we're just throwing numbers out, then yeah, I think that's when you let him play out the year.
And that's is that the breaking point? Like 35 plus is 30? Like it's like nah.
It feels like
we'll let you check the market.
I think 25, 30 is cool for Keegan.
Maybe I'm unfair because I was thinking like 4 years, 80.
Players making 20 per. Caruso, Josh Hart, Lonzo's there, Dylan Brooks.
I think
DeAndre Hunter's at 22.
Claxton signed for that was 100. Sorry, that was 2 for 100 or 4 for 100.
I feel like that's perfectly fair. 4 years, 80. 20 million a year.
It's not the worst. I mean, actually, that's a great contract.
I don't think that's disrespectful.
I think that's
to
a
him.
great
I
contract.
think you're a $20 million a year player right now.
I think the part where Keegan's representatives would run into trouble is I don't know that most people would go with those. I wouldn't use Michael Porter Jr. as an example because I don't know that Denver wants that contract. But at the same point, Michael Porter Jr. is averaging 18 and like 7 or something like that, or 18 and 6.
Right.
Keegan's not doing that. Right. So you're kind of catching a double-edged sword if you're Keegan's representatives using a contract like his. Jalen's the same thing. Jalen, you could get a little speculative with, but it's like, they're trying to trade Jalen. Like they're using his contract as a catalyst to something bigger. Right. You trying to be with, Sacramento and build something here? Because if you don't, like, let's start that process now and get you somewhere else.
How do we feel?
Like I think you're you're playing with fire either way if you're Keegan's representative.
How do we feel about RJ Barrett's deal, giving that to Keegan? It's 4 years, 107. It's like 26.7 per year.
That's fair. If I wanted to be really nice, I'd do that and say, hey, and maybe make sure he feels good and say, look, man, we believe in you a little bit. Like, because I think the 480 is good. But if I wanted to be like, nah, Keegan, I want to make sure you know we appreciate you.
And
like,
that's not what that means.
Well, I think you're 480.
Yeah, but you know what the appreciate you deal means? It means the same things it means for RJ Barrett. Your contract will be used to acquire someone else if we need to. Because correct me if I'm wrong, RJ Barrett's not on the team that signed him to the 4-year, $107 million deal.
Nope. That's true too.
So there's that, and maybe that's part of the game Scott Perry plays. Like, we look at worth. Or what do we, and who are we to judge? But like, what do we think Keegan Murray is worth? All right. What do the Sacramento Kings think Keegan Murray can be in 2 years? And how tradable is a Keegan Murray at 20? What was the number you just said? $26 million a year, $27 million a year, when he's averaging 18 points per game or 17 points per game, and he's still young and he's on his second contract. How attractive is that if there's a deal out there for us?
And that's another reason. The way you just broke that down was perfect. That's another reason why it's almost a no-brainer to sign him to an extension, because you can use that as another asset.
Yeah.
Keegan Murray becomes an asset.
Yeah, so, signing him to an extension is.
Yeah, and that's because before I thought, well, why not just let him play it out? But if you're trying to build something and create assets and be able to position yourself to maybe get a bigger fish, you want that contract.
You need pieces to trade.
Yeah.
Which it feels like the Sacramento Kings never have.
Right. So 480, I could see his representation being like, no, we don't want to do that. I think you could get a deal done with what Jesse said, the RJ Barrett.
4 and 100 seems more likely. Anything higher than that, I don't know that you could trade. Like of course you could trade anyone, but I don't know how attractive it is.
Well, then I would use like how Jesse talks about Brock Purdy in that contract. If Keegan's like, yo, I want the Jalen Green deal, or I want the Michael Porter deal, I would say, be fair, Keegan. Nobody in the league is signing you that. If you're on the open market, nobody's signing you $35 million a year.
Yeah.
So why would we just give you that? Because no, like you can get this 4 for 100 that we're being really nice about giving you, and in actuality, we just want to trade you. But we're being really nice about it. Or we could just go to you could just be a restricted free agent and let the market dictate it.
Or not even want to trade you, but
have the ability
option, like the ability to be a very lucrative trade piece comes in there. Matt George, the bat signal went out as soon as he heard Keegan Murray in contract extension. Matt George is with us. We will talk to him next. Kenny's actually stepping out. So it'll be me and Matt George when dealing with KC. Return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right, Chatty Outside. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I promise I'll be here the entire time. That's the plan.
Hold on one second, Matt. What's up, Matthew?
Whatever, Kenny. I don't care.
He can't hear you.
Good. How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah?
I have no clue what the hell you're going to want to talk about, so let's do this.
Yeah, we'll have some fun. We're just talking at this point. We've been vibing the whole time. You got it, man. Yeah, give him my love. I'll see you tomorrow. Hard to find podcast material to last.
I've done one pod this week, and I mean, I'm also taking the entire week off of ABC 10. Like I'm just.
Oh, there you go.
I'm still tired. But yeah, it's been dry to say the least.
Yeah. It's trying to figure out when to take time off this summer, I should say. So tough with both shows. We still got a couple minutes. Are you enjoying watching Tyrese Halliburton? Or are you frustrated watching Tyrese Halliburton?
I mean, I enjoy it. I enjoy it. I mean, I've always been a fan of Tyrese's, but there's always a part of that stings, but the Pacers are a fun team, a fun story, and I mean, these playoffs in general have been phenomenal. So any drama is good with me. It's the same thing. Like I love watching Jalen Brunson. He doesn't have really any ties to Sacramento, but I love watching Jalen Brunson. And the part about Jalen Brunson that always stung is like, that's who De'Aaron Fox should be. The way Brunson elevates and steps up and takes over games and has this like F everybody else mentality. Not that meaning he's a bad teammate, but just get out of my way.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what De'Aaron Fox could be. There's no reason why De'Aaron Fox couldn't be Jalen Brunson or doing what Jalen Brunson does. And he's bigger and quicker than Brunson. So
yeah, Brunson got something in that bloodstream, man. He elevates when the lights get brighter. His game elevates. He is fun to watch in the playoffs.
I was rooting hard for Detroit just because they're the story, and I feel as Kings fans we can relate so much to the year that Detroit had and how much fun it was and their vibes of being back in the playoffs and Little Caesars going crazy and stuff like that. But man, when Brunson hit that crossover pull up three, I think everybody, even Pistons fans, were like, "Oh man, that's a play of the decade."
Yeah, no special. Are there two? I feel like we talked about this the other day. Is there just one game tonight?
Yeah, one today, two tomorrow.
Okay.
Jesse, you okay?
Hell no, Matt. I'm not. I'm awful. I'm hurting.
It's been a rough day, man.
You want a hug?
The show.
I want to win, man. That's what I want.
The show started with Jesse standing up, yelling at everyone in sight. That's how the show started.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can we do it again?
We're back there, Matt. Yeah. Poor Matt George with us, Locked On Kings, ABC 10, just innocently asked, Jesse, you good? And gets a prompt response. No, in fact, I'm not. Yeah, if you have an opportunity.
Appreciate the thought from Matt, though, to ask.
Yeah, go back and watch the beginning of the show. Not good, man.
Jesse, I replied to just one of your tweets last night, and I wanted to do more, but I had a soft spot in my heart. If you were Kenny Caraway, there would have been like 70 plus tweets, but
Matt, it's all good. I talk a lot of smack throughout the year, so it's all out there.
Oh man, Jesse's been holding on to a text exchange from the summer, and it's going all bad right now. But I know I am not of the belief that series is over. I'm not of a belief either of these 2-0 series is over. I can see the Celtics coming back. I can absolutely see the Cavs coming back. I can see the Golden State Warriors winning another game. Like I think things are so, even after the beatdown, like Denver winning another game against Oklahoma City, Denver making this a series doesn't, it wouldn't surprise me a ton. Like I think there's a lot of really good competitive basketball still ahead here in this postseason.
Well, before we get to that, Jesse, I'll say too, like the writing's on the wall, man. It's time to break it up. You had your championship. Just send Jaylen Brown to Sacramento, and we'll call it a deal. We'll figure it all out, and we'll go from there.
So on Twitter this week, we're trying to work out a Drew Holiday, Keon Ellis type situation.
I heard you guys talking about that, and I love Drew Holiday, but no thank.
Come on, Matt. Come on.
No,
I'm hurting right now. Give us Keon.
No. How about that? No. These playoffs have been phenomenal. I mean, they've just been so much fun. Like the unpredictability, is that a word, of everything has been, I mean, it falls right into your point of 100%. the Celtics could go into the Garden and win 2 games. Now, I agree with what Jesse said earlier. I'm intimidated as hell if I'm Boston going into Madison Square Garden for game 3 with how rowdy that crowd is going to be, in the belief that, I mean, there's a pro and the con to the belief in New York that the series is over. The pro is like, you have to deal with New York and the arrogance and the confidence and the cockiness of the series is over. The con is that New York can jinx themselves by acting that way. So, I mean, I still think that series is going to go 6 games, and we'll see if Boston can. I mean, if they lose game 3, it's cooked. They got to win game 3. For Cleveland and Indiana, I don't know.
Hold on 1 second, Matt. Hold on 1 second. What the hell is going on here?
What? My own damn family chatty house me. What happened?
Kenny said he thought he had to leave for a 4:00 appointment.
It's tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to do the show anymore. I don't want
damn family chatty house me.
Cool. Right. Well, there goes my time. All right. I'll see you guys later. I'll show myself up.
I'm going back to talk to my guy, Matt. That's what I say.
See, that's what it is. He came back just for you, Matt.
No. I don't want
but you were sorry. I interrupted you. I wanted to bring Kenny back. You were talking about the other series.
Yeah, just Indiana, Cleveland. I mean, when the Pacers won game 1 because they shot the what out of the ball and Cleveland struggled to shoot, I was like, okay, there's a variable there. But Cleveland shot the ball well in game 2, and yes, he did. Cleveland shot the ball well in game 2, and they still got beat on their home floor. So I like Indy, man. I think the Pacers are legit. And you asked the question before we went on air: does watching Tyrese hurt me? Do I not enjoy it? I absolutely enjoy it from a basketball standpoint, but there's not a part of my Kings fanhood that isn't cringing and tearing up a little bit watching what he's doing again in the playoffs for the 2nd straight year. There's nothing fluky about what the Pacers are doing. That's for sure.
Well, the frustrating thing about that is like we're missing it because, or we're feeling some type of way because we're not in the playoffs. Like if the Kings were in the playoffs and Tyrese was doing this, I don't think it would hit the same for Kings fans, right? Like, because hey, we're in the playoffs too. I can't remember. They didn't make the playoff. Indiana didn't make the playoffs. The Kings did, right?
Correct.
So everything was good, and even like we weren't even really stressing about it last year. When the Kings didn't make it and they made the run, but everything that's gone on with.
Well, I think De'Aaron being gone adds an element to that. So it's like, hold up, we don't have Tyrese or De'Aaron?
Right.
That's whack.
Right.
Or Buddy?
Or we don't have Buddy either. Buddy out here, he's the key to the Warriors winning another title right now.
So with those guys, with us as Kings fans and people that follow the team not being in any postseason situation, that's just kind of driving the stake home even more.
Look, and I have no problem. Like, get your stuff off if you feel a certain type of way and want to call the trade stupid or whatever, or like revisionist history, whatever. Like, get you're more than validated to do so. What you shouldn't do, because it's misinformed, is see the Kings should have traded De'Aaron Fox. The Kings traded the wrong guy. It shouldn't have to be explained that Tyrese Halliburton's value is significantly more than De'Aaron Fox's on a brand new contract that he had just signed when Tyrese was completely under rookie scale financial control for a team in the Indiana Pacers that didn't exactly have a direction yet. It's not like they traded for a win now superstar. The Pacers were trying to go in a new direction. What was working there, or what was happening there, wasn't working. So naturally you want to go young. You want to try and find a piece that you believe will turn into something that you have contractual control over. They hit the jackpot. They got a guy that checks all those boxes. So we can bring up the conversation of the trade in the sense of, was it a good or bad trade? It's looking pretty bad in the long term. Whatever. That's how it works. It plays out. But don't fall into the rabbit hole or the trick or trap of, well, the Kings should have traded De'Aaron Fox and not traded Tyrese Halliburton, because that circumstance just didn't exist. There was no De'Aaron Fox to the Indiana Pacers trade, and Monty McNair chose to trade Tyrese instead of De'Aaron. Like, that didn't exist. That wasn't a real thing. That's NBA 2K.
Are you 100% positive?
I have a pretty firm confidence in the belief that Tyrese Halliburton's value was significantly better than De'Aaron Fox's. I do know that the Kings were shopping and looking for options of trading De'Aaron Fox. They were, because Monty McNair's first draft pick ever was Tyrese Halliburton. So I've never ever heard or been given any kind of reason to believe that Fox for Sabonis or Halliburton for Sabonis were on the table, and the Kings chose to trade Tyrese instead of De'Aaron Fox. I've never heard that. I would be floored if suddenly that came out.
And even if it was, I won't use revisionist history. I would have traded Halliburton.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would have kept Fox. I think Fox is the better player, and Halliburton's great, and maybe his fit and all those other extra things fit a little bit better here in Sacramento with the team, the community, and everything. Mm-hmm. But I think Fox is the better player, and I would have, if that fictitious scenario was on the table, or if not fictitious scenario was on the table, I would have chose Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still think Fox is the better player now? Because at the time it was undeniable. Oh, now you do.
You do.
Yeah, Fox is still better.
So you think Fox with the Spurs will ultimately go further or accomplish more than you think a Pacers or Tyrese-led Pacers?
As an individual, not as a team, as an individual.
Because Tyrese is the dude in Indy. Fox is going to be second to Wemby. Not that that's a bad thing.
Tyrese is the dude. Tyrese is the leader. He's the straw that stirs the drink. I think their best player is Pascal Siakam.
Do you think that'll be the case next year?
Yeah.
You do? Okay.
Yeah. And Tyrese will be a major part of any success they ever have. If Tyrese is out and Siakam's there by himself, like they're not gonna stay cooking. Like they need Tyrese. But yeah, I just think Fox is better than Halliburton.
And for the record, too, Fox playing second fiddle to Wemby is not an insult to Fox by any means. It's quite literally perfect.
Like the entire league is playing second fiddle to Wemby.
Right. It's literally perfect. Fox can still be the dude that we know he is and take over games, and he will take over games, but he has a 7-foot freak of nature to draw all the attention that he can dump the ball off to at any point and let rock too. So Spurs are going to be just a huge problem next season. And
wait till they get Giannis.
No, it's out there. It's out there. You think Keegan Murray will ever be the best player on the Sacramento Kings? That's your man's.
Not if the team's good. And I don't mean that in an insulting way to Keegan. I think Keegan is a really, really high-end, productive, not role player, but I think he is a high-end starter and potentially elite two-way player on a championship caliber team. I think that's his ceiling, and I think he's more than capable of still reaching that. But if Keegan Murray is the best player on your team, then I don't think you're a very good basketball team. And I think anybody who's building a roster would say the same thing. That being said, every single team in the league wants Keegan Murray. Like, you want that type of player. Those players are unbelievably valuable around the league. They're not getting superstar contracts. They're not the ones that you trade 4 to 6 first-round picks for. But every roster needs to round themselves out with players that fit the Keegan Murray archetype. The Kings have been looking for players of that archetype at that position for their entire existence here in Sacramento. Like, they've struggled historically finding depth at that position, which is why the idea of trading Keegan Murray, not that it's outlandish, not that I'm saying I'll never trade Keegan Murray or anything like that. It's certainly changed from how it was last season because of circumstances, or last offseason. But if you're trading Keegan Murray, you're trying to get back what you need more of, which is Keegan Murray, or a player of Keegan Murray's caliber. And it's the same conversation with Harrison Barnes. It's the same conversation with DeMar DeRozan. You're not trading away players that you need more of and getting better value for those players. It doesn't exist. It doesn't work that way. You're not trading Keegan Murray and getting a better version of Keegan Murray. If you're trading DeMar DeRozan, which I think the Kings should do and DeMar will want to happen, you're not getting a better player for DeMar DeRozan. You have to get ultimately a better fit, or a player that you think can fit your long-term vision more. So maybe you trade Keegan Murray for a package of assets that you think you can go forward with. But if you're left with, once again, nobody of any significance to play and guard the forward position, then how can you say you're a defensive-oriented team, and how can you call that one of your identity traits, like Scott Perry laid out in his introductory press conference? It doesn't make sense. It's the same way I feel about trading Keon Ellis. How can you call yourself a defensive-oriented team and trade Keon Ellis, especially when Keon Ellis is a $2 to $3 million per year player, which you're not getting anything of significance back from because he doesn't make enough money for you to get anything of significance unless you're adding him on as a trade sweetener, which is not positive value, in my opinion, for Keon. So it's just kind of the conundrum that Scott Perry's in right now.
if you in that situation with the Keon thing, because you touched on something, if it were to get you a guy like Drew Holiday, would you be in favor of adding Keon? Because I don't want Keon to go anywhere either, but I do look at Keon and Keegan and kind of feel like, man, you might have to give up one of those to get a player that you really want and feel like you really need. Is that the type of player that you would be okay giving up Keon for? Because maybe he's bringing back some of the same things that Keon has.
So let me ask this, and this is a genuine question. What's the point? What's the point of bringing Drew Holiday and adding him to this team right now? What is the point?
The point is you'd get we'd have fun with this, but a true organizer, a true point guard in here. And I don't think Keon can be. He's more of a wing guy, and you need a point guard. You need somebody that is going to put everybody where they need to be and be that extension of the coach on the floor.
So you're hoping to trade Keon Ellis, who you could potentially, theoretically, if you negotiate a deal with, have 4+ years of control. Well, not 4+. Let's say 4 years of control if you sign him to an extension or a new deal or whatever, for a guy that you're essentially hoping can organize you when you run out the length of Zach LaVine's contract. Like, is that fair to say? Like,
sure.
So you're talking about Drew Holiday, and I love Drew Holiday, by the way. I'm a huge fan of Drew Holiday, but I don't like anything short term for this organization right now. I don't like any move that is short term. I don't think Drew Holiday. I mean, he makes the Kings better short term, probably, sure, but better enough for it to be of any kind of significance to what I think Keon Ellis can be for the Kings long term. I think he's established himself as a starting caliber player in this league. Has he not? Like, we can argue, if it's a championship team, is Keon Ellis starting? If Keon Ellis is on the Boston Celtics, Jesse, is he starting right now? Jesse's
quit. He's had it. This is a shoot for those watching. Jesse left. He don't want any part of this anymore. He's tired of it.
But my overall point is, I don't know if a short-term move like Drew Holiday makes sense for this organization right now, unless it's Scott Perry just trying to buy time, which maybe that's literally all he's doing.
So that brings us to a conversation we were having earlier, because Kenny claims to have found a video from Bleacher Report, but it's Kenny, so you never know.
Oh no, he got chatty housed again.
Where they got he had a gym today.
He got chatty house today. What was it?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Baseball got me. It's the first time, man. First time baseball got me.
It was rather epic too. Like he went on, and I was asking questions. It went on, and it's the best part of this. This is a segment he is in full control of. He doesn't
dump it.
Yes, does not prep me before it. Doesn't like that. That's a shoot. That whole thing is live.
I had that one waiting in the tuck for like 2 days.
And
he got you to bump a story that wasn't real.
Yes.
Oh, Kenny.
Oh, he got chatty house.
Well, I guess I did.
You chatty house, Dave.
There we go.
I guess I did. I got to start asking. It's okay, Kenny. Where did you get this story from?
Yeah, start with your sources.
Bleacher Report said the perfect moves for the Kings this offseason.
Oh, crap.
Terrific.
Dump it.
Trade good call. Well, if I had known what the moves were, I might have done that. Because one was trade DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
Where? For who? No idea.
Oh, cool.
Another, again, perfect move for the Sacramento Kings is to entertain a trade for Domantas Sabonis.
Cool. Yeah.
That's a great idea. And as KC pointed out, I'm sure he'll handle that perfectly.
So
that won't backfire at all.
We're at two sentences on this article. Okay.
But what got us talking was sign Keegan Murray to a contract extension. And much like the other two, left out details. For how much? For how long? And that's where the discussion began. For you, who have been Team Keegan since day one, what is the appropriate contract extension for Keegan Murray this offseason? Should one be signed?
Oof. Okay. I don't know, player comp or player comp.
Oh, I'll give you a couple. We found Michael Porter Jr. was in the area of $35 million per year. Jalen Green, was he in that same area of 35?
He was 35. Yeah.
Then we found, a couple that were more in the vicinity of like $25 million a year, $27 million a year. I think our ultimate proposal wound up at 30 per.
So the first number that jumped into my head was like 28, 29. That was the first number that jumped into my head. I think he's right on the cusp of being a $30 million per year player. Granted, the salary cap is going up and everything too, so all these numbers are going to be slightly inflated when that goes up. But I know Keegan's going to try and chase, and his agency is going to try and chase as much money as they can possibly get, and I get that. I'm not. I feel like they have a significant amount of leverage in this circumstance, regardless of the Kings' position, because Keegan Murray can look around and go, I had to defend the freaking 5 here, guys. Like, you need me more than I need you. I know that I have value for 29 other teams. I know there are championship caliber teams that will want to add me to their roster. Now, I might be a depth piece off the bench, but I can go and play some meaningful minutes where I can be a catch and shoot 3-and-D specialist. And he absolutely is going to have a market around the league for that. So the Kings have to be wary of that. But he's not, like, I would not pay him the money that Michael Porter Jr. gets. I think Keegan Murray has the potential of being exactly what Michael Porter Jr. is for the Nuggets on a championship caliber team. 100%. Even a better defender, I would say, than Michael Porter Jr. Yeah. But he has not shown that necessarily here. And partially that's not his fault. Casey, I want to preface this by saying this is not a shot at DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine. It's just the realities of the bulk of shots are going to them on the roster. So that's going to have an impact on Keegan Murray. Do I think it hampers his development like people have taken a run with? No, because Keegan learned how to develop in other ways. He's gotten significantly better as a rebounder, significantly better as a defender, pretty much 1 through 5. It's not DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine's fault. They're not holding Keegan Murray back. But the reality is we didn't get to see what Keegan Murray could look like as more of an MPJ or what, like RJ Barrett, I suppose. Like these are Keegan, I don't think has gotten that showcase opportunity yet. But at the same time, the Kings couldn't ever wait for him to showcase that because they've always been kind of in a win now mode. So I would 100% extend Keegan Murray if the argument was he wants to be 30 and I'm at 28, I give him 30 a year. But I'm not paying him more than what Michael Porter Jr. is making. But I also don't know how much I'm fighting that. Like, because I just don't understand how the Kings could possibly afford, unless they signed and traded him or just traded him beforehand. I don't know how the Kings could possibly afford to let the guy go over a few $1 million with the state of this roster.
Well, the thing that we're talking, maybe we've got it wrong or I've got it wrong in this situation, but when you talk about leverage, I don't think Keegan has any leverage. He's on the rookie contract. And if we're saying we want to give you 22, an escalating deal that goes from 22 to 26 over the course of 4 years, and you want 30 plus, like, no, we're not doing that. And we'll let the market dictate what your next contract will be. If somebody really is willing to give you $32 million a year, we'll find that out in a year or two, and we'll just go to restricted free agency. I think he's more of a 25 or so $1 million a year player. That 4 years, 100 million. I think that's a little bit more fair for him. If we were in a situation where it was like, Keegan, you're right. You know, we had DeRozan here and we had these other guys that were taking your shots away. We're gonna put the ball in your hands here to be that second or third scorer creator. I'd feel nervous. I'm not gonna say you can do it, or excuse me, I'm not gonna say you can't do it, but I would not feel comfortable at saying, like, you're right. We heard James Ham. They're taking your shots away. We're gonna give it to you now. But I'd feel nervous. I would not feel comfortable with him in that situation.
I agree, but what kind of team are you? So that's my thing is I agree. If I'm a team that's trying to make it to the playoffs and win right now, I 100% feel the exact same way you do, KC. But if I'm in the position of the Sacramento Kings where I know I'm pretty much capped out at being mid, like, do you give the dude a year of, I mean, Zach LaVine's going to be here, so it has to be within real, like, Keegan Murray's not going to jump up to taking the most shots on the team. That's not realistic. But if you and Doug Christie and Scott Perry get together and sit down and go, a goal for this season is to feature Keegan Murray and see what we got before we make this decision. I think that is that is a way that you can turn not necessarily a lost season, but a season that's going to have a lot of question marks and not really any kind of short-term direction. That's how I feel about this upcoming season. I just don't think there's going to be a lot of direction for this year. I think it's going to be a gap year in many ways. Like that's a way that
God damn it. We're doing that again.
I'm sorry. Like that's what I feel like this year's going to be. Sell me on this season. Sell me on this. Boo me all you want. Sell me on this season. Tell me what there is to be excited about this upcoming season with realistically the state of this roster.
Well, there's nothing to be excited about right now.
Well, yes.
Well, give me something to be excited about, Scott.
Exactly. But I'm saying if you have a season where you're not necessarily running this back, because I don't think Scott Perry's ever going to just completely run this back, but you go into a season where it's like we're still competitive, but we're going to try and make sure Keegan Murray is second or third on the team in shot attempts per game. Then I'm kind of game for that before you make that decision, Casey. But I'm not doing that with the expectation that that's my best route to winning basketball games unless I'm pleasantly surprised.
And I think this is what you were saying too. I'm not doing that, giving you a contract. If that's what I want to see, then you're gonna go into that final year without a contract.
Sure.
I'm not signing you to
100%.
So, but I do think, because we talked about it earlier, I do think one of the better strategic ways to go about this for the Sacramento Kings is to sign Keegan Murray to that extension this summer. And hopefully it's for a decent price, like the price that you want. Because, yeah, best case scenario, he's your guy. Like, you're doing good, and he's a guy that you have his core, and everything's good. But worst case scenario, he now becomes an asset that you can move for maybe a bigger piece in a year or two or something like that. And only way you do that is if you have him locked up for a few years. So.
Yeah, I think if you can get it done for less than $30 million a year this summer, get it done. But if he's pushing 32, 33, then like Kenny said earlier, laid out earlier, then you play the market waiting game. But I also play the market waiting game knowing full well that if we rode that wave out and let's say the Chicago Bulls, because everything the Kings and Bulls do is now connected or together. The Chicago Bulls try and get revenge for the Zach LaVine offer sheet and offer Keegan 32 a year. If I'm the Kings, I'm matching it because I don't have any other option. I don't have any other choice, at least at this point in time. But there's a year of context between now and then.
What is how familiar? What is Keon's situation this offseason?
So he has a team option, I believe. He has a team option, I believe, which if the Kings exercise that team option, he has a $2.3 million team option next season. If the Kings exercise that option, he therefore becomes a unrestricted free agent at the end of it. Now, if they don't exercise that option and they go into free agency this year, he is a restricted free agent. So they have more control. The problem is, though, what I have to double check, because in the case of like Jake LaRavia, because you didn't pick up his option, you're capped and you're limited on how much you could give him. But that's a rookie scale contract. Keon Ellis is on his first major NBA contract after being a two-way player. So it might be different. I'm not 100% sure. But from what I understand, if they exercise this option, he then will become unrestricted. So the best case scenario is probably the Kings either finding a way to extend him this summer or taking that option and then making an extension next season.
If he enters free agency next year, he can re-sign with the Kings.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yes.
It's just obviously he's on the market. He would have his free
pick. Right. Now Boston can say, here's $10 million, and he can go, I'm going to Boston. Is Jesse back yet?
No, Jesse is through with us. He's through with this show. He's tired of he doesn't want to talk about Matt's
podcast. What happened? Matt's throwing shots?
No. He asked you a question about Keon. He asked you earlier when you were legit going. Do you like Keon Ellis on the Celtics?
Yeah, I love Keon Ellis on the Celtics. I think for the price he'd be at and what they're trying to do and just the way he'd fit in, he'd be perfect.
Does he start?
I think
maybe, but
no, because Peyton Pritchard, I think, is getting that first nod at point guard. Would be Peyton, Derek White, and then Brown Tatum and insert center there.
Also, I admire the confidence and the faith that Jesse has in the two of you, because off-season story time, Damian remembers this very, very well. There was a time where I was not paying attention to the show at a former employer, and one Bobby Jackson was on the air having an interview with Damian and dropped a little 4-letter word, and I didn't hear it at all, and it made it past me. It got past me.
We don't just leave. Trista Crick is here. We probably got to stick around.
Yeah.
And you're leaving with me? That's brave.
Matt had one of the greatest slip-ups, I think, in show history.
Oh, I've had 2 of them.
That's classic.
Yeah, and I remember one was really emphatic.
If we get fired up, Matt, though, I'm like, all right, let me stick around. Yeah. He might like drop some on the Kings. So but if Matt's chill, like usually we're good.
Yeah.
Like what's off-season Matt gonna cuss about? Like off-season Matt has no reason to be upset.
Off-season Matt now has to be a lot more careful and turn a new leaf, because Matt's gotten in trouble for his own versions of 4-letter words that you shouldn't be getting in trouble for. But
a whole nother conversation.
That's a story for another time.
I told you the many faces of Matt George, Cactus Jack, Matt George getting in trouble.
There it is. That's the Cactus Jack persona.
But I'm so likable.
You are. You're often mankind with the sock puppet. Like you're a lovable character.
I like to believe I have Santino Marella, a little bit of Santino Marella vibes.
Santino Marella.
Borderline Eugene when it comes to the background.
That was low key a good impersonation right there.
That was a moment too. Santino used to crack me up.
He was over. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
Well,
it is crazy that Santino got over.
It was the stupidest move of all time, but it worked.
He and R-Truth, both their goals in life are just to make their fellow wrestlers crack or break. And
no, I think R-Truth is one of the funniest people alive.
R-Truth.
Like R-Truth is hilarious. He is so funny.
His segment to this day with Paul Heyman and Brock Lesnar about the Royal Rumble is still one of my favorite segments of all time. R-Truth would be a phenomenal.
Is that the one where he thought Paul Heyman was entering the Royal Rumble?
He's cutting a promo and you think he's talking about Brock the entire time, and then he says, "I'm gonna throw you over the top rope, Paul Heyman," and Brock.
And then he say, "I'm gonna be the first one to decommit from the Royal Rumble." That's
my bad. That's on me.
I think Brock popped for that. If I remember.
He did. He did, and then Brock had to calibrate because the segment had to end with Brock F5ing R-Truth.
Yeah.
So he had to find a way to get mad again because he was having too much fun.
We're not supposed to talk about Brock.
Oh, sorry, redacted.
I saw they're bringing Goldberg back, or I don't want to say they're bringing that conversation is picked up again to bring Goldberg back.
For what?
Probably kill someone.
Gunther's supposed to be the one to beat him, I guess.
Yeah, they want to drop Gunther on his neck and just end his career.
Let's do that to the Undertaker.
R-Truth would be a phenomenal guest on this show. He would be a phenomenal guest on this show.
WWE left Jesse on red for 2 weeks.
Yeah, please email me back twice.
Me too, brother. Me too.
Guess they're too big for little old Sacramento.
Well, with the crappy Raw they gave us, man, thank God it didn't end up. Jesse, good thing we didn't end up buying tickets to go to that crap. That was a terrible Raw.
Yeah, me and Matt were like, should we? I was like, I think I'm gonna hold back.
That Raw was horrible.
Shout out to Dave. He told us we learned a lesson.
Don't
ever go to the Raw before WrestleMania.
I was mad for Netflix. I was mad for Netflix. It was literally one segment. That was it.
I think I'm out, Matt. Like we've been talking about this for weeks. I am not even slightly interested. This was the least I had watched on the build to WrestleMania. There's nothing that I'm interested in right now. John Cena, heel John Cena, doesn't move me whatsoever. All I want to see is the end.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I want to see. Like, I don't know if they can tell me. I know what I don't want. I don't want John Cena and Travis Scott versus John Cena and Bad Bunny.
Well,
I don't want that.
That's what ESPN said might happen.
Unless that match is happening in Puerto Rico where I can have that crowd.
Yeah.
I don't want it.
Yeah.
But if it's happening in Puerto Rico, I'm all in because that crowd was crazy.
Puerto Rico crowd was crazy. I saw that clip the other day.
Yeah. It was like the anniversary of that match or something.
That went crazy.
Yeah. Bad Bunny killed it.
Young Matt George was really excited to see Cena and Orton in an angle together. And then I saw their first promo segment and I didn't care anymore. I was like, you guys are best buddies. What are you doing here?
You can't make that match interesting for the 4,000th time. Like, you just can't. Like,
that was one of the greatest rivalries ever, though.
Oh, I had a bump it or dump it that didn't make the cut because I destroyed it.
Was it real?
Not well.
You don't know. That's great. The fact that
I don't know anything.
I'm on Google. I'll look it up.
The fact that you're not sure.
Do you guys want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you guys once again tell me bumper to dump it. We don't have to say it. But Randy Orton gives his Mount Rushmore female.
So this is a shoot. I saw this. This is a good one. This is a good one. I like
bump it for sure.
Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, Megan Thee Stallion, and Glorilla. That's his Mount Rushmore of female rappers.
Now, hold on real quick. Say it again one more time.
Cardi.
Yep. 1,
Nicki.
2,
Meg.
3.
And Glorilla.
4. Okay.
Randy Orton, who
Randy
has done
Orton loves
a
him
180 since Black Lives Matter.
I'm pretty sure Randy Orton hated black people 4 years ago. Now he's all about it. now he is all about it.
Never mind. Dump it.
His ways. Did you see he gave Anthony Edwards the
I did.
legend killer?
You know what was great is me and Jason Jones were talking about that.
Yeah.
And we were like, if they don't run an angle somehow where Randy Orton is involved with Ant-Man, now it wasn't an angle. Randy Orton did it himself.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's pretty dope.
I don't know what you do. Howl at the Moon or whatever they do at the beginning of Timberwolves games. It should be Randy Orton coming out there.
RKO.
Yeah, RKO, buddy.
Oh, come on, man.
Buddy starts to dribble, just pa.
Well, see, that's how many times do you think Steve Kerr has said today, or Draymond Green has said today, buddy, I know Steph isn't here. Don't dribble.
Damn.
Just do what you do. You've been killing it. Just keep doing that. Don't start dribbling the ball. How many times has Jimmy pulled him aside? Don't start dribbling the ball. Just shoot, buddy. You got this. Are you enjoying the emergence of Shavano here in these postseason, Matt?
I mean, we've seen the Buddy Hield hot streaks in significantly less meaningful games in Sacramento. We know when he gets on one, he can get on one. So it's been kind of fun to see that part. But it's all like I look at it as it's a transaction. You're getting it now, but you're going to pay for it at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's in this series or next series, at some point, Buddy's going to do something.
In a couple hours.
It could be honestly a couple hours. Yeah, at some point, Buddy's going to do something. And we're like, there it goes. There it is. It's going to happen. So,
yeah, it probably will. But I'll give him credit. He's not turning the ball over. He's shooting the ball well. He's doing a lot of different things besides scoring that have helped the Golden State Warriors win the last couple of games. Now, it is a completely different storyline headed into tonight's game without Steph Curry. That's not his fault. But if Buddy can find a way to not try to do too much, I think the Golden State Warriors will be in a better position than any of us think. Or they'll lose by 49. I'm not sure, but I'll lean on the side of they're not going to be on the receiving end of a beatdown like the Nuggets were.
I think they're going to roll tonight. I think Minnesota going to roll. We're looking at 17 to 24 point victory.
17 to 24 points, huh?
The Warriors have to muddy this game up. Like, it has to be low scoring if they're going to win, right? Like, it has to be a Draymond Green episode.
I'm with you. Mm-hmm.
It has to be Draymond Green episode, maybe picking a fight with Rudy Gobert.
It's like the officials. Because what was the Chris Finch stuff? Or they check the pulse of the officials early.
Oh, boy came back last night. Scott Foster.
Yeah.
He was in OKC.
Yeah, he was out because he was ill?
Hurt. No, he was hurt.
Oh, he was hurt.
Yeah, like a calf strain or something like that. Made his return. The playoffs are
Scott
here.
Foster time, baby.
If the Warriors win this game tonight, it's going to be like 89-86. Like that's how the Warriors win this game. If this game
was what was last night? 91-90?
190 to 9. Oh no. No, yeah, it was 90.
No, that was the other one. That was the other one.
91-90, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be bad for Minnesota. Minnesota can. That'd be bad for them. That'd be bad. And we mentioned it yesterday. Golden State deserves credit for some of these bad scoring performances we've seen with Houston and now with Minnesota. Their defense is like that.
Yeah, people forget that. Even with those championship teams, it's been a calling card of this team. This isn't new. They have always been a good defensive team.
Yep.
Always.
In true Matt George fashion, can I tie it back to the Kings really quick before we wrap up?
Of course.
If you're the Kings, how closely are you paying attention to Andrew Wiggins' situation right now? No, sorry. Jeez Louise. Not Andrew Wiggins. My goodness. Jonathan Kuminga. Thank you. How closely are you paying attention to Kuminga's situation?
Yeah, very like the rest of the league.
Yeah. I don't know how they get involved in that though. Like, I don't know how the King, I don't see the angle to them. I'm watching it too, but I'm like, how?
Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter.
Oh, well.
Universal deal.
You think the Warriors went to DeMar DeRozan?
No, I do not. I do not. The one who I think could use DeMar is Houston, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's 2 hours later, I'll pay off the tease. Fred VanVleet and the Houston Rockets push back the team option, and I think there's I think it's the end of June now, which is obviously right before the start of the league year free agency. They have a lot of time to figure out if there's a deal out there for him. I don't see a scenario where Houston doesn't pick up that option because it's tradable during the season. It's not like the ability to trade him runs out in June 29th. Go ahead, Matt. You look like you're
So I admit this is revisionist history nonsense that I probably should just get over, but this is one of those things where I'm feeling like if you had just waited on trading De'Aaron Fox, right? Houston, I don't know if it ever would have worked out. It's totally hypothetical, but Houston is now in a position where they're going, oh man, we probably could have used a scoring point guard in that series to help us. We're really lacking point guard depth. This is a situation where I feel like if De'Aaron Fox were still on the team and the Kings were still shopping him, maybe now they have a little more leverage with Houston than they did at the time. It's just one of those revisionist history things that we're never, ever going to know, and I'm going to torture myself with. But that's just been in my head.
Well, take solace in the fact that they probably would have said, we don't want to go to Houston.
Well, the only flip side to that is they could have gone, well, that's fine. We want to trade Fred VanVleet anyways, and the other deals we want aren't out there. So it's fine.
That's true, too.
If we can't win De'Aaron over for a year, we were going to lose Fred VanVleet. It doesn't matter.
Damian Pritchard.
We'll come back. We'll come back tomorrow. We're going to head over to 102.5. Big thanks to our man, Matt George, over on ABC 10 and, of course, the Locked On Kings podcast. We will see you here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, NBA Centel.
That is a good one. That's a good one.
And we got a little of everything in there. We snuck in wrestling organically. Wow.
Yeah, man.
It's off season, baby. That's what we do.
We get Anthony Edwards to the finals. We get Randy Orton and Anthony Edwards versus Jalen Brunson or Tyrese.
Oh, there you go.
Money in the Bank. That's in June, right?
There you go.
Let's cook.
That's a good look.
What are they doing in Vegas?
That's a good
Night's game? What's going
look. All right, guys, we're gonna shut down, man. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks as always. Hit the thumbs up before you go.